If Wednesday, Addams and Harry were forced to share a room at Nevermore and discovered they were soulbound. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1. The worst roommate in every possible world. The gates of Nevermore Academy groaned open like the jaws of something ancient and hungry, and Wednesday Addams felt, for the first time in weeks, something close to satisfaction. Not happiness. Happiness was for golden retrievers and people who used exclamation points in text messages. But satisfaction, the cold, clean kind that came from arriving exactly where you intended to be, that she could permit. The car idled behind her. Her father was weeping openly, as was tradition. Her mother sat in the passenger seat with the regal stillness of a woman who had once slow danced in a cemetery during a lightning storm and considered it a quiet evening. Pugsley was in the back seat doing something inadvisable with a blasting cap. "My dark angel," Gomez sobbed, pressing a handkerchief to his face. "Promise me you'll make them tremble." "I never make promises I can't keep," Wednesday said. "That one I will." Morticia extended one pale hand through the window and touched Wednesday's cheek. Her fingers were cool, steady. "Remember, my darling, Nevermore tried to break me. I wore it like a crown instead. I don't plan to wear anything they give me. That's my girl." Wednesday turned away from the car without looking back. Looking back was sentimental, and sentiment was a parasite that fed on the spine. She walked through the gates with her suitcase in one hand and Things box tucked under her opposite arm, and the gravel crunched under her boots like small bones. Nevermore sprawled across the Vermont hillside like a Gothic fever dream, all dark stone, spired towers, and windows that watched you back. The trees on the surrounding grounds were ancient and arthritic, their bare branches clawing at a sky the color of a bruise. Students milled across the quad in clusters, carrying luggage, hugging parents, laughing in that performative way people did when they wanted to seem like they belonged somewhere. Wednesday catalogued them as she walked. Werewolves, easy to spot from the way they moved in loose packs, all restless energy and unconscious shoulder-checking. Sirens, a cluster of them near the fountain, beautiful in that sharp, predatory way that meant their faces were weapons. A gorgon adjusting her headscarf near the dormitory entrance. Two boys who flickered slightly at the edges, which meant shapeshifters or very poor personal hygiene. Outcasts, all of them. That was Nevermore's purpose, to gather the supernatural misfits, the ones whose abilities made the normie world uncomfortable, and contain them in a building with good architecture and a questionable curriculum. Wednesday was not here to be contained. She was here because the incident at her previous school, the piranhas, the pool, Pugsley's bullies, and the truly impressive amount of resulting property damage had left her parents with limited options, and because her mother had gone here, and because Wednesday had done her research and Nevermore had secrets worth uncovering. She crossed the quad without stopping, without smiling, without adjusting her pace for the students who had to step out of her path. Thing tapped impatiently from inside his box. "Patience," she murmured. "We're almost there." The dormitory entrance was flanked by stone gargoyles that Wednesday approved of on aesthetic grounds. Inside, the foyer smelled like old wood, candle wax, and the faint metallic tang of magic that permeated places where outcasts gathered. A large board near the entrance displayed room assignments. Wednesday found her name, Room 213, and next to it she blinked. "Read it again." Room 213. Wednesday Addams/Harry Potter. She stared at the board for 3 full seconds, which was 2.5 seconds longer than she typically devoted to surprise. A boy's name. They had assigned her a male roommate. Either Nevermore's administration was radically progressive or radically incompetent, and Wednesday suspected the latter with the confidence of someone who had never once been impressed by institutional competence. She picked up her suitcase and walked to the administrative office. The office of Principal Larissa Weems occupied the second floor of the main building, accessible by a staircase that curved upward with the self-conscious grandeur of a building that knew it was being watched. Wednesday climbed it without hurry. She had learned that people in authority found unhurried approaches more unsettling than urgent ones. Urgency meant you needed something from them. Calm meant you intended to take it. The door was heavy oak. She didn't knock. Larissa Weems sat behind a desk that was either an antique or trying very hard to be one. She was a tall woman, elegant in the way that certain buildings were elegant, all clean lines and deliberate symmetry, with blonde hair pulled back in a style that said, "I am in control of every strand and also every person in this room." She looked up when Wednesday entered, and her expression performed the complicated gymnastics of someone who recognized the family resemblance and was already regretting it. "Wednesday Addams." Weems set down her pen. "Your mother said you'd come straight here rather than settling in. My mother knows me better than I'd prefer. There's an error in my room assignment." "Is there?" "I've been paired with someone named Harry Potter. Unless Harry is an unconventional name for a girl at this institution, I've been assigned a male roommate." Weems folded her hands on the desk. Her nails were perfect. Wednesday noted that the perfection was defensive. This was a woman who armored herself in details. "There is no error, Miss Addams. Mr. Potter is a special transfer student, and his placement at Nevermore required accommodations. Our dormitory facilities are at capacity this semester. Every room is full. The only available bed was in your assigned room. Then I'll take a single. There are no singles. Then give someone else's room to him and I'll take whatever opens up. It's more complicated than that, is it?" Wednesday tilted her head a fraction of a degree. "Or is it that this Potter person has a problem no one else wants to deal with, and you've decided that the new student is the path of least resistance?" Something shifted behind Weems' eyes, a flicker of being seen that she didn't enjoy. "Mr. Potter's situation is unusual. He's a wizard. Nevermore is full of unusual people. That's rather the point. Not like this. He comes from an entirely separate magical tradition, wand-based, institutionalized, structured. He was enrolled at a school called Hogwarts in Scotland. There was an incident, the details of which I'm not at liberty to share, and he was displaced, rerouted magically to Nevermore. We're still determining how and why." Weems paused, and Wednesday could see her choosing her next words like someone picking a path through a minefield. "The Nevermore board has accepted him as a temporary student. My hands are tied on the housing front. I need you to be reasonable about this." "You've read my file," Wednesday said. "Does anything in it suggest I'm reasonable?" "Your file suggests you're brilliant, dangerous, and pathologically opposed to compromise. But I'm not asking you to compromise. I'm asking you to tolerate a temporary inconvenience while I sort out the logistics." "How temporary?" "A few weeks, perhaps a month." Wednesday considered this. She could escalate. She could involve her parents. Her father would sue the institution into rubble on principle, and her mother would enjoy watching. But escalation would cost her time, and time was the one resource Wednesday didn't spend carelessly. She wanted to be at Nevermore. She wanted access to its library, its secrets, the mysteries she could already sense lurking beneath its gothic surface like bones under skin. A roommate was an obstacle. Obstacles were things she dismantled or endured, depending on efficiency. "A month," Wednesday said. "After that, I want my own room or I want his head on a stake outside my window. I'm flexible on which." Weems' smile was thin enough to cut paper. "Welcome to Nevermore, Miss Addams." Wednesday left the office the same way she'd entered, without haste, without deference, and with every intention of making the next month so unpleasant for her assigned roommate that he'd beg for his own relocation within the week. Room 213 was on the second floor of Ophelia Hall, the dormitory named after a woman who drowned, which Wednesday considered the only good decision this institution had made so far. The hallway was wide, floored in dark wood that creaked appropriately and lined with doors behind which she could hear the muffled chaos of students unpacking. Someone was playing music. Someone else was arguing about closet space. A girl with scales along her forearms walked past carrying a terrarium. Wednesday stopped at 213. The door was slightly ajar. He was already inside. She pushed the door open and assessed. The room was split down the middle by the architecture: 2 beds, 2 desks, 2 narrow wardrobes, 1 window. The left side was still bare, untouched. Her side she decided immediately, because it was farther from the door and closer to the window, and she always wanted to see what was coming and have an exit that didn't depend on a hallway. The right side was occupied. A trunk sat at the foot of the bed, old, battered, covered in scratches and scuff marks, and what looked like the remnants of stickers that had been scraped off. A broomstick leaned against the wall, actual bristles and all, like something out of a picture book about witches. On the desk, a cage held a snowy owl that turned its head to regard Wednesday with enormous amber eyes, and the unmistakable air of something that judged everyone it encountered and found them lacking. Wednesday respected the owl immediately, and sitting on the bed, bent over a leather-bound book, was the roommate. Harry Potter was not what she expected, though Wednesday wasn't entirely sure what she'd expected. He was her age, maybe a year older, with black hair that looked like it had gotten into a fight with gravity and lost. Thin, but not frail, wiry in the way of someone whose body had been shaped by running and fighting rather than by anything as pedestrian as exercise. He wore a rumpled button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows, dark trousers, and round glasses that should have looked ridiculous but somehow looked like they belonged on his face in the way that certain scars belong on certain hands. Speaking of scars, there was one on his forehead, a lightning bolt, thin and pale, half hidden by the mess of his hair. Wednesday filed it away for later analysis. He looked up when she entered and his eyes were very green, not pretty green, alert green. The green of something watching from tall grass. "You must be the roommate," he said. His accent was British, which Wednesday found mildly interesting and otherwise irrelevant. "And you must be the bureaucratic inconvenience." She set her suitcase on the left bed. "I'm taking this side. I'm already on the other side, so that works out. It wasn't a negotiation. Didn't think it was." He closed his book. She caught the title, A History of Nevermore Academy, Founders, Factions, and Fatalities. He was doing research. That bumped him up one fractional notch in her estimation. "I'm Harry. I know, Wednesday Addams." Wednesday, like the day. "Like the child full of woe, my parents have a sense of humor. Mine didn't get the chance to develop one." He said it flatly, without self-pity, the way you'd note the weather. Wednesday recognized the tone. It was the tone of someone who'd made peace with a wound by refusing to dress it up. She opened her suitcase and began unpacking with methodical precision. Things box went on the desk. Her typewriter went next to it. Her books, a curated collection that included forensic pathology textbooks, the complete works of Poe, and a hand-annotated guide to toxic plants of the northeastern United States, lined up on the shelf above the desk. Harry watched this process without comment until she placed a small guillotine on her nightstand. "Is that functional?" he asked. "Everything I own is functional." "Right." He paused. Is there a hand in that box?" Thing had gotten impatient. The box lid was lifting, pale fingers curling around the edge. Wednesday sighed and opened it fully. Thing scurried out, flexed dramatically, and immediately began exploring the desk surface with the frenetic energy of a creature that had been confined for a 6-hour car ride. Harry stared at the disembodied hand skittering across the desk. His expression went through several phases: surprise, confusion, a brief flicker of something that might have been alarm, and then settled into a kind of resigned acceptance that Wednesday found telling. "A hand," he said. "Just a hand. Thing. He's been with my family for as long as anyone can remember. He's sensitive about the staring." Thing turned toward Harry and made an unmistakable rude gesture. Harry snorted. It was an involuntary sound, startled out of him, and he covered it quickly. "Fair enough. I've got an owl who thinks she's the queen of everything, so I can't really judge." The owl, as if understanding perfectly, ruffled her feathers and looked away from all of them with pointed disdain. "Her name's Hedwig," Harry added. Wednesday looked at the owl. The owl looked at Wednesday. Something was communicated between them in the silent language of creatures who did not suffer fools, and a détente was established. "The room arrangement is temporary," Wednesday said, hanging her black dresses in the wardrobe. They were identical. She had 7. "I intend to make it as brief as possible." "On that we completely agree." Harry stood up from the bed and she noticed the way he moved, balanced, ready, his weight always slightly forward like someone accustomed to things coming at him from unexpected directions. His wand was on the nightstand, within arm's reach of where he'd been sitting, not holstered, not put away. Just there, the way a soldier keeps a weapon close. I didn't ask to be here, you know. Neither did I, and yet here we both are suffering. You've been here 20 minutes. I'm a fast sufferer. Harry looked at her for a moment, not the way most people looked at her, with wariness or confusion, or that particular flinch that said they were trying to decide if she was joking. He looked at her the way you look at a code you haven't cracked yet. Interested, cautious. Weems told you I'm a wizard, I assume, he said. She told me you're a displaced wizard from a school in Scotland with an incident she wasn't at liberty to discuss. I intend to find out what the incident was within the week. You could just ask me. Where's the sport in that? The corner of his mouth twitched. He suppressed it. I'll save you the research. There was a war. A dark wizard named Voldemort tried to take over the magical world. Killed a lot of people, including my parents, when I was a baby. I was part of the group that stopped him. After it was over, there was a magical surge, residual energy, backlash, something. And when the dust settled, I was here instead of Scotland. Nobody knows why, and nobody can seem to send me back. He delivered this with the same flat calm he'd used when mentioning his parents, not a performance of toughness. Just the genuine article, someone who'd lived through enough that a summary no longer carried the emotional weight of the full story. Wednesday stopped unpacking, not because she was moved, she didn't do moved, but because the information was worth a pause. A war. You're my age and you fought in a war. I was the one they said had to end it. Prophecy, chosen one, whole bit, very dramatic, terrible hours. Did you end it? Yeah, he said it simply. The way you'd say yeah, I took out the trash, but his hand moved unconsciously to the scar on his forehead and then dropped back to his side. Wednesday finished unpacking in silence, processing. This was not what she'd anticipated. She'd expected a soft, displaced student she could intimidate into requesting a transfer within 48 hours. What she'd gotten was someone who'd survived a war at 16 and talked about it like weather. This complicated her plans. I have ground rules, she said, closing her wardrobe. As do I. Mine take priority. They absolutely do not. 1, she held up a finger. No touching my things. Thing will bite you and his jaw strength is disproportionate to his size. Noted. 1, don't touch my wand. It's not a stick, it's an extension of my magic, and the last person who grabbed it without permission spent a week as a ferret. 2, I write between midnight and 3 a.m. If you require silence for sleeping, invest in earplugs or relocate to the hallway. 2, Hedwig hunts at night and returns through whatever window is available. If she lands on your bed at 4 in the morning, that's between you and her. 3, I don't do small talk. I don't do feelings. I don't do whatever performative bonding ritual you might expect from a roommate. 3, Harry met her eyes. Same. They stood on opposite sides of the room, a 6-foot gap of old hardwood floor between them, and regarded each other like two countries with shared borders and incompatible philosophies. This is going to be awful, Wednesday said. Probably. Good. I'd hate to be disappointed. The first day passed in a cold détente. They divided the room with the unspoken precision of two territorial predators establishing boundary lines. Wednesday set up her typewriter and began typing her novel, the one she'd been working on for 2 months, about a girl who commits a series of perfect murders and is only caught because she wants to be. Harry Reid wrote in a journal and occasionally muttered spells under his breath that made small objects on his desk rearrange themselves. They didn't speak. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people who genuinely preferred it. Dinner was in the main hall. Wednesday went alone. Harry went alone 10 minutes later. She noted this and respected the strategy. He wasn't following her, wasn't trying to attach himself to the one person he sort of knew. He was moving through a new environment the way she was. Independently. Observationally. The dining hall was vast, vaulted, and packed with students who sorted themselves into clusters with the instinctive tribalism of any school population. Wednesday collected food, she had no emotional attachment to, and found a table in the corner where the lighting was worst. She preferred to see without being easily seen. She was 3 bites into an uninspiring meal when a girl materialized next to her like a pastel explosion. "Oh my God, hi. You must be new. I'm Enid Sinclair. I was supposed to be your roommate, but then there was this whole last-minute room shuffle, and now I'm across the hall in 215. Which is actually fine because my new roommate Yoko is a vampire and she's super chill. But I felt so bad about the mix-up because I had this whole plan for how we decorate, and are those braids? I love braids. I can never get mine to stay because, well, werewolf hair, it has a mind of its own. Do you breathe between sentences?" Wednesday said. "Or is oxygen optional for your species?" Enid blinked. Then she laughed, a bright, startled sound that drew glances from nearby tables. "Oh, you're fun, I can tell. No one has ever described me as fun. I'd like to keep that record intact." "Too late." Enid dropped into the seat across from her, uninvited, unintimidated, and apparently unkillable in the social sense. She was a riot of color, blonde hair streaked with blue and pink, a uniform she'd customized with patches and pins, and a smile that operated at a wattage Wednesday found physically aggressive. Under normal circumstances, Wednesday would have deployed a response calculated to send this girl fleeing. But something stopped her, a flicker of instinct, the kind she'd learned not to ignore. Enid Sinclair was genuine. Aggressively, almost painfully genuine. And in a school full of outcasts who wore their damage like armor, genuine was either the rarest thing or the most dangerous. "You said you were supposed to be my roommate," Wednesday said. "What happened?" "Weems pulled me aside yesterday and said there was a last-minute transfer student who needed placement and the only option was your room." She seemed stressed about it, like more stressed than normal, and Weems is already one of those people who stress smiling all the time. The transfer student. "Harry Potter, what do you know about him?" Enid's eyes widened. "Oh, he's your roommate, I heard about him. A wizard from, like, actual wizard school. People are saying he fought some kind of dark lord. Bianca Barclay is already furious because apparently he can't be siren-songed and she takes that very personally. He's resistant to siren influence. That's the rumor. Bianca tried the subtle thing at orientation, just a little psychic nudge, nothing aggressive. She does it to everyone to see what she's working with, and he just looked at her and said, 'Nice try,' and walked away. I thought she was going to spontaneously combust." Wednesday stored this. Resistance to psychic manipulation was either a trained skill or an innate defense, and either one was worth understanding. "What's he like?" Enid leaned forward, eyes bright. "Is he brooding? I bet he's brooding. Wizards from war zones are probably super brooding. He's adequate. That's the nicest thing I've ever heard you say, and we've known each other 4 minutes." Wednesday looked at Enid Sinclair, at her wide eyes and her ridiculous hair and her complete inability to read a room, and felt the faintest twinge of something she refused to identify. "You can sit here," she said. "But if you try to decorate my side of the room retroactively, I will do something creative with your hair dye collection." Enid beamed. "Deal." Across the dining hall she could see Harry. He'd found a seat near the wall, alone, eating with the focused efficiency of someone who'd learned not to linger over meals. A group of students nearby were watching him, not hostile, just curious, the way you watch an unfamiliar animal that's wandered into your habitat. He ignored them completely. As she watched, a large boy approached Harry's table. Wednesday recognized the type immediately, broad, confident, used to taking up space and having others move. The boy said something to Harry. Wednesday couldn't hear it from this distance, but she could read the body language. Confrontational, testing, the opening move of someone establishing a pecking order. Harry looked up from his food. He said something short. The boy leaned in, getting closer, and Harry didn't move, didn't lean back, didn't tense, didn't perform any of the usual physical negotiations of someone being challenged. He just sat there completely still and said something else. The boy's face changed. Not fear exactly. More like the sudden, instinctive recognition that you'd stepped closer to the edge of something than you'd intended. He backed off, found somewhere else to be. Harry went back to his dinner. Whoa, Enid said, following Wednesday's gaze. What did he say? I don't know, but it worked. Note to self, don't pick a fight with the wizard. Wednesday said nothing. She was thinking about the way Harry hadn't moved. Hadn't needed to. She understood that particular stillness because it lived in her too, the calm of someone who knew exactly what they were capable of and felt no need to advertise it. It was going to make him much harder to drive out of her room. The trouble started that night. Wednesday was at her typewriter at 12:47 a.m., the keys clacking in the rhythm she found most productive, steady, unhurried, like a heartbeat for the story she was pulling out of herself. The room was dark except for the small lamp on her desk. Moonlight came through the window in a pale sheet that cut the room diagonally, landing across the foot of Harry's bed where he was, by all appearances, asleep. Thing was perched on the windowsill, keeping watch. Hedwig was out hunting. The room was cold. Wednesday kept it that way, and silent except for the typewriter. She was in the middle of a paragraph about her protagonist disposing of evidence in a municipal water treatment facility when the vision hit. This was not new. Wednesday had been having psychic visions since she was 14, triggered by touch, or proximity to death, or sometimes by nothing at all, striking like lightning from a clear sky. She'd learned to manage them the way you learn to manage a chronic condition, not by controlling it but by not fighting when it came. The typewriter keys jammed under her frozen fingers. The room dissolved. She saw fire. Black fire, burning cold, pouring across stone floors. A corridor, ancient, underground, the walls carved with symbols that writhed when she looked at them directly. Something was sealed behind a door at the corridor's end, and the door was cracking. Through the cracks, light spilled, not warm light, not clean light, but the color of light that had been buried so long it had curdled into something else. She heard a voice. Not words she could understand, but a sound that resonated in her molars and her sternum and the base of her skull, a frequency designed for bone, not air. And then she saw herself. Standing in that corridor, shadows pouring off her like smoke, and beside her Harry, wand raised, covered in dust and blood and something that glittered like crushed gemstones. His eyes were blazing, not metaphorically, actually blazing green fire where his irises should have been, and power was rolling off him in waves that distorted the air like heat haze. They were standing together, facing the cracking door, and she felt in the vision something she'd never felt in her life, the absolute bone-deep certainty that she was not alone, that their power was not two things but one thing, that the boundary between Wednesday Addams and Harry Potter had dissolved into something without a name. She gasped and slammed back into the present. The typewriter was smoking. Literally, thin curls of smoke rising from the keys where her fingers had pressed so hard the metal had heated. Her hands were shaking. Wednesday Addams' hands did not shake, and the fact that they were doing it now sent a spike of cold fury through her that burned the last of the vision away. What the hell was that? Harry was sitting up in bed, not groggy, not disoriented, fully alert like he'd been awake the whole time or had woken at the first sign of disturbance. His wand was already in his hand and the tip was glowing faintly, casting pale light across the room. "Nothing," Wednesday said. "You just froze for 30 seconds, your eyes went white and your typewriter started smoldering. That's not nothing. It was a psychic vision. I have them. It's not your concern. Your eyes went white. Are you hard of hearing, or do you simply enjoy repeating information I already possess?" Harry swung his legs out of bed. He was wearing a t-shirt and pajama bottoms, and Wednesday noticed in the wandlight the other scars, a faded line along his forearm, a circular mark on the back of his hand that she couldn't quite make out, a constellation of smaller marks that told the story of someone who'd been hurt repeatedly and in varied ways. "I know psychic visions," he said. "A friend of mine has them. When she sees something that makes her physically react like that, it means it's important." "What did you see?" "I saw a room I'd very much like to have to myself. The vision was prophetic." He almost smiled at that. Almost. "Fine, keep your secrets. But if your typewriter catches fire at 1 in the morning, that becomes my concern whether you like it or not. I assure you, if anything in this room catches fire, it will be deliberate and directed." He looked at her for a long moment. The wand light made shadows of his cheekbones, his jaw, the ridge of that scar. Then he lowered his wand and the light faded. "Good night, Wednesday." "That remains to be seen." He lay back down. She turned back to her typewriter. But her hands were still trembling, and the afterimage of the vision burned behind her eyes. That corridor, that door, that feeling of their power merged into one terrifying thing. She didn't write another word that night. The next day introduced two complications. The first was academic. Wednesday's schedule included the standard Nevermore curriculum, outcast history, botanical sciences, weather vane, the school's community outreach program, which Wednesday intended to subvert at the earliest opportunity, and a new class that hadn't been on the course list until this semester, arcane history, taught by a Professor Ilara Crow. The second complication was that Harry was in every single one of her classes. "They built my schedule to match yours," Harry told her on the walk to their first period, sounding about as pleased as she felt. Weems said it was for integration purposes, something about having a familiar face. "My face is not familiar to you. We met yesterday." I think she meant, "You know what, never mind." Arcane history was held in a lecture room in the West Tower. The room was round, lined with bookshelves, and dominated by a blackboard that curved along the wall like a horizon. Students were already seated when Wednesday and Harry arrived separately, because Wednesday had walked ahead at a pace that discouraged companionship. Professor Crow was standing at the front of the room, and Wednesday disliked her immediately. This was not unusual. Wednesday disliked most people immediately, but this was a specific dislike, the kind that had texture and weight. Crow was perhaps 40, slim, with dark hair cut short and close to her head, and eyes the color of aged copper. She wore a charcoal blazer and black trousers and moved with the contained precision of someone who was always aware of every body in the room and their exact distance from her. She was smiling. It was a good smile, warm, intelligent, the kind of smile that invited trust. And that was what Wednesday distrusted about it. Good smiles took practice. Practice meant performance. Performance meant a script, and scripts meant someone had decided in advance what they wanted you to believe about them. "Welcome to arcane history," Crow said, and her voice had the same quality as her smile, practiced warmth, deliberate openness. "This is a new course at Nevermore, and I'm honored to be teaching it. We'll be exploring the deeper roots of outcast magic, not just what your abilities are, but where they came from, the history behind the power." She scanned the room, and her gaze landed on Harry, stayed there a fraction of a second too long, then moved to Wednesday, stayed there too. "I see we have some new faces." "Welcome." Wednesday watched Crow for the rest of the lecture. The professor was good, engaging, knowledgeable, skilled at drawing connections between topics that made students lean forward in their seats. She talked about ley lines, about places where magical energy pooled and concentrated, about the theory that outcast abilities weren't random mutations but echoes of a much older form of power. "Nevermore itself," Crow said, drawing a diagram on the curved blackboard, "was built on a convergence point. Multiple ley lines intersect beneath this campus. The founders didn't choose this location by accident. They built here because the land itself amplifies ability. Some of you may have noticed your powers feel stronger here, more responsive." Wednesday had noticed. Her visions had been more vivid since arriving, the one last night more intense than anything she'd experienced at home. "The question we'll be exploring this semester," Crow continued, "is what happens when that ambient energy interacts with individual power. What happens when the land responds to the people on it?" Her eyes found Harry again. Then Wednesday. Then she smiled and moved on. After class, as students filed out, Crow called out, "Mr. Potter, a moment." Harry paused. Wednesday kept walking, then stopped 3 steps past the doorway, just out of sight, and listened. Thing crawled out of her bag and positioned himself at the door frame for a better vantage point. "Mr. Potter, I understand you come from a very different magical tradition. Wand-based, correct?" "Yeah. I'd love to learn more about it. Your perspective could be invaluable to the class. Would you be open to meeting for office hours this week?" "Sure. I'm still trying to figure out how things work here anyway." "Wonderful. I think you'll find Nevermore has more in common with your world than you might expect. A pause. One more thing, I noticed you and Miss Addams seem to know each other. We're roommates. Ah, how interesting. Crow's voice carried that practiced warmth, but Wednesday heard something beneath it, a current of focused attention that went beyond casual interest. Well, if you need anything at all, my door is open. Wednesday peeled away from the wall and walked. Things scurried up her arm and into her bag. She didn't have enough data to draw conclusions, but she had enough to open a file. The rest of the day was unremarkable. Botanical sciences involved a greenhouse full of plants that bit. Weathervane was as tedious as she'd anticipated. Wednesday moved through the hours like a blade through fabric, efficiently, leaving clean edges. It was after dinner, back in room 213, that everything came apart. Harry was at his desk writing a letter. Wednesday was at hers reading a text on the psychic history of New England families. The room was quiet. Thing was asleep in his box. Hedwig had returned from a flight and was preening on her perch. "You've been watching Crow," Harry said without looking up from his letter. "I watch everyone. You watch her differently, more carefully. She watches us more carefully. You'd have noticed if you weren't busy being recruited." Harry set down his pen. "What do you mean?" "She tracked us both during the entire lecture. Her eyes returned to us 12 times. The average for any other student in the room was 2 to 3. When she kept you after class, her questions about our acquaintance were specific and leading. She's a new teacher showing interest in new students. That's not exactly sinister. Everything is sinister until proven otherwise." Harry turned in his chair to face her. "That's a miserable way to live. It's kept me alive." "Has it, though? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like it's kept you alone, which isn't the same thing." The words landed with more weight than she'd expected, and Wednesday felt something, not pain, not offense, but the sharp, cold recognition of being seen by someone who had no right to see her that clearly. She set down her book. "You know nothing about me. I know you checked the room for threats before you unpacked. I know you sleep facing the door. I know your typewriter is positioned so you can see the window and the entrance simultaneously. I know the guillotine on your nightstand isn't decorative. The blade angle is wrong for display but right for a fast grab. Everything about you is tactical." He paused. "I know all that because I do the same things." The room went very quiet. "Does that," he said, "makes you build the whole world into a defensive position, but you haven't been in a war, so what happened to you?" "Nothing happened to me. I am what I've always been. Nobody's born checking sight lines." "I was." They stared at each other across the room. The air between them was charged, not with anger exactly, but with the friction of two people who had run up against something real and didn't know whether to fight it or examine it. "Stay out of my psychology," Wednesday said. "I didn't invite you into it, and you won't find the experience pleasant." "Fair enough." Harry held up his hands. "I overstepped." "You did. Won't happen again. See that it doesn't." He turned back to his letter. She turned back to her book. The silence that followed was different from before, heavier, loaded, like a room where a gun had been drawn and holstered without firing. 20 minutes passed. Then Wednesday said, without looking up, "The scar, it's a curse mark." Harry's pen stopped moving. "How do you know that?" "I can feel it, the psychic residue. Whoever gave it to you poured hatred into the act." A long silence. "Yeah, he did." "You survived a killing curse." Not a question. She'd felt it in the brief psychic impression the scar threw off. She'd felt the edge of something vast and dark and final, and she'd felt it fail. The only person who ever has. According to the books, yeah. The books are wrong about a lot of things, but that, she paused, choosing her words with unusual care, that's an interesting data point. An interesting data point, that's what you're going with. Would you prefer I said it was impressive, heroic, inspiring? God, number, then take the data point and be grateful. Something shifted in the room, not warmth, neither of them dealt in warmth, but a degree of recognition. An acknowledgement that the person across the room was not ordinary, not fragile, and not to be underestimated. Then Wednesday's hand began to burn. It started in her right palm, a sudden searing heat like grabbing a stove burner. She dropped her book and looked at her hand. The skin was unmarked, but the pain was real, building, spreading from her palm up her wrist. Across the room, Harry hissed and grabbed his left hand. Same pain, same sudden onset. His wand rolled off the desk and clattered to the floor, and when he opened his hand, the pain was in his palm too. "What?" he started. The room shuddered. Not an earthquake, something deeper, something that vibrated at a frequency they felt in their teeth and their bones. The lamp on Wednesday's desk flickered. Hedwig shrieked and took flight, circling the room in agitation. Thing burst out of his box and scrambled up Wednesday's arm, fingers clutching at her sleeve. "That's not me," Harry said, reaching for his wand. It's not me either." Their eyes met. The burning in their hands intensified and then pulled. A physical force, like a hook behind the navel, dragging them toward each other. Wednesday braced herself against the desk. Harry grabbed the edge of his bed. The room shuddered again, harder, and the window cracked, a single line splitting the glass from corner to corner. Something's. Wednesday's vision fragmented. Psychic images slammed into her like waves, not the slow, focused vision she was used to, but a torrent. She saw a forest, a graveyard, a boy standing in front of a mirror seeing his dead parents, a cupboard under a staircase small and dark, a snake, a castle on fire, a boy walking into a forest knowing he was going to die and walking anyway. These weren't her memories. They were his. "Stop," she gasped, and she never gasped. She never lost control of her breathing, but the images kept coming, flooding her mind, and she could feel Harry in them, his fear, his grief, his rage, the bedrock stubbornness that had kept him standing when everything else was trying to put him in the ground. "I can see." Harry's voice was strained. "I can see a little girl. In a basement. Dark. There are spiders. She's talking to the spiders. She looks like you." He was seeing her memories, an exchange. Their minds had opened to each other, and the current was flowing both ways. The pulling force doubled. Wednesday's grip on the desk broke and she stumbled forward. Harry was pulled off the bed. They met in the middle of the room, and the moment their burning hands touched, the world whited out. Not light, something else. A frequency of energy beyond color or sound. Wednesday felt it in every cell of her body. A click, a snap, the sound of a lock engaging, of two puzzle pieces driven together with the force of a falling star. She felt her power surge, her psychic ability, the thing she kept leashed and controlled and aimed. It roared out of her like a river breaching a dam. And she felt his power, wild and hot and fundamentally different from hers, tangling with it, braiding around it, fusing. The furniture exploded. Not all of it. The desks held. But both beds lurched sideways. The wardrobes cracked. The bookshelf above Wednesday's desk ejected its contents across the room, and the already cracked window shattered outward in a rain of glass that caught the moonlight and threw fragments of silver across the courtyard below. The walls groaned. The floorboards split along 3 separate seams. Hedwig fled through the broken window with a scream that woke half the dormitory. And then it stopped. Wednesday and Harry stood in the center of the room, hands clasped together, breathing hard. The air smelled like ozone and old stone and something else, something that didn't have a name, something that tasted like lightning striking the ocean. Wednesday looked down at their joined hands. On her right palm, glowing faintly, a mark had appeared, an intricate symbol like a knot with no beginning or end, dark against her pale skin, pulsing with residual energy. She wrenched her hand free and looked at Harry's left palm. The same mark, mirror image. "What did you do?" she demanded. "What did I do? You're the psychic. My abilities don't do this." The door burst open. Larissa Weems stood in the doorway in a silk dressing gown, hair loose around her shoulders, eyes wide. Behind her, students were crowding the hallway. Wednesday caught a flash of Enid's blonde and blue hair, several alarmed faces, and a vampire who looked extremely irritated at being woken up. Weems took in the room, the destroyed furniture, the broken window, the split floorboards, the 2 students standing in the wreckage, breathing hard, marked. She saw the marks. The color drained from her face. Not slowly, not subtly. Dropped away like someone had pulled a plug, leaving her pale as paper, her composure cracking for the first time since Wednesday had met her. She stepped into the room and closed the door behind her, shutting out the crowd. "Show me your hands," she said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were not. Wednesday held up her palm. Harry held up his. The marks glowed faintly in the dark room, pulsing in sync, like two hearts beating to the same impossible rhythm. Weems stared at the marks for a long time. When she looked up, her expression had passed through shock and arrived somewhere on the other side, a place where calculation and fear and something almost like awe shared space behind her careful eyes. "Do you know what this is?" Harry asked. "Yes." "Care to share?" Wednesday said. Weems looked at them, at the space between them where the air still hummed, at the marks on their hands, at the wreckage of the room that their power had torn apart in a single, uncontrolled moment of fusion. "Soulbound," she said. The word dropped into the silence like a stone into deep water. Wednesday felt it land, felt it ripple outward through her understanding, displacing everything she thought she knew about this night, this school, this impossible boy standing next to her. "You're soulbound," Weems repeated, and she sounded like someone delivering a diagnosis they'd hoped to never give. "Both of you, to each other." Harry looked at Wednesday. Wednesday looked at Harry. The marks on their palms pulsed once together, and the broken glass on the floor glittered like scattered stars. "Well," Wednesday said, in a voice that was perfectly calm and perfectly cold and concealed the first real fear she'd felt in years, "this is going to be a problem." Chapter 2. The Weight of Two. The temporary room Weems relocated them to was on the third floor of Ophelia Hall, a larger space, previously used for storage, hastily converted with 2 beds, 2 desks, and the grim efficiency of an administration covering its tracks. Their destroyed furniture had been left behind in room 213 like a crime scene. The new room smelled like dust and old wood polish, and the faint chemical tang of cleaning supplies applied in a hurry. It was 2:47 a.m. Wednesday sat on the edge of her new bed with her hands in her lap, palms up, studying the mark. It had stopped glowing, but the symbol remained dark, intricate, etched into her skin like a tattoo applied from the inside. It didn't hurt anymore. That was almost worse. Pain, she understood. Pain was information. This was something else, a presence, a weight, a thread she could feel running from her palm through her wrist and into the deeper architecture of her body, connecting to something she couldn't see, connecting to him. Harry was at the window. He'd been standing there since Weems left 20 minutes ago, staring out at the dark campus with the stillness of someone processing at a speed that required his body to shut down while his mind worked. His left hand hung at his side, the matching mark facing the room. Hedwig had returned through the new window and sat on the desk, watching both of them with an expression that suggested she held them personally responsible for the disruption to her evening. Thing was on Wednesday's nightstand, tapping his fingers in an anxious pattern she recognized. She placed her unmarked hand over him. He stilled. "She didn't explain anything," Harry said finally, without turning from the window. "She explained enough to be alarming and not enough to be useful. That was deliberate." "Yeah, I got that." What Weems had told them in the 10 minutes between her arrival and her departure amounted to this. A soul bond was an ancient magical phenomenon, extraordinarily rare, in which 2 individuals' magical cores became permanently linked. It was not a spell. It was not a curse. It could not be cast or engineered. It simply happened under conditions that no one fully understood, when 2 compatible magical signatures came into proximity, and the universe decided, through whatever inscrutable logic governed such things, that they were better as one circuit than 2. She had said permanent 3 times. Wednesday had counted. "Permanently linked," Wednesday said, testing the words the way you'd test the edge of a blade. She used that phrase as though it should have been sufficient. It wasn't. She also said we can't be more than a quarter mile apart without consequences. She was very vague about what consequences means. Deliberately vague. She's managing us, controlling information flow to control behavior. Harry turned from the window. In the thin moonlight, his face was all angles and shadows, and the scar on his forehead was a pale slash that seemed almost to move. "I've been managed by people who thought they knew better my whole life. Dumbledore, my headmaster, he was brilliant and kind, and he kept secrets that nearly got me killed, repeatedly, because he thought the information was too dangerous for me to have. And you allowed this. I was 11 when it started. By the time I was old enough to push back, I was already in too deep." his jaw tight. "I won't do it again. I'm not sitting in this room waiting for Weems to decide what we're ready to hear." "On that we agree." Wednesday stood. The mark on her palm gave a single warm pulse, like a heartbeat, and she felt distantly like hearing music through a wall, a flare of determination that wasn't hers. Harry's determination, bleeding through the bond, clamped down on it, hard, built a wall in her mind the way she'd learned to wall off her visions, brick by brick, deliberate, thorough. The foreign emotion dimmed but didn't disappear entirely. It lurked at the edges of her awareness like something watching from just beyond the tree line. "You felt that," Harry said, not a question. "I felt an intrusion into my emotional state that I neither invited nor appreciate." "Yeah, same. When you just did that, the blocking thing, I felt it, like a door slamming." "Good, consider it slammed. I'm not arguing. I don't want to feel your feelings any more than you want to feel mine. Then we need information. Real information, not whatever curated version Weems plans to distribute." Wednesday crossed to her desk, where her belongings had been hastily moved by school staff. Her books were out of order. She'd deal with that later. Nevermore has an extensive library. The school was built in the early 19th century by outcasts who were, by all accounts, obsessive archivists. If soulbounds are documented anywhere, they'll be documented there. Now, it's 3 in the morning. The library will be empty at 3 in the morning. That's the point. Harry looked at her. Then he picked up his wand and shoved it into his back pocket with the casual ease of someone holstering a weapon they'd carried so long it was an extension of their skeleton. "Lead the way." They moved through Ophelia Hall in silence. The dormitory was asleep. Wednesday could hear the ambient sounds of a building full of teenagers. Muffled breathing, someone's music still playing softly behind a closed door, the creak of old pipes. Their footsteps on the hardwood were quiet. Harry moved well in the dark, she noticed. No hesitation, no stumbling, his body navigating by instinct and spatial memory, even in an unfamiliar building. War training or survival instinct or both. The mark on her palm pulsed faintly as they walked, and she became aware of something she hadn't noticed before, a sense of Harry's location that existed independent of her eyes. She knew he was 3 steps behind her and to the left without looking. She knew the distance between them with a precision that felt mathematical, like a number constantly updating in the back of her mind. She didn't mention this. She suspected he was experiencing the same thing. The main building was locked at night, but Wednesday had already identified 3 alternate entry points during her first-day reconnaissance. She led them through a service entrance near the kitchens. The lock was old and Thing made short work of it, his fingers moving with the delicate expertise of a career burglar. "Useful," Harry murmured, watching Thing work. "He's insulted you said useful instead of extraordinary. He's sensitive about his skills." Thing made a dismissive gesture at Harry and continued picking the lock. It clicked open. They slipped through. The Nevermore library occupied the entire east wing of the main building. It was the kind of library that understood what it was, not a room with books in it, but a temple to the accumulated knowledge of generations of outcasts who had learned, often through pain, that writing things down was the difference between wisdom and extinction. 3 floors, connected by wrought iron spiral staircases. Shelves that reached from floor to vaulted ceiling, accessible by rolling ladders. Reading alcoves tucked into the walls like nests. And books, thousands of them, leather-bound and cloth-bound, and some bound in materials Wednesday suspected weren't leather or cloth at all. It smelled like old paper and dust, and the particular kind of magic that accumulated in places where knowledge was stored for centuries. Wednesday breathed it in and felt, for the first time since arriving at Nevermore, something approaching peace. "Where do we start?" Harry asked, looking up at the towering shelves with the expression of someone who'd grown up in a magical library and appreciated them on a professional level. Arcane bonds, magical theory, historical accounts of linked abilities. Wednesday was already moving, reading shelf labels, her fingers trailing along spines. "The school's card catalog is organized by subject, but I suspect the more sensitive materials won't be in the main system." "Restricted section," she looked at him. "You've done this before. At Hogwarts, the restricted section had the good stuff, Took me until second year to figure out how to get in consistently. A pause. I had an invisibility cloak, made it easier. You have a cloak that renders you invisible, and you didn't mention this earlier. It didn't come up. Bring it next time. Wednesday turned down an aisle labeled Magical Theory Foundational. For now, we work with what we can reach. They split up. Wednesday took the theoretical section. Harry took historical accounts. They worked in the focused silence of two people who understood that research was not a social activity. Thing helped, scurrying along shelves and tapping on spines that seemed relevant, pulling volumes out with his fingers and flipping to index pages. 20 minutes in, Wednesday found the first reference. The book was old, genuinely old, not decoratively old. The leather binding was cracked, the pages thick and rough-edged, the text printed in a typeface that predated standardization. The title was on the nature of magical bonds, sympathy, antipathy, and the rarer forms. It was written by someone named Aldrich Voss, dated 1847. She turned to the chapter on soul bonds and began reading. The language was dense, academic, and carried the particular arrogance of 19th-century scholarship that assumed the reader was both educated and male. Wednesday filtered through the posturing and extracted the substance. Soul bonds, according to Voss, were not a type of magical bond at all. They were a reversion, a return to what magic had been before it differentiated into traditions, bloodlines, and specializations. In the earliest eras of magical history, all power was shared. It flowed between individuals and through communities like water through connected vessels. The isolation of magic into individual bodies, each person's power sealed within their own boundaries, was a later development, a consequence of population growth and the territorialization of magical resources. A soul bond, Voss argued, was the universe remembering how magic used to work. Two individuals whose magical signatures were sufficiently compatible could trigger this reversion, their power merging, their boundaries dissolving, their magic becoming a shared resource rather than two separate ones. The effects were documented across 12 pages. Wednesday read them with the clinical focus of someone compiling a threat assessment. Shared sensory bleed, emotional resonance, amplified power in proximity, physical awareness of the bonded partner's location, health, and magical state, pain synchronization at extreme distances or during separation. And this part was underlined by some previous reader in faded ink: shared mortality. If one partner died, the other followed, not from grief. From the bond itself, the magical circuit breaking, the surviving partner's power imploding without its other half. Wednesday closed the book, opened it again. Reread the last paragraph. Shared mortality. She stood and walked to where Harry was sitting on the floor between two shelves, surrounded by open books, reading by wandlight. He looked up as she approached. "Something?" he asked. She handed him the book, opened to the relevant page, watched his face as he read. He went through it faster than she expected. His eyes moved quickly, the focused scan of someone who'd spent years extracting critical information under pressure. When he reached the shared mortality section, his expression didn't change. Didn't tighten, didn't crack. He just read it, absorbed it, and set the book down on the floor beside him. "Well," he said, "that's familiar." "Familiar how?" The Horcruxes, the things that kept Voldemort alive, they worked on a similar principle. Fragments of his soul stored in objects. If the object was destroyed, that piece of him died. I was one of them for a while. A piece of his soul was in me. He touched the scar on his forehead, an unconscious gesture. I had to die to get rid of it. "You died, briefly." Wednesday stared at him. Harry Potter sat on the floor of Nevermore's library at 3:30 in the morning and said, "I died briefly," with the same inflection someone else might use for "I missed the bus." She felt, against her will, the bond resonating with something she couldn't name, a recognition, deep and structural, of someone whose relationship with death was as complicated and intimate as her own. She sat down across from him, cross-legged, the book between them. "Tell me about the Horcruxes." "All of it." Now, he told her. Not the abbreviated version he'd given in the room, the real version, full and unsparing. The diary in second year. The locket that poisoned Ron's mind. The cup in the vault. the diadem in the room of requirement, the snake, and himself the accidental Horcrux, the piece of Voldemort's soul that had lodged in a baby's scar and lived there for 17 years. "I walked into the forest," he said, and his voice was steady, but the bond vibrated with something deep and old and dark. "He was waiting, I didn't fight. That was the whole point. I had to let him kill me so the piece of him inside me would die. Dumbledore had known since. Well, for a long time. He raised me like a pig for slaughter. His words, not mine, technically. And you went willingly. There wasn't another option. People were dying, my friends, the only way to stop it was to let him hit me with the killing curse and hope the Horcrux died instead of all of me. Hope. Yeah, hope." He said the word like it tasted bitter. "Worst plan I ever had, and I've had some genuinely terrible plans. But it worked. The Horcrux died, I didn't. Woke up on the forest floor with Voldemort standing over me, thinking he'd won. He was wrong." Wednesday absorbed this, filed it, cross-referenced it with what she knew about the soul bond and what Voss had written about shared mortality. "The bond we have is different from a Horcrux. Very different. A Horcrux is parasitic, one soul feeding on another. This feels." He flexed his marked hand. "Mutual, like a circuit, power flowing both directions. You can feel the direction, can't you?" She could. Now that he'd named it, she could feel the current, subtle, constant, her power and his moving between them like blood through shared veins. Her psychic ability flowed toward him and something flowed back, something warm, electric, fundamentally different from her own cold, sharp magic. They didn't blend. They ran parallel like two rivers sharing a channel. "This is going to be a problem," she said. "You said that already." "It bears repeating." Harry pulled another book from the pile beside him. "I found something too, less theoretical, more historical." He opened it to a page he'd marked. "This is an account from 1793. Two outcasts, a psychic and a shapeshifter who were soul-bonded. They lived in a village in the Carpathian Mountains. They were reportedly powerful enough to defend the entire region single-handedly. What happened to them? They were killed, both of them on the same night, by a group the author calls the Severists. The account says they were hunted specifically because of the bond, because their combined power was seen as a threat to the natural order of magical distribution." Wednesday took the book. The account was brief, written in the dry language of historical record, but the details were stark. The bonded pair had been ambushed during a lunar eclipse. The attackers had used a ritual to separate them, a forced magical barrier that drove them beyond the bond's safe distance. While they were weakened by the separation, the Severists killed the shapeshifter. The psychic died within minutes, the bond's backlash stopping her heart. She turned the page. Another account. 1651, a bonded pair in Japan, killed by the same group. 1502, a bonded pair in West Africa, same pattern. The entries continued, a grim catalog stretching back centuries, every case ending the same way. Found, separated, killed. "They're all dead," she said. "Every bonded pair in this book was hunted and killed. Not all of them. Look at the last entry." The last entry was from 1889. A bonded pair in Austria, a necromancer and an alchemist. The account was different from the others. Instead of a simple death record, there was a longer narrative. The pair had been warned, had gone underground, had attempted to use the bond's full potential as a defense. The account described a confrontation with the Severists that leveled a city block and was attributed to an earthquake in the Normie historical record. The bonded pair had won. They'd survived. But the entry had an addendum in a different hand. Subsequent fate unknown. Last confirmed sighting, 1891. Presumed eliminated. Wednesday closed the book. "Someone has been systematically killing soul-bonded pairs for at least 4 centuries, she said. "Possibly longer. And Weems knows about soul bonds," Harry said. She recognized the marks immediately. She knew the word. She knows something about this. She knows more than something. Her reaction wasn't surprise, it was fear, specific fear. She wasn't afraid of what the bond is. She was afraid of what would come for us because of it. They sat in the dark library, surrounded by the evidence of their predecessors' deaths, and the bond between them hummed, steady, warm, indifferent to their feelings about it, like a heartbeat that didn't care whether you wanted to be alive or not. "I'm not going to die because of a magical accident I didn't ask for," Harry said. His voice was quiet and absolutely certain. "I've died once already, that was enough. And I'm not going to be bound to anyone." Wednesday stood, and the motion was sharp, controlled, the physical expression of a decision being made. "We find out everything about this bond, how it works, what it does, and how to control it. We find out who these Severists are and whether they still exist, and we deal with Weems. Deal with her how? I'll decide that when I have more information. I don't make threats I'm not prepared to execute, and I prefer my executions to be well planned." Harry stood too. They faced each other in the aisle between the shelves, the marked hands at their sides pulsing in tandem. He was taller than her by several inches, but height was irrelevant. Wednesday had never measured a person's threat level by their size. "Partners, then," Harry said. "Temporarily, strategically." "That's what I said. Number, you said partners, which implies equality. I said strategically, which implies utility. There's a difference. And which one do you actually mean?" Wednesday considered this for slightly longer than she would have preferred. "We'll see." They replaced the books and left the library. The walk back to Ophelia Hall was conducted in the pre-dawn dark. The campus quiet except for night insects and the distant sound of the woods that bordered Nevermore's grounds. The trees at the forest edge were black shapes against a marginally less black sky, and they moved in a wind that Wednesday couldn't feel on the ground. Something was watching them from those trees. She could feel it, a psychic pressure at the edge of her awareness, heavy and patient, like an eye pressed to a keyhole. She stopped walking. Harry stopped a half-step later. His wand was in his hand before she could track the movement. "You feel it too," she said. "Something in the trees, been there since we left the building." "You didn't say anything. I was waiting to see if you noticed. I noticed before you did. I was waiting to see if you were competent enough to be worth mentioning it to." The darkness at the tree line shifted. Not the wind, something moving with purpose, heavy, close to the ground. The psychic pressure intensified, and Wednesday's vision blurred at the edges as her ability reached toward the presence, trying to read it. She got fragments. Hunger. Age. A mind that was not human, not animal, but something in between, vast and slow and drawn to something it hadn't felt in a very long time. Drawn to them, to the bond. Their combined magical signature was a beacon, blazing in the night, and this thing had been sleeping in the Nevermore woods for decades and had woken up because it smelled them. "It's drawn to the bond," she said. "Our energy woke it up." "What is it?" "I don't know, but it's old and it's hungry and it's about 30 meters into the tree line and closing." Harry raised his wand. "Can you get a visual, psychically? I'm not a radar system. You literally just gave me an exact distance." She couldn't argue that. She pushed her ability toward the presence. Not a vision this time, but an active probe, a deliberate extension of her psychic senses into the space between the trees. It was like reaching into cold water. The presence recoiled, then pushed back, and for a moment she was inside its mind. She felt roots and soil and something crawling through underground spaces. She felt hunger that had sharpened over decades into a geometric point. She felt it see her. "It's coming," she said. It came. The tree line erupted. The thing that crashed through the undergrowth was the size of a horse, but no horse moved like this, low, fast, multi-limbed. Its body a tangle of what looked like roots and bark and dark, wet earth. It had a face, sort of, a cluster of pale growths that might have been eyes arranged around a mouth that opened vertically, splitting the head in half to reveal rows of teeth that were actual stone. Sharpened granite, obsidian, flint, the geology of a predator. It hit the open ground between the trees and the dormitory at full speed, and the earth cracked under its weight, and it was heading directly for them. Harry moved first. Not away, forward. He stepped between Wednesday and the creature, and the air around his wand ignited. "Bombarda!" The spell hit the creature in the chest and blew a hole through its torso the size of a basketball. Chunks of root and earth sprayed in all directions. The creature didn't slow down. The hole filled in, roots growing, weaving, knitting. The damage closed in real time, and it was still coming, faster now, enraged. Its vertical mouth opened and it screamed, a sound like tearing metal mixed with the groan of splitting wood. "It regenerates," Harry said, and there was no fear in his voice, just rapid tactical assessment. Physical damage won't stick. Wednesday stepped forward to stand beside him. The mark on her palm was blazing, not just warm now but hot, radiant, and she could feel the bond surging between them. Harry's magic was pouring into her, amplifying her psychic ability until her awareness expanded outward like a shockwave. She could feel the creature's entire nervous system, if that's what it had, mapped in her mind like a blueprint. Its core is in the center of its mass, she said. A node like a heart, everything else is just material it's pulled from the forest floor. Kill the node and the rest is dead wood. Can you hold it? Can I what? Hold it. Telekinetically. You have telekinesis, I felt it through the bond. She did have telekinesis. Minor, unreliable, something she'd never trained because it was secondary to her psychic visions, and she didn't waste time on secondary abilities. But the bond was amplifying everything, and she could feel the power available to her now, her own and Harry's, a combined reservoir that dwarfed anything she'd ever accessed alone. The creature was 20 meters away. 15. 10. Wednesday raised her marked hand. She reached for the telekinesis the way she reached for her visions, not gently, not carefully, but with the full force of her will. And the bond answered. Power surged up through her arm and out through her palm, and the creature stopped in its tracks. Not slowed. Stopped. Every limb, every root, every fragment of its constructed body locked in place as though the air itself had become a fist. Wednesday felt the strain, enormous, trembling, a weight pressing against the inside of her skull. But under the strain she felt something else, control, absolute granular control. She could feel every piece of the creature, could feel its core pulsing in its center, could feel it struggling against her grip with a fury that vibrated through her telekinetic hold. I have it, she said. Move. Harry was already in motion. He covered the distance to the creature in a sprint, his wand carving a line of white fire through the air. At 5 feet, he aimed at the creature's center mass. Not a blasting spell this time, but something more precise. A bolt of concentrated magic that burned blue-white and punched through root and bark and earth with surgical accuracy. He hit the node. The effect was immediate. The creature's body, all that mass of root and soil and stone, went slack. The animating intelligence behind its pale eyes flickered, sputtered, and went out. The roots stopped growing. The regeneration stopped. What hit the ground was just debris, a heap of forest material that had briefly been alive and now wasn't. Wednesday released her telekinetic grip, and her knees almost buckled. Almost. She locked them and stayed standing through pure obstinacy. The mark on her palm was fading from blazing to warm, the bond surge receding like a tide. Harry stood over the dead creature, breathing hard, wand still raised. Dirt and fragments of bark speckled his shirt and his glasses. He turned to look at her. You held a 1,200-pound creature in place with your mind, he said, and you hit a target the size of a fist from 5 feet while running. What's your point? My point is that 2 hours ago you said you had minor telekinesis. I said no such thing. I didn't discuss my abilities with you at all. I felt it through the bond. Your self-assessment of your telekinesis is minor and unreliable. That, he gestured at the pile of dead roots, was not minor. The bond amplified it. Exactly. He walked back toward her, and she could see the wheels turning behind his green eyes, the strategic mind that had kept him alive through a war engaging with new data. Whatever this Soulbound is, it doesn't just link us. It multiplies what we can do. That thing, another gesture at the corpse, should have been a serious fight. We put it down in 30 seconds. Wednesday looked at the dead creature, then at Harry, then at the mark on her palm. He was right. The fight had been fast, efficient, and this was the part that disturbed her most: intuitive. They hadn't discussed tactics. He'd asked if she could hold it, and she'd held it. She'd told him where the core was, and he'd hit it. No coordination, no planning. They'd fought together like two halves of the same organism. That felt too easy, she said. Nothing about this is easy, but yeah, the fighting part was. Lights were turning on across Ophelia Hall. Faces appeared at windows. Someone was going to investigate the noise soon, and Wednesday had no interest in explaining the pile of dead magical forest creature on the quad. We go inside, she said. We say nothing about this. Not until we know more. Agreed. They walked back to the dormitory, leaving the creature's remains behind. By the time they reached the third floor, Wednesday could hear activity in the hallway below, students talking, someone calling for a faculty member. Let them find it. Let them wonder. In the new room, Harry locked the door behind them and sat on his bed. Wednesday sat on hers. The distance between them was 8 feet, and Wednesday felt it with that new, precise awareness, felt it like a measurement etched into her awareness. "We need to talk about Crow," she said. Harry set his wand on the nightstand. "What about her?" "She tracked us specifically during her lecture today. Her interest in you after class was pointed and strategic. And she's teaching a course about ley lines and ambient magical energy at the same institution where a soul bond just manifested. You think she's connected to what happened tonight? I think the timing is suspicious. A new professor arrives at Nevermore to teach about the deep roots of magical power, and the same week, 2 students form a soul bond that is apparently unprecedented in living memory. Either that's coincidence or it's a pattern, and I don't believe in coincidence." Harry was quiet for a moment. At Hogwarts, the defense against the dark arts position was cursed. Every year, a new teacher. Some were incompetent, some were secretly evil. One was a werewolf, he was the good one. Point is, I've learned to watch the new professor. Then watch her, but carefully. If she's here because of the bond, she may have been here before we were in position, waiting. Waiting for what? For us, for what we are now. Wednesday held up her marked hand. The symbol was dark and quiet, but she could feel it, feel the current of power moving between them, feel the constant low hum of Harry's magical presence like a radio frequency she'd been involuntarily tuned to. If the soul bond is as rare as the records suggest, and if there's a group that's been hunting bonded pairs for centuries, then they would need some way of detecting new bonds when they form. And a professor with access to the school would be perfectly placed to monitor for one. Exactly. Harry ran a hand through his already disastrous hair. This is exactly like Hogwarts. Secret threats, hidden agendas, teachers who might be trying to kill you. I thought I was done with this. You're at a school for outcasts with a soul bond painted on your hand and a dead creature on the front lawn. You're not done with anything. Cheerful. Realistic. I don't do cheerful. I noticed. Something moved across the bond, a flicker of dark humor from him, landing in her awareness like a spark on dry wood. She felt it, recognized it, and was annoyed to discover that it almost made her want to smile. She crushed the impulse efficiently. Dawn crept into the room in gray increments. Neither of them had slept. Wednesday was aware that this should have bothered her more than it did. She valued her sleep, limited as it was, with the pragmatic appreciation of someone who understood that the body was a machine that required maintenance. But the bond was feeding her something that offset the exhaustion. Energy, or alertness, or some hybrid of both. She felt sharper than she should have after a sleepless night. Harry seemed similarly unaffected. He'd changed clothes and was reviewing his class schedule with the systematic focus of someone who'd spent years treating school as a secondary priority to survival and was trying to shift back. "Botanical sciences first period," he said. "Then arcane history. Crow again. Good, I want another look at her." "Wednesday." He looked up from the schedule. "What you did last night, the telekinesis. Have you ever done anything like that before?" "Number, not even close. My telekinesis has always been limited. Small objects, short distances, unreliable under stress. What happened last night was orders of magnitude beyond my baseline." The bond amplified it, obviously. So the question is, what else does it amplify? And what happens as it gets stronger? The book had mentioned this, that soul bonds intensified over time, the connection deepening, the shared power growing. The pair from 1889 had been described as being able to level buildings by the time they'd been bonded for a year. Wednesday and Harry had been bonded for less than 12 hours and had already killed a creature that should have been a serious threat. "We test it," she said. "Systematically. Controlled conditions. We need to know our limits. Or find out we don't have any. Everyone has limits. The question is where they are and whether we hit them before or after the thing that's trying to kill us hits it. You assume something else will try to kill us. Something always tries to kill people like us. That's not paranoia. That's pattern recognition. Harry held her gaze for a moment, then nodded. The bond pulsed once between them, a shared certainty, a mutual understanding that whatever was coming, they would face it awake and prepared and from the strongest possible position. It wasn't trust. Wednesday didn't trust anyone, but it was the acknowledgement that in the absence of trust, aligned self-interest would serve. Breakfast in the main hall was buzzing with news of the creature. Wednesday heard fragments as she walked to her usual corner table. Something on the quad, did you see it? Pile of dead roots the size of a car. Weems won't say what it was. Enid materialized beside her before she'd finished sitting down. Okay, so, first of all, good morning. Second of all, what the hell is on the quad? Remains of a creature that emerged from the forest last night. It's dead. Wait, how do you know it's dead? Did you see it? I killed it. Enid's mouth opened, closed, opened again. You okay? I have follow-up questions, many follow-up questions. I'll give you three. Three, that's fine. What was it? Unknown species. Constructed primarily from forest material, roots, soil, stone. It had a central animating node that functioned as a crude nervous system. When the node was destroyed, it died. 2. How did you destroy it? Harry and I encountered it while returning from the library. He used magic. I used telekinesis. It took approximately 30 seconds. You and Harry fought a monster together at 3 in the morning and it took 30 seconds. Enid stared at her. What were you doing at the library at 3 in the morning? That's 3. That was not my third question, that was a sub-question. Sub-questions count. You've been very informative, Enid. Thank you. Enid's expression cycled through frustration, amazement, and something that looked suspiciously like delight. You are the most aggravating person I've ever met and I kind of love it. Your emotional attachment is noted and not reciprocated. Not reciprocated yet. Across the hall, Harry entered and collected food with the same efficient focus as the previous night. Wednesday tracked him automatically, the bond keeping his location precise in her mind. He didn't come to her table. Instead, he found a spot along the wall, alone, and began eating. Bianca Barclay was watching him. Wednesday noticed because noticing was what she did. Bianca sat at the center of a cluster of sirens, physically oriented toward her group, but her gaze kept drifting to Harry with the focused intensity of someone trying to solve a problem that offended her on a personal level. Bianca was beautiful in the way that weapons were beautiful, every feature precise, deliberate, designed for maximum impact. Her beauty was her power, literally. Siren's song worked through voice and presence, bending perception, making others see what the siren wanted them to see. Wednesday was largely immune. Her psychic abilities gave her a natural resistance to perception manipulation, but she could feel the edges of Bianca's influence even from across the room, like the faint pull of a current in calm water. Harry was apparently immune too. The bond, or his own defenses, or both. Bianca's been staring at the wizard all morning, Enid said, following Wednesday's gaze. She tried the thing again at orientation yesterday, like a stronger push, and he just shook his head. Like swatting a fly, I've never seen anyone shake off Bianca. What was her reaction? Confused, angry, maybe intrigued. It's hard to tell with sirens, they're so good at controlling their own expressions that you never know what's real. Wednesday stood. Excuse me. Where are you? Okay, she's already gone. Wednesday crossed the dining hall. She didn't hurry. She walked the way she always walked, direct, unhesitating, her trajectory a statement of intent. Students moved out of her path. Whether this was because they'd already learned to or because the bond was doing something to her presence, she wasn't sure and didn't care. She stopped at Bianca Barclay's table. The sirens around Bianca looked up with the coordinated alertness of a pack that sensed an intruder. Bianca herself turned with practiced grace and regarded Wednesday with cool blue eyes. Wednesday Addams, Bianca said. The new girl, I've heard you're interesting. I'm devastating. Interesting is what you call a mildly unusual salad. Wednesday sat down, uninvited, in the empty chair across from Bianca. You've been trying to use siren influence on Harry Potter. It didn't work. I want to know what you felt when it failed." Bianca's composure flickered. Just a crack, a tightening around the eyes, a micro-adjustment of her posture. Then it was back, smooth and impenetrable. "That's direct. I don't have a setting for indirect. Answer the question." "Why would I tell you anything?" "Because you're as curious about why it didn't work as I am, and you've been sitting here staring at him for 20 minutes trying to figure it out alone. I'm offering a collaboration. Take it or leave it." Bianca studied her. Wednesday could feel the siren's influence probing at her, gentle, exploratory, not an attack but a scan. It slid off Wednesday's psychic defenses like water off stone. "You're resistant too," Bianca said, and there was genuine interest in her voice now. "Not like him, though. You're blocking me actively. He doesn't even have to try, it just doesn't land. Like throwing a ball at a wall and having the wall not be there." "What do you mean, not be there?" "My ability works by connecting to the target's perception. I find the thread, everyone has one, and I pull it, nudge it, redirect it. With him there's no thread, or there is, but it's—" She searched for the word. "It's tangled up with something else, something I can't grab. Something else, can you describe it?" It felt like a second presence, overlapping with his, like he's sharing his perceptual space with someone else and there's no room for me to get in. Wednesday processed this. The bond. Harry's perceptual space was partially occupied by their connection, leaving no gap for siren influence to exploit. She filed this as both useful data and a disturbing implication. If the bond was already occupying that much of Harry's mental architecture, what was it doing to hers? "Thank you," Wednesday said, standing. "That's it, no explanation. I didn't offer one. I offered a collaboration and you provided your half. I'll provide mine when I have something worth sharing." Bianca's expression hardened. "I don't like being used, Addams." "Most people don't. Most people also don't notice when it's happening." "You noticed, that puts you above average." Wednesday turned to leave, then paused. "The new professor, Crow, have you scanned her?" "Everyone scans everyone, it's automatic." "And?" Bianca's expression shifted, something uncomfortable moving behind the cool facade. "Her mind is shielded, not naturally, artificially, like she's wearing psychic armor. I've never felt anything like it on a teacher, or on anyone who wasn't actively hiding something." "Interesting. Now who's using the word?" Wednesday left the siren table and walked back across the hall. She didn't return to Enid. Instead, she angled toward Harry's spot along the wall. He watched her approach without surprise. He'd felt her moving through the bond, she realized. He'd tracked her trajectory across the dining hall the same way she tracked his. She sat down across from him. "Bianca confirmed the bond is blocking her siren influence on you," Wednesday said. "She described a second presence in your perceptual space. Also, Crow's mind is artificially shielded against psychic scanning." Harry set down his fork. "Crow is shielded." Bianca's words. "Psychic armor, not a natural defense. Something applied, constructed, designed to prevent exactly the kind of read that a siren does instinctively. So Crow expected to be around psychics and sirens and came prepared. She came to a school full of them. She'd be stupid not to come prepared, and I don't think she's stupid." "Neither do I." Harry was quiet for a moment. "I have arcane history in an hour. She's going to try the mentorship approach again. She asked me about office hours yesterday." "Go." He raised an eyebrow. "You want me to play along?" "I want you to be exactly what she expects. A displaced wizard, alone, in need of guidance, grateful for attention from a friendly teacher. I want you to sit in her office and let her think she's recruiting you while I search her classroom." "You want to search her classroom while she's in her office with me?" "Your ability to repeat my plans back to me continues to be impressive. And if she's dangerous—" "Harry," Wednesday looked at him flatly, "you killed a Dark Lord. I think you can handle an office hours meeting." The corner of his mouth twitched. The bond flickered with that dark humor again, and this time Wednesday didn't bother trying to crush her response to it. There wasn't time for internal warfare when there was a real enemy to assess. "Fine," he said, "but if I'm bait, I want to know the trap." "You're not bait, you're a distraction. There's a difference." "Enlighten me." "Bait gets eaten. Distractions get to walk away." Arcane history was in the West Tower again. Wednesday sat through the lecture. Another discussion of ley lines. This time focused on how they interacted with different types of outcast abilities, and watched Crow the way an entomologist watches a specimen. The professor was skilled. She wove genuine knowledge with strategic emphasis, steering the conversation toward topics that had direct relevance to what Wednesday and Harry were experiencing without ever mentioning Soulbounds directly. Ley line convergence points, power amplification through proximity, the theory of magical resonance between compatible individuals. She was building a framework, laying groundwork, making ideas familiar so that when she deployed them later, they'd feel like established knowledge rather than new manipulation. Wednesday recognized the technique because it was one she'd use herself. After class, Crow invited Harry to her office. He accepted with the slightly awkward gratitude of a new student appreciating a mentor's attention. Wednesday watched him play the role and was reluctantly impressed. He was good at seeming less dangerous than he was. The war had taught him that. She waited until they were gone, then went back into the classroom. Thing emerged from her bag and began working on the desk drawers while Wednesday examined the bookshelves Crow had brought to furnish the room. They were personal volumes, not school property. Wednesday could tell from the binding quality and the wear patterns. These were books someone had carried for years, consulted repeatedly, valued. She scanned the titles. Most were academic, ley line theory, outcast taxonomy, magical history. But on the bottom shelf behind a row of larger volumes, she found a set of journals, 4 of them leather-bound without titles on the spines. She pulled one out and opened it. Crow's handwriting was small and precise. The journal was a field diary, dates, locations, observations. Wednesday scanned the entries, her reading speed accelerating as the content resolved from academic notes into something else entirely. March 14, Canterbury Convergence Point. Readings elevated. No manifestation. Continuing observation. June 2, Prague Node active. Investigated reports of linked abilities in local outcast community. False alarm, shared bloodline not bond. September 19, ley line surge detected northeastern U.S., triangulating. Multiple convergence points in Vermont region, cross-referencing with institutional records. November 3, Nevermore Academy sits on a primary convergence. Faculty position available, applying. Wednesday turned pages faster. The entries became more frequent as they approached the current date. January 15, accepted to Nevermore faculty. Beginning integration. The convergence here is extraordinary, 7 ley lines, possibly 8. If a bond were to manifest anywhere, it would be here. February 28, monitoring continues. 2 new students of interest arriving this semester, a psychic from an old outcast bloodline and a displaced wizard of unusual power. Either could be a catalyst. Crow hadn't come to Nevermore to teach. She'd come to wait. She tracked the ley line convergence, identified the conditions most likely to produce a soul bond, and positioned herself at the precise location where it was most likely to occur. She'd known. Before Wednesday arrived, before Harry was displaced here, before the bond manifested, Crow had known it was possible, and she'd come to be in the room when it happened. Wednesday photographed each page with the small camera she kept in her bag for exactly this kind of situation. Then she replaced the journals precisely as she'd found them. Thing checked the desk drawers, locked, and the locks were warded with something that made him recoil, magical protection. They left the desk alone. She was out of the classroom 3 minutes before Crow and Harry returned. She felt Harry approaching through the bond, his location updating in her mind like a compass needle tracking north. She ducked into an alcove near the tower staircase and waited. Harry rounded the corner 30 seconds later, alone. He slowed when he neared the alcove without looking at it. He could feel her too. She asked about the creature on the quad, he said, keeping his voice low, continuing to walk. Wednesday fell into step beside him as they descended the stairs. Specifically, she asked if I'd seen anything unusual last night. I said I slept through it. And she believed you. She pretended to. She's very good at pretending. She's been tracking ley line convergences for at least 2 years. She came to Nevermore specifically because it sits on a primary node, and she believed a soul bond might manifest here. She had 2 students of interest flagged before the semester started, a psychic from an old bloodline and a powerful wizard. Harry stopped on the stairs. Us. How do you know this? Her journals, 4 of them in her classroom bookshelf, field diaries documenting her search. She's been looking for a soul bond the way a hunter looks for prey, tracking the conditions, narrowing the location, positioning herself for the kill. The kill? I'm using the metaphor deliberately. The Severists hunted bonded pairs for centuries. Crow is looking for a bonded pair with the systematic methodology of someone who's done this before or been trained by people who have. You think she's one of them, the Severists? I think the probability is high enough to treat as operational certainty. Wednesday held up the camera. I have photographs of every relevant journal page. We'll go through them tonight. They continued down the stairs. The tower was empty, classes between periods, students moving through other corridors. The staircase wound downward in a tight spiral, their footsteps echoing off stone. What do we do? Harry asked. We don't confront her, not yet. Confrontation is satisfying but strategically premature. We need to know exactly what she's planning and who she's working with before we disrupt her operation. And in the meantime, we get stronger. Wednesday reached the bottom of the staircase and pushed through the door into the main corridor. The bond is growing. We felt it last night, the power, the coordination. That creature was a threat that would have been difficult for either of us alone. Together, it was trivial. If Crow is what I think she is, trivial won't be enough. We need to be overwhelming. You want to train. I want us to know exactly what we can do before someone forces us to find out under worse conditions. Harry looked at her as they walked. The bond hummed between them, and she felt his assessment, not of her plan, but of her. He was evaluating, the way he'd evaluated every ally and enemy he'd ever had, and she could feel the conclusion forming before he said it. You're not what I expected, he said. No one ever is. No, I mean, at Hogwarts I had friends who planned and strategized. Hermione, Ron, but they were doing it because they loved me and wanted to keep me alive. You're doing it because it's the tactically optimal approach and you do it for anyone you were stuck with. Is there a question in there? Just an observation. I think I prefer your version. My version of what? Of caring. It's honest. Wednesday stopped walking. She turned to face him, and the corridor was empty, and the light through the Gothic windows made complicated patterns on the stone floor between them. I don't care about you, she said. We're linked by an accident of magical physics. My survival depends on yours and yours on mine. I'm protecting an asset. Right. Don't read sentiment into strategy. I wouldn't dream of it. He said it lightly, but the bond carried something underneath, something warm and knowing, the emotional equivalent of a smile she couldn't see. He knew she was lying, or at least he suspected, and the fact that he didn't push it was either respect or strategy of his own. They walked the rest of the way in silence, but it was a different silence than before. Not the cold détente of 2 strangers tolerating each other's presence. Something else, something that had a temperature. Wednesday ignored it. She had journals to analyze and a professor to investigate, and a bond to understand before it consumed everything she'd built her life around. She had no time for temperature. That evening, they tested the bond. The location was a clearing in the Nevermore woods, far enough from the main buildings that collateral damage was unlikely, close enough that they weren't in the deep forest where the creature had come from. The clearing was natural, a gap in the old-growth canopy where a massive tree had fallen decades ago, leaving a circle of open sky ringed by forest. The ground was soft with old leaves and the light was the gray-blue of late dusk. Things stood watch on a stump at the clearing's edge. Hedwig circled overhead, a white shape against the darkening sky. Baseline first, Wednesday said. She stood at the center of the clearing, her marked hand extended. I want to know what I can do without the bond's amplification. She reached for her telekinesis, her own, isolated, the minor ability she'd always considered secondary. She targeted a rock the size of a football, about 10 feet away. It scraped across the ground, lifted 3 inches, wobbled and dropped. That's your baseline. That's my baseline, now step back. Harry walked to the edge of the clearing, 20 feet, 30, 40. As the distance grew, Wednesday could feel the bond stretching, not painfully, not yet, but with a tension like a rubber band being pulled. She tried the rock again. It lifted more easily, 6 inches, 8, then it dropped. Now come closer. Harry walked toward her, 20 feet, 15, 10, 5. At 5 feet the bond was humming, warm, the current between them strong and steady. Wednesday reached for the rock. It launched off the ground like it had been fired from a cannon. It flew 20 feet into the air, hovered, and when Wednesday focused, really focused, channeling the amplified power with deliberate precision, it split into 4 equal pieces that orbited each other in a slow circle before she set them gently on the ground. Significant amplification in proximity, she said, as though she'd observed a mildly interesting chemical reaction rather than done something that should have been impossible for her. The effect scales with distance. Closer means stronger. Harry was staring at the 4 rock fragments. Wednesday, you just split a rock with your mind. I'm aware. Your turn. Harry raised his wand and aimed at a tree across the clearing. Reducto. The spell hit the tree and blew a chunk out of the trunk the size of a dinner plate. Powerful but expected, Harry's magic was already formidable. Now step back, Wednesday said, and walked to the clearing's edge. Harry cast the same spell at the same tree. The chunk it blew out was twice as large. Now I'll come close. She walked toward him. At 5 feet he cast again. The tree exploded. Not the trunk. The entire tree, from root to crown, detonated into a shower of wood fragments that rained across the clearing like confetti at the world's most aggressive parade. The force of it rippled outward, shaking leaves from surrounding trees and sending Hedwig spiraling upward with an indignant screech. Harry lowered his wand. Sawdust drifted through the air between them. That was a 4th-year spell, he said. It shouldn't do that. The bond doesn't just amplify, it removes limiters. Your spell's destructive potential wasn't constrained by your magical reserve, it was drawing on both of ours. Both. He looked at his wand. I felt it, your power coming through. It's cold, your magic is cold, did you know that? Mine runs hot, but they merge and it's efficient. I was going to say terrifying. Efficient and terrifying aren't mutually exclusive. They're often the same thing. They continued testing for an hour. The results were consistent and escalating. In proximity, Wednesday's telekinesis could lift objects weighing hundreds of pounds and manipulate them with surgical precision. Her psychic visions, when she deliberately triggered one by touching the fallen tree's stump, were so vivid and detailed that she could read the inscriptions on a plaque in the scene she saw, something she'd never been able to do before, her visions usually being impressionistic rather than literal. Harry's spells doubled and then tripled in power. His shield charms became nearly impenetrable, and most alarmingly, he discovered he could cast without his wand entirely when Wednesday was within arm's reach, something he said should have been impossible for a wizard his age. Wandless magic is supposed to take decades of practice, he said, holding a ball of light in his bare palm, staring at it like it had personally betrayed his understanding of magical physics. Dumbledore could do it. Voldemort could do it. 7th years can barely manage a flickering lumos without a wand. I just conjured a patronus. A what? A guardian spirit, made of positive emotion. Mine's a stag. He gestured, and the ball of light reformed into a silver deer that stood in the clearing, luminous and impossible before fading. It's one of the hardest spells in existence. I just did it with my bare hands. Wednesday looked at the fading silver glow where the stag had been. Then she looked at Harry. Then she looked at her marked hand, where the Soulbound symbol pulsed gently, endlessly, connecting them through magic older than either of their traditions. We're not just amplified, she said. We're something else, something the books didn't describe. The pair from 1889 could level buildings after a year. We've been bonded for less than a day, and you're performing master-level magic without a focus object. And you're throwing boulders with your brain. We need to be careful. Harry looked at her. That doesn't sound like you. Careful doesn't mean cautious, it means precise. If Crow is watching, and she is, she'll be monitoring for exactly this kind of escalation. We don't hide what we can do. Hiding implies fear, and I refuse to perform fear for anyone's benefit, but we don't show everything either. Keep a reserve. Keep a surprise. Wednesday picked up one of the rock fragments and turned it over in her hand. In my experience, the difference between winning and losing is usually one thing your opponent didn't expect. In my experience, Harry said, the difference is usually stubbornness. Then we're well equipped on both counts. They walked back through the darkening woods toward Nevermore's lights. The forest was alive around them, sounds, movement, the ambient presence of creatures that lived in the spaces between outcast civilization and the wild. Wednesday's enhanced psychic senses picked up flickers of awareness from the trees, not the hostile, predatory intelligence of the creature from last night, but the normal, distributed consciousness of an old forest that had been steeped in magical energy for centuries. The ley lines Crow had lectured about. Wednesday could feel them now. Channels of power running beneath the ground like underground rivers, converging somewhere beneath the main building. The bond had opened her senses to frequencies she'd been deaf to before. The world was louder, deeper, more textured than it had been 48 hours ago. "Do you feel the ley lines?" she asked. "Since this morning, like a bass note you feel in your chest more than here." Crow isn't wrong about the convergence. This campus is sitting on enormous power, and the bond is plugged into it, like a lightning rod in a thunderstorm. They reached the tree line. Nevermore lay ahead, lit windows glowing amber against the dark stone. From here it looked almost welcoming, a trick of distance and lighting that Wednesday didn't trust. "Tomorrow," she said, "I want to see the Nightshades. The secret society." "How do you know about the Nightshades?" "I know about everything that happens at a school within 48 hours of arriving. It's a personal standard. The Nightshades have a hidden library. There's detailed information about Soulbounds and the group that hunts them. It'll be there. And they'll just let us in. They'll let me in. I can be very persuasive. You can be very threatening. That's not the same thing. At Nevermore it might be." They crossed the quad. The creature's remains had been cleared away, nothing left but a patch of disturbed earth. Someone had done a thorough job. Wednesday noted the efficiency and filed it. Weems was managing the narrative, controlling what the student body knew. Another secret, another layer. In their room on the 3rd floor, they settled into what was becoming a routine, or would have been, if either of them were the kind of people who did routine. Harry wrote in his journal. Wednesday developed the photographs from Crow's journals and began transcribing the relevant entries into her own notebook, annotating and cross-referencing. The bond was quieter now, still present, still constant, but the overwhelming surges of the first hours had settled into something more like background music. She could feel Harry across the room, his steady magical presence, the low current of his focus as he wrote. If she let her attention drift toward the connection, she could catch fragments, the scratch of his quill, the shape of a sentence forming in his mind, the brief ghost of a memory, a girl with bushy hair laughing, handing him a book that drifted across the bond like smoke. She pulled back. His memories were his own. The bond didn't care about ownership, but she did. Wednesday. What? The shared mortality thing from the book. What about it? If one of us dies, the other dies. That means we have a mutual interest in keeping each other alive that goes beyond strategy. Obviously. So when you say you don't care about me, and that you're just protecting an asset, I'm being accurate. You are an asset whose survival is inextricably linked to mine. That I intend to protect that asset vigorously should not be interpreted as affection. Wouldn't dream of it. Stop saying that. Stop giving me reasons to. She looked up from her notebook. He was watching her, his quill still, that almost smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The bond was carrying something between them that she couldn't quite name, not warmth, not humor, but something in the neighborhood. Something that made the distance between their desks feel simultaneously too large and too small. Go to sleep, Harry. It's 9 o'clock. Then go to sleep early. We have a secret society to infiltrate tomorrow and a potentially homicidal professor to investigate. Rest is tactically advisable. You're not sleeping. I have work to do. You always have work to do. That's not a reason. It's my reason. I don't need yours. He held her gaze for a moment longer. Then he set down his quill, took off his glasses, and lay back on his bed. Hedwig rustled on her perch. Thing tapped quietly on the nightstand. The room settled into the particular stillness of a space occupied by two people who were learning, slowly and against their will, to coexist. Wednesday worked until midnight, transcribing Crow's journals, building a timeline, mapping the professor's movements and motivations. The picture that emerged was clear and cold. Crow was a hunter. She'd been hunting for years, and now she'd found what she was looking for. The question was what she planned to do about it. Around 1 a.m., Wednesday set down her pen and looked at her marked hand. The symbol was dark, quiet, but she could feel the power beneath it. Vast, growing, a river filling a reservoir that had no visible limit. Across the room, Harry slept with his wand on his chest and his glasses folded on the nightstand, and the bond carried the rhythm of his breathing to her like a lullaby she hadn't asked for. She was soulbound to a boy who died and come back. She was being hunted by a woman who'd spent years preparing for this moment. She was sitting on a convergence of magical energy that amplified everything she was into something she didn't fully understand yet. Wednesday Addams looked at the darkness beyond the window, where the Nevermore woods stretched toward the mountains and the ley lines hummed beneath the earth, and she made a decision. She would not be hunted. She would not be studied. She would not be the next entry in a journal of dead soul-bonded pairs, marked as severed in someone else's handwriting. She would be the one who changed the pattern, and if Alara Crow wanted a bonded pair to sever, she was welcome to try. But she was going to find that this particular pair had teeth. Wednesday turned off her lamp. In the darkness, the mark on her palm glowed faintly, a single point of light in the black room, pulsing in perfect time with the matching mark on the sleeping boy's hand across the room. 2 heartbeats, 1 rhythm. She closed her eyes and let the darkness take her. Chapter 3. What the Bones Remember. Wednesday had been inside the Nightshade's hidden chamber for approximately 90 seconds before she decided that secret societies, as a concept, suffered from an excess of theatrics and a deficit of substance. The entrance was behind a stained glass window on the ground floor of the main building, a depiction of Edgar Allan Poe, who had apparently attended Nevermore in its early years, and whose ghost, according to school legend, still wandered the library stacks on moonless nights. Wednesday found this plausible. Poe had been exactly the kind of person who would refuse to leave a building with good shelving. The mechanism was a sequence. Touch the raven's eye, press the 3rd stone from the left in the window frame, and whisper the word cadaverous. Wednesday had obtained this information from a second-year shapeshifter named Ajax, who had volunteered it freely after Wednesday informed him that she knew about the thing living in his closet and would be happy to discuss it publicly unless he cooperated. She didn't actually know what was in his closet. She'd guessed. The guilty always assumed you knew more than you did. The wall behind the stained glass pivoted inward, revealing a staircase that descended into the foundations of the building. The stairs were stone, worn smooth by decades of secret feet, and the air that rose from below smelled like candle wax, old books, and the particular mustiness of a space that existed outside the school's official architecture. Harry was 3 steps behind her. He'd argued briefly that infiltrating a secret society 2 days into the semester was aggressive even by his standards, and his standards included breaking into a bank vault on the back of a dragon. That was different, he'd said. That was life or death. This might be too, we don't know yet, that's the point, he'd come. The staircase bottomed out into a vaulted chamber that was larger than it had any right to be, carved from the bedrock beneath Nevermore, supported by stone pillars etched with symbols that Wednesday recognized from the Soulbound mark on her palm. Not identical, but from the same family of sigils, same magical language. She filed this for later. The chamber was furnished with the self-conscious grandeur of an organization that took itself very seriously. Dark wood tables, high-backed chairs, candelabras dripping with real wax, and along every wall, floor to ceiling, filling alcoves and lining shelves and stacked in corners where the shelves had run out of room, books. Not the main library's books. These were different, older, rarer. Some were bound in materials that shifted color when you looked at them from different angles. Some were chained to their shelves. One in a glass case near the center of the room appeared to be breathing. "This is better than the Hogwarts restricted section," Harry said quietly, and the reverence in his voice was genuine. "Don't get sentimental. We're here for information, not ambience." "I can appreciate both." They were not alone. The chamber had occupants, 7 of them, arranged around the central table, who had been in the middle of what appeared to be an argument when Wednesday and Harry descended the stairs. The argument stopped. 7 faces turned toward the entrance. Wednesday recognized most of them. Bianca Barclay sat at the head of the table, which confirmed something Wednesday had suspected. The siren ran the nightshades, or at least believed she did. Xavier Thorpe, the artist whose drawings came to life, sat to her left, charcoal smudges on his fingers. Ajax, the shapeshifter, was there looking guilty about the door sequence he'd surrendered. Yoko Tanaka, Enid's vampire roommate. Kent Waters, a boy whose ability Wednesday hadn't identified yet, and 2 others she hadn't cataloged. A tall girl with dark skin and eyes that reflected light like an animal's, and a broad-shouldered boy whose hands rested on the table with the deliberate stillness of someone conscious of their own strength. "Ajax," Bianca said, her voice carrying the particular sharpness of a leader dealing with a security breach. "Did you let them in?" "She knew about," Ajax started. "He was very cooperative," Wednesday said, descending the final steps. "You should consider recruiting members with stronger resistance to basic social engineering." "You weren't invited," Bianca said. "I rarely am. I come anyway. It saves everyone the awkwardness of pretending they don't want me there. I genuinely don't want you there. And yet here I am. Life is full of disappointments, Bianca. I think a siren would understand that better than most." The air in the room tightened. Bianca's eyes narrowed, and Wednesday felt the faintest push of siren influence, not an attack, just a flex, the psychic equivalent of a dog showing its teeth. It broke against Wednesday's defenses like water against a seawall. Harry moved to stand beside her. He didn't draw his wand, didn't need to. His presence alone shifted the room's dynamics. The nightshades were outcasts, accustomed to power, but something about Harry registered on a frequency that made them pay attention. Maybe it was the bond's ambient energy. Maybe it was the way he carried himself, the stillness, the readiness, the absolute lack of posturing that came from having nothing left to prove. "We're not here to cause problems," Harry said. "We need access to your library." "Our library is Nightshade property," Xavier said. He was watching Harry with the particular intensity of an artist studying a subject, angles, shadows, the architecture of a face. "You don't get access just by walking in." "I know how secret societies work," Harry said. "I've been in a few. You have resources, you have rules, you have rituals. I respect that. But we have a situation that your library might have information about, and that situation affects everyone in this school, not just us." "What situation?" the tall girl with the reflective eyes asked. Wednesday looked at Harry. He looked at her. The bond carried a brief, wordless exchange, not telepathy, not yet, but something close, an alignment of intent. Wednesday held up her marked hand. The reaction was immediate and unmistakable. Bianca pushed back from the table. Xavier's charcoal pencil snapped between his fingers. The broad-shouldered boy stood up. The tall girl's eyes went wide, the light reflecting in them flaring like headlights. "Is that," Xavier started. "A Soulbound mark," Bianca finished. Her composure was cracked open, and beneath it was something raw, not fear, but the recognition of something she'd been told about and never expected to see. "That's real. That's a real Soulbound mark." "You've seen one before?" Wednesday asked. "In the archives, in drawings." Bianca stood and came around the table, moving toward Wednesday with the cautious precision of someone approaching something volatile. She stopped 3 feet away and looked at the mark on Wednesday's palm. Then she looked at Harry's matching hand, which he held up without being asked. 2 days. You've been here 2 days. The bond manifested on the first night, Wednesday said. We've spent the last 48 hours gathering information. What we've found suggests that soul-bonded pairs have been systematically hunted and killed for centuries by a group called the Severists, or the Severants. We believe a current member of that group is on the Nevermore faculty. The room went silent. Not the productive silence of people processing information. The airless silence of people realizing the ground beneath them was less stable than they'd assumed. Who? Bianca asked. Professor Crow, the new arcane history teacher. She's been here a week. She's been tracking ley line convergences for over 2 years. She came to Nevermore specifically because the campus sits on a primary convergence point, a location where a soul bond was statistically most likely to manifest. She had 2 students flagged as potential catalysts before the semester started. Us. Wednesday paused to let this land. Her office journals document a systematic search pattern consistent with someone who's done this before or been trained by an organization that has. Her mind is shielded against psychic scanning. You confirmed that yourself. Bianca's jaw tightened. I told you that in confidence. You told me that in exchange for information, I'm providing it. The economy balances. She's right, Bianca, the tall girl said. She had a low voice steady with an accent Wednesday couldn't place. Crow's shielding is abnormal. I noticed it too. You're a psychic, Harry asked. Empath, my name is Divya. I read emotional states, not thoughts. Crow's emotional field is. She searched for the word. Flat, controlled, like someone who's trained themselves to feel nothing that they haven't chosen to feel. That's called professionalism, Xavier said. Number professionalism is managing your reactions. This is managing your emotions at the source. That takes specific, deliberate training. I've only felt it in one other type of person. What type? Wednesday asked. Divya met her eyes. Hunters, people who track and kill for a living. They train their emotional responses out because empaths are one of the most common detection methods in the outcast world. If you can't be read, you can't be anticipated. The room processed this. Wednesday watched the Nightshade's faces cycle through doubt, consideration, and the reluctant admission that the evidence was compelling. These were not stupid people. They were young, privileged, insulated by the walls of an institution that was supposed to protect them, but they were not stupid, and they could feel the weight of what she was presenting. What do you need from us? Bianca asked. The question was stripped of posture, stripped of territorial defense. It was the question of a leader recalculating priorities. Access to the archives, Wednesday said. Everything you have on soul bonds, the severance, and the history of Nevermore's convergence point. And discretion. Crow can't know we're investigating her. And if we help you, what do we get? You get to not be collateral damage when this comes to a head. The creature that attacked the quad 2 nights ago was drawn by the bond's energy. As the bond strengthens, more things will come. If Crow moves against us and we're unprepared, the fallout won't be contained to 2 people. The convergence point amplifies everything: power, conflict, destruction. A fight on these grounds could crack the campus open. Bianca looked at the other Nightshades. Some kind of silent consensus was reached, the kind that happened in groups that had been together long enough to communicate in glances and micro-expressions. You have access, Bianca said, but you report what you find to the group. No solo operations that put the rest of us at risk. I don't report to committees. Then think of it as sharing intelligence with allies. You need us, Addams. You need people watching Crow from angles she isn't covering. You need eyes and ears you don't have. Wednesday wanted to argue. The reflex was deep, almost biological. She worked alone, trusted alone, operated alone. That was the architecture of her personality, the load-bearing structure that everything else was built on. Accepting help meant accepting dependency, and dependency was vulnerability, and vulnerability was the bond pulsed. Harry's presence in her awareness shifted, and she caught the edge of a thought that wasn't hers. Let them help. You don't have to carry everything. She very nearly snapped at him through the bond, if that was even possible, but the thought evaporated as quickly as it had arrived, and she was left with the residue of its meaning, which was annoyingly reasonable. Fine, she said. Intelligence sharing, but I retain operational autonomy. Wouldn't expect anything less, Bianca said dryly. The Nightshade's archive was not a section of the library. It was the library. The entire vaulted chamber was, in essence, one massive collection, centuries of accumulated knowledge gathered by Nevermore's secret society and kept separate from the school's official holdings. The reasons for the separation became clear as Wednesday began pulling volumes from shelves. This wasn't the sanitized, curated history that the main library offered. This was the raw material: first-hand accounts, unedited journals, correspondence between outcast leaders, magical theory that had been suppressed, censored, or deliberately destroyed in the official record. The Nightshades have been the school's unofficial historian since the 1830s, Bianca explained, watching Wednesday and Harry move through the shelves with the focused efficiency of two people who knew how to extract information from a library. Every generation adds to the collection. Some of these books are originals, the only copies in existence. Who else has access? Wednesday asked, pulling a volume titled The Convergence Doctrine, Magical Theory of Linked Souls. Current Nightshade members, no one else. The faculty doesn't know this room exists. At least we didn't think they did. Assume Crow knows. Assume she knows everything about this school that we know, and probably more. Harry was deeper in the stacks, working a section labeled with symbols rather than words. He'd pulled 3 books and was scanning them rapidly, the focus-treating technique that Wednesday had noticed in the main library. Bond carried his concentration to her, a steady, intense focus that she found against her will complementary to her own. Wednesday. His voice came from 2 aisles over. Come look at this. She found him sitting on the floor, his preferred reading position, apparently surrounded by open books, their pages marked with scraps of paper he'd torn from a notebook. He held up the oldest of the 3 volumes. It was massive, leather-bound, the cover stamped with a symbol that made Wednesday's palm burn. This is a chronicle of the founding of Nevermore, Harry said. Not the official history, the real one. The founders didn't just build on a convergence point. They built around something. Around what? The chronicle calls it the Sleeper, an entity that predates the school, the ley lines, possibly the continent's outcast population entirely. The convergence point isn't natural. The ley lines converge here because the Sleeper draws them. It's a nexus of magical energy that's been dormant for, the chronicle doesn't say how long, thousands of years, maybe longer. Wednesday took the book. The text was handwritten, the script cramped and urgently paced, as though the author had been racing to get the information down before something interrupted them. She read the relevant passage. We have built our school upon the Sleeper's rest, and in so doing, we have accepted a covenant. The convergence nourishes our abilities and amplifies our gifts, but it is not given freely. The Sleeper feeds on the magical energy of those who live above it, a slow, steady draw, imperceptible to any individual, but in aggregate, a river flowing downward into darkness. This is the exchange, power for sustenance. We grow strong because the Sleeper drinks, and the Sleeper sleeps because we provide enough to sustain its dormancy. Should the supply be disrupted, or should a source of power sufficient to wake it arrive, the covenant will break and the Sleeper will rise. Wednesday read this twice. Then she looked at Harry. A source of power sufficient to wake it, she said. Like, say, 2 soul-bonded individuals whose combined magical output is growing exponentially. The bond isn't just attracting creatures from the woods, it's threatening to wake something under the school. Harry took the book back and turned several pages. There's more. The founders established a safeguard, a group of guardians tasked with monitoring the Sleeper and ensuring it stayed dormant. They called themselves. He found the passage. The Covenant Wardens. They were the precursors to the Nightshades. Wednesday looked back toward the main chamber, where Bianca and the others were sitting around their table, unaware that their secret society was originally founded as a guard unit for an ancient entity sleeping under their feet. The Nightshades don't know, she said. The knowledge was lost. Looks like it was deliberately suppressed around the 1860s. There's a gap in the chronicle, several pages torn out, and when the entries resume, the wardens have been renamed the Nightshades, and the mission statement has been changed to preserving outcast knowledge and heritage. No mention of the Sleeper. Someone wanted it forgotten. Or someone wanted to make sure the guards stopped guarding. The implications settled over them like a weight. If the Severance had been hunting soul-bonded pairs for centuries, and if soul bonds could wake the Sleeper, then it was possible, likely even, that the Severance had infiltrated the original wardens and dismantled them from within. Remove the guards. Suppress the knowledge. Ensure that if a bond ever manifested at Nevermore, there would be no one who understood the danger and no one prepared to manage it. Crow isn't just here to kill us, Wednesday said. She's here because the bond could wake the sleeper and she either wants to prevent that or exploit it. Which one? I don't know yet, but either way, we're the trigger. Wednesday heard footsteps behind her. Divya, the empath, had come into the stacks. She stopped at the end of the aisle, her reflective eyes taking in the books spread across the floor and the expressions on their faces. You found something bad, Divya said, not a question. She could read their emotional states like a billboard. Sit down, Wednesday said, and then go get Bianca. Explaining the sleeper to the nightshades took 20 minutes. Wednesday was efficient. She laid out the facts from the Chronicle, the connection to the ley lines, the original purpose of the Covenant Wardens, the suppression of knowledge in the 1860s, and the implication that the Severance had deliberately dismantled the school's defenses. The nightshades took it about as well as could be expected, which was to say that Kent Waters looked like he wanted to throw up, Ajax had gone very pale, and Bianca Barclay sat with a stillness that Wednesday recognized, the stillness of someone whose entire understanding of their role had just been rewritten. We're supposed to be guards, Bianca said. The whole time, the secret society, the rituals, the archives, it was supposed to be for something. It was. The purpose was stripped away and replaced with something cosmetic. You've been performing a tradition whose meaning was deliberately erased. By who? The Severance. Most likely. The timing of the suppression, 1860s, aligns with the most active period of Soulbound hunting in the historical record. The Severance was at its peak. Infiltrating and neutralizing the wardens would have been a strategic priority. Xavier, who had been quiet throughout the briefing, spoke up. So this thing under the school, the sleeper, is it dangerous? The Chronicle describes it as an entity of sufficient power to reshape the magical landscape of the entire region if awakened. The founders considered its dormancy the cornerstone of the school's safety. So yes, it's dangerous. And the Soulbound could wake it up. Our combined magical output is growing daily. The bond amplifies everything it touches, and it's connected to the ley lines, which are connected to the sleeper. We're feeding energy directly into the system that keeps it dormant, and at some point the input will exceed the system's capacity and it will wake. At some point. When? Unknown. That's one of the things we need to find out. Broad-shouldered boy, whose name Wednesday had learned was Marcus, leaned forward. Can you leave? If you're the trigger and you leave the campus, the sleeper stays asleep. Possibly, but leaving doesn't eliminate the bond and the Severance would follow us. Crow didn't come to Nevermore because of the sleeper, she came because of us. If we run, we're isolated, without resources, without allies, and without the Convergence's amplification of our abilities. We'd be easier to kill, not harder. So you're staying. We're staying, and we're going to find a way to manage the sleeper, deal with Crow, and come out the other side intact. That's the plan. That's not a plan, Bianca said. That's a wish list. Plans develop. Wish lists are where they start. Bianca stared at her for a long moment. Then she shook her head and something that might have been respect flickered behind her carefully managed expression. Fine, we're in, all of us, but I want to be kept in the loop fully, not selectively. No more I retain operational autonomy while the rest of us sit in the dark. Wednesday considered arguing. The bond pulsed, that faint echo of Harry's thought. Allies, Wednesday, and she crushed it but didn't dismiss it. Agreed, she said, with the caveat that operational decisions remain mine and Harry's. You provide intelligence and support. We determine action. Because you're the ones with the cosmic magical tether and the giant power boost. Because we're the ones who'll die if we get it wrong. Skin in the game clarifies priorities. Nobody argued with that. They spent another 2 hours in the archives. The nightshades divided the research. Bianca and Xavier took the Chronicle, looking for additional references to the sleeper and the Covenant Wardens. Divya searched for records of the Severance's methods and organizational structure. Ajax and Kent worked through correspondence archives, looking for evidence of the 1860s infiltration. Marcus kept watch at the entrance. Wednesday and Harry took the books on soul bonds. There were more here than in the main library, 12 volumes that referenced the phenomenon directly, plus another 20 that touched on it tangentially. They worked in parallel, at a table in the corner of the archive, and the bond between them made the process eerily efficient. Wednesday would read a passage, and before she could articulate its relevance, feel Harry's comprehension of it, the information flowing between them along the bond's current, processing in two minds simultaneously. It was, she had to admit, useful. She hated admitting it. The picture that emerged was more nuanced than the initial research had suggested. Soul bonds were not purely beneficial or purely dangerous. They were adaptive. The bond shaped itself to the needs and abilities of the bonded pair, developing new capabilities in response to challenges. The pair from 1889 had developed the ability to share sensory input in real time, seeing through each other's eyes. A pair from the 16th century had reportedly developed a shared dream space, a mental environment they could enter together during sleep. "It's evolving," Harry said, looking up from a volume of case studies. "The bond isn't static. It's responding to us, to what we need, to what we're facing, which means it'll develop combat capabilities if we're in combat situations, and emotional capabilities if we're in emotional situations." Wednesday met his eyes across the table. The implication hung between them, unspoken but clear through the bond. If the connection deepened, if it continued adapting, there would come a point where the boundary between their internal lives dissolved entirely. Not just shared power, shared selves. "We manage it," she said. "We control the development. We don't let it control us. Can we control it? I mean, everything in these books suggests the bond does what it wants. Then we want the right things. And what are the right things? Survival, strength, the ability to destroy anything that threatens us." She paused. "That should be sufficient. And if the bond decides we need more than that, then the bond is wrong and we'll correct it." Harry looked at her with that expression she was beginning to know, the one that said he'd heard what she'd said and also heard everything she hadn't. The bond made it harder to hide. She resented this precisely as much as it deserved. "Okay," he said. "We manage it. Good. But Wednesday, if it comes to a point where we have to choose between controlling the bond and using its full potential to survive, I'm going to choose survival. Every time. And you should know that about me. I already knew that about you. You walked into a forest to die on the chance it might save everyone else. You don't make small choices. Neither do you. I don't." They held each other's gaze for a moment longer than was strategically necessary. Then Wednesday looked back at her book and Harry looked back at his, and the bond hummed between them, warm, steady, growing. Divya found them an hour later. She moved through the stacks quietly, her reflective eyes catching the candlelight, and when she spoke, her voice was low and urgent. "I found something about the Severance. Their methods." She laid a book on the table, a slim volume, hand-bound, written in a script that was part English and part something older. "They don't just kill bonded pairs, they have a ritual. A severance ritual, that's where the name comes from. It's designed to break the bond by. The text calls it unweaving the shared thread. It requires proximity to a convergence point, a specific alignment of ley line energy," and she hesitated. "And," Wednesday prompted, "the death of one of the bonded pair. The ritual channels the dying partner's energy to sever the bond before the shared mortality clause activates. If done correctly, it breaks the bond and the surviving partner lives, but stripped of their amplified power, reduced to baseline. If done incorrectly, both die, and the energy released by the failed severance feeds directly into whatever the convergence point is connected to. The sleeper. The ritual is designed to prevent a soul bond from waking ancient entities," Divya said. "That's the severance's justification. They believe bonded pairs are existential threats to the magical ecosystem. The bond's power grows without limit. It connects to ley lines. It can wake dormant entities. It can reshape the magical landscape. The severance sees themselves as maintenance workers, cutting dangerous connections before they cause catastrophic damage. By murdering one half of every bonded pair that manifests. By their logic, they're saving millions to kill one. Wednesday processed this with the cold efficiency that was her natural operating mode. The severance wasn't evil in the cartoonish sense. They had a rationale, a philosophy, a cost-benefit analysis that led them to the conclusion that soul-bonded pairs were too dangerous to exist. They were wrong, or at least, Wednesday intended to prove them wrong, but they weren't random. They were organized, methodical, and operating from a position of genuine conviction. That made them more dangerous than zealots. Zealots were predictable. True believers with spreadsheets were not. "Which one of us?" Harry asked. His voice was level, but the bond carried a cold undercurrent that Wednesday recognized as controlled rage. Not hot anger ice, the kind that came from having been treated as expendable before and having decided permanently that it would never happen again. The text doesn't specify. The ritual requires the death of one, it doesn't matter which. "Then Crow has to choose," Wednesday said. "She has to decide which of us to kill. And she has to get close enough to do it at a convergence point, which means here, on campus, on our ground. Ground surrounded by an entity that will wake up if the ritual goes wrong," Harry pointed out. "Yes, which means Crow will be cautious, she'll want control, she'll want to separate us. The ritual requires proximity to the convergence point, but the initial separation weakens the pair, makes them vulnerable. That's the pattern from the historical accounts. Separate, weaken, kill. Then we don't separate. We can't be together every second. We can be within the bond's effective range. We train. We build the connection. If she can't separate us without force, she has to escalate, and escalation on a convergence point is exactly what she's trying to avoid." Harry's strategic mind was running. Wednesday could feel it through the bond, the rapid calculation, the pattern recognition developed through years of life-or-death tactics. She's in a box. She needs us apart, but pushing us apart risks the exact catastrophe she's trying to prevent. Unless she's willing to accept the risk. Is she? I don't know her well enough to answer that. Yet. They left the nightshade chamber an hour later, climbing back into the main building through the stained glass entrance. The corridor was dark. It was past midnight again, and Wednesday was developing a pattern of nocturnal investigation that was going to become inconvenient if it continued. The bond was louder tonight. Whether from the research, the proximity, or simply the passage of time, Wednesday could feel Harry more clearly than before, not just his location and his emotional temperature, but the shape of his thoughts. Not their content, not yet, but their texture. The rapid, branching quality of his tactical thinking, the deep stillness beneath it that she was beginning to understand was not calm but control. A disciplined architecture built over years of chaos to keep the chaos from running the show. She recognized it because she had her own version. Different architecture, same purpose. They were halfway to Ophelia Hall when Wednesday stopped walking. The vision came without warning, no build-up, no prodding, just a sudden total displacement from the physical world into the psychic one. One moment she was in a corridor, the next she was somewhere else entirely. Underground. The same corridor from her first vision, stone walls, carved symbols, the cracking door at the end. But this time the vision was sharper, more detailed, and she could see things she'd missed before. The symbols on the walls weren't just decorative, they were a containment system, a magical cage written in stone, and the cracks in the door were spreading because the cage was weakening. Through the cracks that curdled light poured, and she could feel the thing behind the door, vast, ancient, dreaming, but dreaming less deeply now. Stirring, the sleeper. And she could feel something else, someone else in the corridor. Not Harry. A third presence moving through the underground space with purpose and familiarity. A figure in the darkness, placing something on the walls, devices, small and metallic, attached to the containment symbols. Wednesday's psychic vision zoomed in and she saw the devices clearly. They were amplifiers. Whoever this was, they were boosting the containment's energy draw, not to strengthen the cage, but to pull more energy from the bond through the ley lines. To accelerate the sleeper's waking. The figure turned and the dim light caught their face. Crow. Wednesday slammed back into reality. Her knees did buckle this time, actually buckled, and she would have hit the corridor floor if Harry hadn't caught her. His arms were around her and the bond was screaming, a high-frequency vibration that resonated through both of them, and she could feel his alarm, his adrenaline, his immediate combat readiness, all of it flooding into her awareness. "I'm fine," she said, which was a lie. "You're shaking." "I said I'm fine. And I said you're shaking. Both things can be true." She pushed away from him and stood on her own. The corridor was empty, quiet, unchanged. Just a hallway in a school late at night. But beneath her feet, deep beneath the stone and the soil, she could feel it now, the sleeper, the convergence, the slow pulse of something ancient turning in its rest. "Crow is already moving," Wednesday said. "She's in the tunnels under the school. She's placing amplifiers on the containment system, devices that accelerate the energy draw from the ley lines. She's speeding up the sleeper's waking. She's trying to wake it. She's trying to create urgency. If the sleeper starts waking faster, the bond becomes a more immediate threat. It gives her justification to act quickly, to perform the severance ritual before we're strong enough to stop her. She's creating a crisis so she can sell the solution. The solution being killing one of us. The solution being killing one of us. And presenting it to whoever she answers to as necessary emergency action rather than premeditated murder." Harry's expression went very still. The bond went cold, his rage again, that deep ice, not explosive but tectonic, the kind that moved slowly and broke things that thought they were permanent. "Nobody is dying," he said. "Not you, not me. Not because some professor with an agenda decided the universe made a mistake when it bonded us." "Agreed. So what do we do?" Wednesday's mind was running. She could feel Harry's mind running alongside it, the bonds syncing their processing speed, their tactical frameworks interfacing like two operating systems on a shared network. The sensation was disorienting and productive in equal measure. "3 things," she said. "First, we find the tunnels. The containment system is real infrastructure. It can be examined, understood, and if necessary, reinforced. If Crow is weakening it, we can strengthen it. Second, we continue training. The bond's power needs to be reliable, controllable, and overwhelming. When Crow moves against us, we need to end her threat so quickly and so completely that the severance thinks twice before sending another agent. Third," she paused, "we talked to Weems." "Weems? You said she was managing us." "She is, but she also knew what the soul bond was the moment she saw it. She recognized the marks. She went pale, not confused, not curious pale. That's the reaction of someone who knows the full history and knows what comes next. She's been managing us because she's afraid, and afraid people hoard information because they think controlling the narrative will control the outcome. You want to break her control. I want to make her more afraid of what happens if she doesn't help us than of what happens if she does. Fear is a lever. I intend to use it. That's manipulative. Yes. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just naming it. Name it whatever you want, it works." They resumed walking. The dormitory was close, one more corridor, one more flight of stairs. Wednesday's legs were steady again, the vision's physical aftershock fading, but her mind was racing. Crow in the tunnels. Amplifiers on the containment symbols. A deliberately accelerated crisis. The severance's ritual, requiring the death of one bonded partner, requiring proximity to the convergence point, requiring a moment of separation and weakness. Wednesday had spent her entire life being underestimated, and she had weaponized the underestimation. People looked at a small girl in braids and a black dress and saw something manageable. By the time they realized their error, it was too late. Crow was making the same mistake. She saw 2 teenagers, powerful, yes, but young, bonded for days instead of years, still figuring out what they were. She saw a pair she could manage, manipulate, and ultimately sever. She had a plan, a timeline, a ritual, and an organization behind her. What she didn't see, what she couldn't see, because the bond was evolving faster than any historical precedent suggested was possible, was what Wednesday and Harry were becoming. Every hour the bond deepened. Every hour their power grew. Every hour, the connection between them developed new capabilities that the books hadn't predicted, because no bonded pair in history had survived long enough to reach this stage. The severance had been so efficient at killing pairs early that no one knew what a fully developed soul bond looked like. Wednesday intended to find out. They reached the third floor. Harry opened the door to their room and went in first. Habit, she'd noticed. He entered rooms first and checked the space before relaxing. War behavior. She let him do it because the impulse was sound, and fighting it would waste energy better spent elsewhere. Clear, he said, an echo of a vocabulary learned in darker hallways than these. She entered. Thing was on the nightstand, asleep in the shape of a loose fist. Hedwig was on her perch, one eye open, regarding them with drowsy judgment. Wednesday sat on her bed. The mark on her palm pulsed gently. Across the room, Harry sat on his bed and began unlacing his shoes. Wednesday. What? The vision, the one you had the first night, the one that made your typewriter smoke. What did you see? She'd been waiting for this question. He'd asked once and she'd deflected, and he'd let her, but the bond made extended deflection difficult. He could feel the weight of what she was carrying even if he couldn't see its shape. I saw us, she said. In a corridor underground. The same corridor I saw tonight. We were standing in front of the door where the sleeper is sealed. Power was pouring off both of us. Your eyes were on fire, literal green fire, and I was wrapped in shadows. We were facing the door together. And something was opening its eyes behind the door. Something that had been sleeping for a very long time and was waking up because of us. Harry was quiet. The bond carried the information between them. Not just the words, but the sensory weight of the vision. The heat and the darkness and the feeling of their power merged and blazing. You didn't tell me because you were afraid it would happen faster if I knew, he said. I didn't tell you because I wasn't ready to share it. There's a difference. Is there? Yes, one is about fear. The other is about control. I don't do fear. Everyone does fear, Wednesday. The question is what you do with it. I use it, same as everything else. He finished unlacing his shoes and set them beside the bed. Then he looked at her, really looked, with those green eyes that the bond had made vivid enough to see even in the dim room, and she felt the weight of his attention like a physical thing, a hand on her shoulder, a presence at her side. I trust you, he said. The words landed in the room like a grenade. Wednesday felt them through the bond, not just the meaning but the decision, the deliberate choice to extend trust to someone who hadn't asked for it and wasn't sure she deserved it. It was the bravest thing she'd heard him say, and she'd heard him describe walking to his own death. You shouldn't, she said. Trust is a vulnerability. Yeah, it is. That's what makes it worth something. That's absurd logic, probably. But I spent 7 years surrounded by people who were trying to protect me by keeping secrets, and it nearly destroyed all of us. I'm done with that. So here's what I'm offering, full transparency. Everything I know, everything I learn, everything I feel through this bond, it's yours. No filters, no management. If we're going to survive this, we do it without walls between us. Wednesday stared at him. The bond was singing, actually singing. A resonance she hadn't felt before, as though the connection itself was responding to his declaration with a harmonic that made the air in the room vibrate. Every instinct she had screamed at her to refuse. To maintain the walls, the barriers, the carefully constructed defenses that had kept her safe and separate and in control for her entire life. But the bond pulsed with something else, not Harry's emotion, not this time, but something that came from the connection itself, from the deep magical structure that linked them. A knowing, a certainty that went beyond strategy or logic or the careful calculations she lived by. They were stronger together, not just magically, in every way that mattered. I won't promise transparency, she said. It's not in my nature. I know. But I will promise this. I won't hide anything that affects your survival. And I won't make decisions about the bond without telling you. That's enough. It's what I can offer. I said it's enough, Wednesday. She looked at him. He looked at her. The marks on their hands glowed faintly in the dark room, synchronized, beating together like a single heart distributed across 2 bodies. We should sleep, she said. Tomorrow I'm going to confront Weems. I want to be sharp. You're always sharp. Sharper then. She lay back on her bed, still dressed, staring at the ceiling. Harry did the same. The room was dark except for the faint glow of their marks and the thin line of moonlight through the window. Through the bond, she felt Harry's breathing slow as he approached sleep. She felt the last conscious thought he had before he went under. Not a sentence, not a word, but a feeling. the sensation of not being alone, the bone-deep relief of it, after so many years of carrying everything on a frame that had been too young and too thin for the weight. Wednesday lay in the dark and felt it, and didn't push it away, and didn't build a wall against it. She let it exist. And somewhere deep beneath the school, in a corridor of carved stone and weakening seals, the sleeper turned in its ancient rest, and the cracks in the door grew one fraction of an inch wider. Chapter 4. Fracture Lines. Wednesday told Harry about the vision at 6:14 a.m., standing in their room with coffee she'd made on the contraband hot plate thing had stolen from the faculty lounge. She told him everything, every detail, every sensory impression, every implication she'd drawn. Full disclosure as promised. No walls on the things that mattered. What she didn't tell him was the part of the vision she hadn't fully processed yet. The part where their power was merged so completely that she couldn't tell where she ended and he began. The part where that felt less like a violation and more like coming home. She kept that for herself. It wasn't a survival issue. It was a her issue. Harry listened without interrupting, sitting on the edge of his bed with his wand balanced across his knees, and when she finished, he was quiet for a long time. Crow is accelerating the timeline, he said. She's forcing the sleeper toward waking so she has an excuse to perform the severance ritual before we're ready. That's my assessment. How long do we have? Unknown. The amplifiers she's placing on the containment symbols will speed the degradation, but the containment has held for centuries. Even accelerated, it should take weeks, maybe months. Or days if the bond keeps growing the way it has been. Or days. Harry stood and went to the window. The campus was quiet in the early morning, mist clinging to the ground. The Nevermore woods a dark mass at the edge of the grounds. He stood the way he always stood at windows, slightly to the side, not directly framed, a habit so deeply embedded he probably didn't know he was doing it. I want to see the tunnels, he said. So do I, but not until we've dealt with Weems. She's the principal of this school. She has access to the infrastructure, the blueprints, the original architecture. If there are tunnels under Nevermore, she knows about them. And if she won't help, then we find them ourselves. But I'd rather have a map than wander blind under a building sitting on an ancient entity. Fair point. Wednesday drank her coffee. It was terrible. The hot plate's temperature control was erratic and Thing had stolen the cheapest grounds available. She drank it anyway. Comfort was not the point of coffee. Function was. There's something else, she said. The bond developed a new capability last night. Harry turned from the window. What kind? During the vision, when you caught me, when we were in physical contact, I felt your tactical processing in real time. Not your emotions, your thoughts, the structure of them. The way you analyze a situation, map variables, calculate responses. It was like having a second operating system running alongside mine. I felt the same thing. Your mind works differently than mine, faster in some directions, deeper in others. When you were processing the information about Crow, I could feel the pattern recognition happening, like watching someone solve a puzzle from the inside. The bond is developing cognitive synchronization, shared processing. Is that good or bad? It's powerful, and power is neutral until you point it at something. That's a very Wednesday way of looking at it. As opposed to what? A Harry way. Which would involve rushing into the situation wand first and hoping for the best. That's not okay. That's a little bit what I do, but it's worked so far. You've survived despite your methods, not because of them. Now you sound like Hermione. I'll take that as a compliment. She sounds like the only person in your life who had any sense. Something moved across the bond, warmth, affection, the ghost of a friendship that ran deeper than blood. Harry's feelings about Hermione Granger were complicated and fierce, and entirely beyond Wednesday's experience. She'd never had a friend like that. She'd never had a friend at all, really, unless you counted Thing, and Thing was family. Enid's face flickered through her mind, uninvited. She dismissed it. Weems first, she said. Then the tunnels, then training. We have a full day. We have classes. We'll go to classes. Crow expects us in arcane history. I want to be there. I want her to see us and think everything is normal. Is anything normal? Nothing has ever been normal. That's not a new development. Principal Weems' office at 7. 7:30 a.m. was a different animal than Principal Weem's office at midday. The morning light came through the tall windows at a sharp angle, cutting across the desk in geometric slabs, and Weems herself was still assembling her armor, hair not quite perfect, blazer freshly pressed but the collar slightly askew, coffee on the desk instead of hidden away. She was human at 7:30 a.m. in a way she wasn't at noon, and Wednesday had chosen this time deliberately. People were easier to crack before their walls were up. Weems looked up when they entered, both of them together, which was itself a message. Wednesday never traveled with anyone. That she was traveling with Harry meant something had changed, and Weems was smart enough to read it. "Miss Addams, Mr. Potter, it's early for a visit." "It's early for a lot of things," Wednesday said. "We need to talk about the sleeper." The coffee cup stopped halfway to Weems' lips. Her hand didn't shake, but the pause was there, a fractional delay between hearing the word and controlling her response. Too long, she knew. "I'm not sure what you're referring to." "Yes, you are. The entity beneath the school, the convergence of ley lines, the original purpose of the Covenant Wardens. The fact that our Soulbound is feeding energy into a system designed to keep something ancient and dangerous in a state of dormancy, and that system is failing." Wednesday sat down in the chair across from the desk without being invited. Harry remained standing, positioned near the door. They discussed this, Wednesday as the interrogator, Harry covering the exit, not because they expected Weems to run, but because the geometry of the conversation mattered. Wednesday in front, pressing, Harry behind, watching. "You've known about all of this since the moment you saw the marks on our hands. You've been managing us, controlling information, controlling access, controlling the narrative because you're afraid. And I understand fear as a motivator. But your management is going to get us killed, and I'm here to offer you a better option." Weems set down her coffee. The mask was sliding into place. Wednesday could see it, the composed, controlled administrator reassembling herself, but it wasn't fast enough. The cracks were showing. "Where did you learn about the sleeper?" "The Nightshade Archives, the original founding chronicle. The records you should have given us the night the bond manifested instead of sending us to a converted storage room with the word Soulbound and nothing else." "I was trying to protect you." "You were trying to protect yourself. There's a meaningful difference." Weems' eyes flashed, the first real, unmanaged emotion Wednesday had seen from her. Anger, yes, but underneath it something rawer. "You think I don't know what's at stake? I've known about the sleeper since I became principal. It's the school's deepest secret, passed from head to head, generation to generation. The containment is my responsibility. I monitor it weekly. I've devoted years of my career to maintaining a system you didn't build and don't fully understand, because the knowledge of how it works was deliberately destroyed in the 1860s when the Severance infiltrated the Covenant Wardens and rewrote the school's institutional memory." Wednesday leaned forward. "You're doing your best with incomplete information. I'm offering to complete it." The silence that followed was the kind that had architecture, layers, load-bearing elements, pressure points. Weems stared at Wednesday. Then she looked at Harry, who stood by the door with his arms crossed and his wand visible in his back pocket and his green eyes steady and patient. "The Severance," Weems said quietly. "You know about them. We know they've been hunting soul-bonded pairs for centuries. We know their method, a severance ritual that requires the death of one partner to break the bond. And we know there's an active severance agent on your faculty." The color left Weems' face for the second time since Wednesday had met her. This time it didn't come back as quickly. "Who?" "Elara Crow." Weems closed her eyes. It was a brief gesture, 2 seconds, maybe 3, but in those seconds Wednesday saw something she hadn't expected. Not surprise, confirmation. Weems had suspected. She'd had doubts about Crow, unformed and unproven, and Wednesday had just given them shape. "I hired her," Weems said. "Her credentials were impeccable. Her references were from institutions I trust. She knew things about ley line theory that impressed even me. And she asked during her interview about the convergence point. I thought she was a scholar. She is a scholar. Scholars who hunt aren't less dangerous for their erudition, they're more." "What evidence do you have?" Wednesday laid it out. "The journal photographs, the timeline of Crow's movements, Bianca's testimony about the psychic shielding, Divya's assessment of her emotional architecture, the vision of Crow in the tunnels, placing amplifiers on the containment symbols. Weems looked at the photographs for a long time. Her expression moved through something complicated: professional betrayal, personal failure, the particular agony of a protector who'd let the threat inside the walls. The amplifiers, she said. If she's placed them on the containment array, the degradation will accelerate. The sleeper's dormancy depends on a steady draw of ambient energy, enough to sustain it, not enough to wake it. Amplifiers would increase the draw rate, pulling more energy from the ley lines, pulling more from the bond, pulling more from us, Harry said from the door. We're the bond. The energy it generates comes from us. You'd feel it as exhaustion at first, then as something more severe: magical depletion, physical weakness. If the draw rate increases enough, it could drain you faster than the bond can regenerate. She's trying to weaken us before the ritual, Wednesday said. Drain our reserves so when she moves to separate us, we don't have the power to resist. She's thorough, Weems said, and there was a grudging, horrified respect in her voice. The Severance trains their agents well. We need the tunnel maps, Wednesday said. The original architectural plans for Nevermore's foundations. Everything you have on the containment system, how it was built, how it works, where the access points are. Those records are in my private vault. No one has seen them. I'm not no one. No, Weems said, looking at her. You're not. She paused. Then she opened a drawer in her desk and pulled out a key, old, heavy, made of a dark metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The vault is in the basement of the main building. Behind the boiler room, there's a wall that looks solid but isn't. This key opens it. The records inside are the originals, the only surviving copies of the architectural plans, the containment theory, and the founding covenant. Wednesday took the key. It was warm in her hand, and the Soulbound mark on her palm responded to it, a faint vibration, as though the key and the mark recognized each other. There's something else, Weems said. She stood, and for the first time, Wednesday saw her full height, tall, commanding, a woman who had spent years filling a role that required her to be both shield and figurehead. The Soulbound. I recognized it because I've seen one before, not in person, in records. My predecessor, the principal before me, left notes about a pair that formed a bond here in 1923. They were students. The bond manifested during a thunderstorm, just as yours did during what I can only assume was a late-night argument. What happened to them? They were killed. Within a month. The principal's notes describe agents arriving at the school posing as inspectors from the Outcast Council. They separated the pair under the guise of medical evaluation. One was found dead in the infirmary the next morning. The other died 7 minutes later in a locked room on the opposite side of campus. The bond shuddered. Wednesday felt it and Harry felt it, a shared tremor that ran through the connection like a seismic wave. The echo of two people who'd been in their exact position and hadn't survived. I recognized the marks, Weems said, and I went pale because I was looking at two students whose predecessors at this school died within a month of bonding. I managed information because I was terrified that if you knew the full picture, you'd panic or escalate or draw the wrong kind of attention. I was wrong. You're not the kind of people who panic. No, Wednesday said, we're not. So here is what I'm offering: full institutional support. Whatever you need, access, resources, cover, I will provide. In exchange, I need you to promise me that whatever you're planning, you won't burn this school to the ground. That depends on how much of the school is in the way. Wednesday. I'll minimize collateral damage. I won't promise more than that. Weems looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, I'll keep her from burning down more than 30% of the building. Best I can do. Weems rubbed her temples. You two are going to be the end of me. We're going to be the end of someone, Wednesday said. Better to be on our side when it happens. They left Weems' office with the key and a reluctant alliance and went to class. Arcane history was a performance, and Wednesday treated it as one. She sat in her usual seat, third row, left side, sight lines to both the door and the window. Harry sat 2 rows behind and to the right, their standard configuration. Close enough for the bond's amplification, but not so close as to advertise their coordination. Between them, the connection hummed at a frequency that had become familiar, steady, warm, present. Crow entered the classroom exactly on time. She was wearing the same composed, approachable mask she always wore, the good smile, the warm voice, the body language of a teacher who wanted nothing more than to illuminate young minds. Wednesday watched her the way a cat watches a bird through glass, with focus and patience and the absolute knowledge of what she intended to do when the glass was no longer between them. Today's lecture was about historical instances of magical resonance, cases where outcast abilities had interacted with ley line energy in documented ways. Crow was building toward the soul bond, Wednesday realized. Each lecture moved closer to the topic, laying theoretical groundwork, making the concept familiar so that, when she eventually raised it in class, it would seem like academic curiosity rather than targeted intelligence gathering. Magical resonance, Crow said, drawing a diagram on the curved blackboard, occurs when two or more magical signatures align at a frequency that amplifies both. Think of it like two tuning forks vibrating at the same pitch. The sound grows louder than either could produce alone. In outcast communities, resonance has been documented between family members, between romantic partners, and in rare cases, between individuals with no prior connection whose magical signatures happen to be complementary. She glanced at Wednesday. A flicker, controlled, brief, meant to look incidental. Wednesday met her gaze and held it. Crow looked away first. Good, Wednesday thought, be nervous. Now historical resonance events have had varied outcomes, Crow continued. In some cases, the amplified power was beneficial, enhanced abilities, heightened senses, increased magical stamina. But in other cases, the resonance became unstable. The amplified energy had nowhere to go, and the result was. She paused for effect. Catastrophic. Magical surges that destroyed buildings. Energy cascades that disrupted ley lines for miles. In the most extreme documented case, a resonance event in 16th century Prague created a dead zone, an area where no magic could function, that persisted for 40 years. She was seeding fear, planting the idea that amplified magical connection was inherently dangerous. That resonance was a ticking bomb. If she raised the soul bond concept in a later lecture, the class would already be primed to see it as a threat. Clever and infuriating. When the lecture ended, students filed out in the usual river of conversation and shuffled bags. Wednesday gathered her things slowly, watching Crow through her peripheral vision. The professor was at her desk, organizing notes, but her attention was on the departing students, specifically on Harry, who was leaving with the last group. Crow didn't call him back today. That was different from last time. She was changing her pattern, which meant she was adapting, which meant she knew or suspected that her previous approach had been noticed. Wednesday left the classroom and caught up with Harry in the corridor. They didn't speak. The bond carried their shared assessment, the tactical read on Crow's behavior. She's adjusting. She knows we're watching. She'll be more careful now. More careful meant harder to catch, but it also meant more constrained. Every adjustment Crow made to avoid detection was an adjustment away from her optimal plan, and accumulated deviations weakened any strategy, no matter how well designed. Wednesday intended to make her deviate a lot. The vault was exactly where Weems had described, behind the boiler room in the main building's basement. The wall looked solid, old brick, unremarkable, the kind of surface you walked past 1,000 times without a second thought. Wednesday pressed the key to the center brick, and the wall rippled like water and dissolved into an opening that exhaled cold, stale air. Beyond was a room. Not large, maybe 15 feet square, lined with shelves and cabinets, and in the center, a table that held a single large document case. The shelves held objects Wednesday cataloged rapidly: bottles of preserved substances, metal instruments of unclear purpose, crystals that glowed faintly in the dark, and books, older than anything in the Nightshade archives, some of them written on materials that weren't paper. Harry cast a light spell and the room brightened. The walls were carved with the same containment symbols from Wednesday's vision: Or rather, these were the originals that the tunnel symbols were copied from. They pulsed faintly, a slow rhythm that Wednesday could feel in her mark. "We're directly above the convergence point," she said, "or close to it. The symbols are active. I can feel the ley lines. Stronger here than anywhere else on campus." Harry moved to the document case and opened it. Inside were rolled parchments, architectural drawings, and a bound journal that was clearly the most important item. It was larger than the others, better preserved, and secured with a clasp that bore the same symbol as their Soulbound marks. Wednesday reached for the journal. The clasp opened at her touch, responded to the mark, she realized. The vault's contents were keyed to Soulbound individuals. Weems could enter the room with the key, but the journal itself would only open for them. "That's why Weems couldn't tell us everything," Harry said, watching the clasp release. "She's had access to the vault but not to the primary document. It's been locked since the last soul-bonded pair. The 1923 pair. They must have handled this journal before they died. The clasp recognized their bond and has been waiting for the next one." Wednesday opened the journal. The first page bore a title in hand-lettered script, "The Covenant of Foundation, a record for those who bear the mark." It was a manual. A guide written by the original founders, the ones who'd built Nevermore, who'd established the containment, who'd understood the sleeper and the convergence, and the role that soul-bonded pairs played in the entire system. And it was written specifically, explicitly, for people like Wednesday and Harry. She began reading aloud, and Harry moved to stand beside her, and they read together while the containment symbols on the walls pulsed in time with their marks and the weight of centuries pressed down from above. The Covenant of Foundation was not the desperate, cobbled-together arrangement Wednesday had assumed. It was an engineered system of extraordinary sophistication, designed by people who understood magical theory at a level that modern outcasts had forgotten existed. The sleeper was not a monster. It was a wellspring, a source of raw magical energy so vast that it predated organized magic entirely. It had been old when the first outcasts developed abilities, old when the ley lines formed around it like rivers around a mountain. The ley lines didn't converge at Nevermore by accident. They converged because the sleeper drew them, the way gravity draws orbiting bodies, and the energy they carried cycled through the sleeper's dormant form in a continuous loop, drawn in, processed, and radiated back out in a form that amplified outcast abilities. Every outcast at Nevermore, every student who'd ever felt their powers growing stronger on campus, was benefiting from the sleeper's ambient radiation. The school wasn't just built on a convergence point. The school was a tap drawing refined magical energy from the sleeper's cycling process. The founders didn't contain the sleeper to protect themselves from it, Wednesday said, turning a page. They contained it to protect it. The containment system isn't a cage. It's a regulator. It controls the flow rate, how much energy cycles through the sleeper and how much is released into the campus. Without the regulator, the sleeper would release all its energy at once, and the result would be, like a dam breaking, Harry said. Exactly. The containment keeps the release steady and sustainable. If it fails, the flood would be catastrophic, not just for Nevermore but for the entire ley line network. Every convergence point connected to these lines would be hit by a surge of unregulated energy. How many convergence points are connected? According to this, dozens. Across the northeastern United States and into Canada. Major outcast communities, hidden settlements, institutional sites, all of them downstream from Nevermore. The implications settled over them. This wasn't a local problem. If the sleeper's containment failed, the magical infrastructure of half a continent would be destabilized. Crow's amplifiers, Harry said. She's not just accelerating the sleeper's waking, she's weakening the regulator. If it breaks, the severance's entire justification is that soul bonds are too dangerous to exist. If the containment fails because of our bond, it proves their point. Every outcast community downstream that gets hit by the surge will blame us. The severance won't just have eliminated a bonded pair, they'll have created a historical example that justifies their mission for the next century. She's willing to cause a catastrophe to prove that catastrophes are possible. She believes the catastrophe is inevitable. She's choosing to control when and how it happens rather than wait for an uncontrolled failure. In her mind, she's not causing the disaster. She's managing it. That's insane. It's rational. It's just rational from a set of premises we don't share. Wednesday turned to the next section of the journal and felt her breath catch. The page was a diagram, complex, layered, annotated in the founder's precise hand. It showed the containment system from above, like a map, with the sleeper at the center and the regulator array radiating outward in concentric rings. At specific points on the array, nodes, the journal called them, there were symbols Wednesday recognized. Soulbound marks, the same marks that were on her palm and Harry's. The containment system was designed to be operated by soul-bonded pairs, she said. Nodes, the critical junctures of the regulator, are keyed to the bond. The founders didn't just build the school for outcasts. They built it as a framework for soul-bonded guardians. The convergence, the amplification, the ley lines, all of it was designed to support and sustain a bonded pair who would maintain the containment and manage the sleeper's energy output. The Covenant Wardens, Harry said. The original Nightshades, they weren't just guards, they were the bonded pair's support structure. Exactly. The whole system, school, society, containment, was built as an integrated unit, with a soul-bonded pair at its core. When the Severance destroyed the 1923 pair and suppressed the Warden's knowledge, they didn't just kill two people. They pulled the keystone out of the entire architecture. Wednesday stared at the diagram. The marks on the nodes stared back, matching the mark on her palm, and the weight of what she was looking at pressed down on her with the force of something that had been waiting for her, not metaphorically, not symbolically, but literally. The system had been waiting. The journal had been locked, the vault had been sealed, the containment had been running on inertia for a century without its intended operators. And now they were here. We're not just soulbound, she said quietly. We're the replacement parts. The system generated us or called us because it's failing and it needs what the 1923 pair was supposed to provide. Is that why I was displaced here? Not an accident, the convergence pulled me, found a compatible magical signature, and rerouted me to the one place where the bond could form. You were in a magical school full of powerful individuals, and you were displaced to another magical school that happened to contain the one person whose signature was compatible with yours. The probability of that being random is effectively zero. Harry leaned against the table. Through the bond, Wednesday felt the scale of what they'd just learned settling into his understanding, the vastness of it, the responsibility, the reality that they hadn't been randomly chosen but specifically engineered for a purpose that was older than either of their lifetimes. I hate destiny, he said. I've been destiny's chew toy since I was born. I finally thought I was done. This isn't destiny. Destiny implies a will, a design, a conscious choice. This is architecture. A system identified a need and filled it. We're not chosen. We're compatible. There's no prophecy, no grand plan, no old man with a long beard deciding our fate from behind a curtain. You're sure about that? I'm sure that I refuse to accept the alternative. I make my own choices. The system can put us here, but it doesn't get to dictate what we do. Agreed, Harry straightened. The bond carried his resolve, cold, hard, absolute. The resolve of someone who'd spent his entire adolescence trapped in someone else's plan and had decided fundamentally and permanently that he was done. So what do we do with this information? The containment needs operators. We're the operators. Do we take the job? We take the information. We understand the system. We learn how the containment works, how the nodes function, and what we need to do to stabilize it. Then we deal with Crow's amplifiers. Then we deal with Crow. In that order. In that order. They spent another hour in the vault, studying the architectural plans and the containment theory. The journal was dense, detailed, written by people who assumed their readers would be intelligent and committed, which, Wednesday noted, was the first time an institution had correctly assessed her capabilities in advance. The containment system had 16 nodes arranged in concentric rings beneath the school. The outer ring, 8 nodes, regulated the ley line input. The inner ring, another 8, regulated the sleeper's output. At the center was the core node, which was the direct interface between the containment system and the sleeper itself. To operate the system, a soul-bonded pair needed to physically connect with the core node, both partners touching it simultaneously, and channel their bond's energy into the containment, essentially replacing the system's depleted reserves with fresh power. It was, in magical terms, the equivalent of jump-starting a car battery the size of a building using 2 people as the cables. The core node is in the deepest part of the tunnels, Wednesday said, tracing the architectural plans. Below the corridor I saw in my vision, below the cracking door. The door in your vision, is that the access to the core? I think so. The containment symbols in the corridor are part of the inner ring. The door would be the final barrier between the tunnel system and the sleeper's direct vicinity. And Crow's amplifiers are on the inner ring symbols. She's weakening the barrier between us and the sleeper, while simultaneously draining our reserves through the increased energy draw. When she performs the ritual, we'll be depleted, the containment will be compromised, and the sleeper will be closer to waking than it's been in a century. Unless we get to the core node first and recharge the system, which requires going through the tunnels, past Crow's amplifiers, through the inner ring, and directly into the space where the sleeper is closest to the surface, where our bond's energy will be at its most intense and the risk of waking the sleeper is highest. So the solution to the problem is also the thing most likely to cause the problem. Welcome to my experience of the universe. They left the vault, sealed it, and returned the key to a hiding place Wednesday chose, not Weem's office, where Crow might search, but a location only she and Harry and Thing knew. Trust was expanding, but it had limits, and those limits were defined by operational security. The rest of the day was classes, surveillance, and the careful maintenance of normalcy. Wednesday attended botanical sciences and dissected a carnivorous orchid with more enthusiasm than the instructor was comfortable with. Harry demonstrated a shield charm in the self-defense elective that was so powerful it knocked the instructor's test spell back through a wall. Neither of them held back. They'd agreed on this. No hiding. Their power was their deterrent. Let Crow see what she was dealing with. Let her calculate the cost of attacking them and find the numbers unfavorable. Between classes, the Nightshades fed them information. Divya reported that Crow's emotional signature had shifted since the morning. She was running hotter, less controlled, as though something had disrupted her equilibrium. Xavier, who had art class with Crow as a model supervisor, sketched her hands and noticed they were chapped and dirty around the nails, consistent with manual work in an underground environment. Bianca reported that Crow had made a phone call during lunch, speaking in low tones in a language Bianca didn't recognize, but the emotional cadence she'd asked Divya to interpret was urgent, defensive, and frustrated. She's reporting to someone, Wednesday said, reviewing the intelligence during a free period in the Nightshade chamber. The call was to a handler or superior within the severance. She's being pressured. Pressured to act faster, Harry asked, or pressured to justify her timeline. The severance may have expected her to complete the severance ritual by now. Our resistance, our visibility, our growing power is making her look either incompetent or cautious, and neither plays well with an organization that values efficiency. Good. Pressure makes people make mistakes. Pressure also makes people desperate, and desperate people with rituals designed to kill are not reassuring. It was Enid who broke the pattern. She appeared at their room that evening, uninvited and unannounced, and she looked different. Not physically, she was still the same explosion of color and energy, but her expression had an edge Wednesday hadn't seen before. She stood in the doorway and looked at both of them and said, "We need to talk." "We're busy," Wednesday said. "You're always busy. You've been busy since you got here. You've been busy and secretive, and you disappear at night and come back looking like you've seen ghosts. And my roommate Yoko says there are people in the Nightshade Society talking about ancient entities and tunnels under the school, and I am your friend, Wednesday Addams, whether you like it or not, and friends don't let friends fight secret wars without at least asking if they can help. The room went quiet. Harry looked at Wednesday. Wednesday looked at Enid. "I never agreed to be your friend," Wednesday said. "You didn't have to. Friendship isn't a contract. It's a thing that happens to you whether you want it to or not, like rain or puberty. I find both of those things deeply unpleasant." "My point exactly." Enid stepped into the room and closed the door. "Tell me what's happening, all of it, and don't give me the 3 questions maximum thing, because I will sit on your bed and cry until you talk, and I know for a fact that emotional displays make you uncomfortable." "They don't make me uncomfortable, they make me contemptuous." "Even better, contempt is engaging. You'll have to engage with me to feel contemptuous. I'll take it." Wednesday stared at her. Enid stared back. It was, Wednesday had to admit, a credible display of stubbornness from someone she'd assumed was made entirely of sunshine and good intentions. "Fine," Wednesday said. "Sit down," they told her. Not everything, not the operational details, not the tactical plans, but the shape of it. The Soulbound, the sleeper, Crow, the severance. The fact that they were, in essence, the missing component of a system that kept a magical wellspring from devastating half a continent, and that someone was actively trying to kill one of them to prevent them from fulfilling that role. Enid listened. She didn't interrupt. She didn't gasp or panic or do any of the things Wednesday had expected. She sat on the foot of Wednesday's bed and took it in with the focused attention of someone who was smarter than her color palette suggested. When they finished, she was quiet for a long time. "Okay," she said. "What can I do?" "Nothing. This isn't your fight." "Wrong answer. Try again." "Enid, Wednesday." Enid's voice was firm in a way Wednesday had never heard from her. "You're my friend. Harry's my friend by association, and also because anyone who makes you almost smile is worth knowing. You're telling me that someone at this school is trying to murder one of you and possibly cause a magical disaster that affects thousands of people. I'm a werewolf. I'm not a strong one yet, but I'm fast, I have great senses, and I notice things that people who are busy being geniuses miss. You need people who aren't deep in the strategy to watch the edges. I can do that." "Watch the edges." "Crow doesn't know me, she's not tracking me. She's focused on you two and the nightshades because you're the obvious players. I'm a bubbly blonde werewolf who talks too much and seems like the least threatening person at this school. I'm invisible to someone like her. And invisible is useful." Wednesday looked at Harry. The Bond carried his assessment. "She's right. And she's braver than you're giving her credit for." "You don't report to the nightshades," Wednesday said. "You report to me, directly. Anything you see, hear, or smell that involves Crow, the tunnels, or unusual activity on campus. You don't engage, you don't confront, you don't put yourself at risk." "I can do that. And Enid, if I tell you to leave, you leave. No arguments, no heroic stands, you go." "Wednesday, I'm a werewolf. We're loyalty incarnate. Telling me to leave someone I care about in danger is like telling me to stop breathing. Then hold your breath. Because if something happens to you because of this, I'll—" Wednesday stopped. The sentence had gotten away from her, had run ahead of the careful control she maintained over everything she said, and the end of it was somewhere she hadn't intended to go. Enid's expression softened. "You'll what?" "I'll be extremely inconvenienced, and I don't enjoy inconvenience." Enid smiled. It was small, knowing, and utterly free of the manic brightness that was her usual affect. It was a real smile, the kind that meant she'd heard what Wednesday actually said underneath the words Wednesday had actually used. "I'll be careful," Enid said. "Promise." She left. The room was quiet. Harry was looking at Wednesday with an expression she didn't want to analyze. "Don't," she said. "I wasn't going to say anything. You were going to say something about how I care about people despite my extensive efforts to the contrary. I was going to say that Enid's right about being invisible to Crow. It's a good tactical asset." "Oh," Wednesday paused. "That's actually what I would have said. I know, the Bond is making me smarter. It's making you more tolerable. Don't push it." 2 days passed. They settled into a rhythm that was part routine, part military operation, and part something else, something that lived in the silences between planning sessions and the moments when the Bond carried feelings that neither of them named. Wednesday and Harry trained every evening in the clearing. The Bond's capabilities expanded daily. By the second session, Wednesday could lift and manipulate multiple objects simultaneously. Not just rocks, but trees, entire sections of forest floor, anything within her telekinetic reach, which was growing. By the third session, Harry had mastered wandless casting for his 6 most critical combat spells and was working on a 7th, a spell he called the Patronus Charm, which required positive emotion to power it, and which, when he cast it near Wednesday, produced a stag so bright and solid that it lit the entire clearing like daylight. "It's never been that strong," he said, watching the silver stag paw at the ground before dissolving. "Even when I cast it in the Battle of Hogwarts, it wasn't that bright. The bond provides more magical power. More power means a stronger Patronus. The Patronus isn't powered by magical reserves. It's powered by emotion, positive emotion specifically, happy memories." Wednesday looked at him. He looked at her. The bond was warm, genuinely warm, not just the steady hum of connection, but something brighter, something that had been building between them in the quiet moments and the late nights and the shared meals of information and strategy. "Don't read into it," Harry said, but the bond betrayed him. She could feel what he was feeling, the thing he was trying not to name, the warmth that wasn't just magical, the growing sense that this partnership had become something more than strategic, and he didn't know what to do about it. "I always read into everything," Wednesday said. "It's what I do." She turned back to the training exercises. But the warmth stayed, and she didn't build a wall against it, and she told herself it was because walls interfered with the bond's efficiency, and not because she wanted to feel it. The fracture happened on the 5th day. It started with Crow's class. The lecture topic was historical disruptions to ley line networks, a subject that should have been academic but which Crow delivered with pointed relevance, describing case after case of magical amplification events that had gone wrong. Catastrophically wrong. Villages destroyed. Communities displaced. Ley lines corrupted for decades. "The common factor in all these cases," Crow said, standing at the front of the room with her composed smile and her carefully shielded mind, "is an unregulated source of power. When magical energy exceeds the capacity of the systems designed to contain it, the results are always destructive. Always. There are no exceptions in the historical record." She looked at Wednesday, held her gaze, and smiled. It was a different smile than her usual mask. This one had edges. This one said, "I know what you are, I know what you've been doing, and I want you to know that I know." The bond surged. Wednesday felt Harry's reaction, a spike of cold fury at the back of her awareness, sharp and bright. She felt his hand tighten on his wand under the desk. She sent back a pulse of control, of patience, of not yet, but the damage was done. Crow had shown her hand. She knew they were investigating her. She knew they'd found the archives, or the vault, or enough that her cover was effectively blown. And she decided to let them know she knew, which meant she decided she didn't need her cover anymore, which meant she was ready to move. The realization hit Wednesday and Harry simultaneously, the bond processing the tactical shift in both their minds at once. She's done waiting. She's accelerating. After class, they moved fast. Harry went to find the nightshades. Wednesday went to find the tunnels. She went alone. That was the mistake, though she wouldn't realize it was a mistake until later. She went alone because she'd always gone alone, because her instinct in a crisis was to move faster by moving solo, because despite everything, the bond, the trust, the growing something she refused to name, Wednesday Addams was still at her core, someone who believed she worked best in isolation. The tunnel entrance was where the architectural plans indicated, a sealed door in the basement of the main building, behind the vault room, access through a passage that hadn't been opened in decades. Thing picked the lock. Wednesday descended. The tunnels were exactly as her vision had shown them. Stone walls carved with containment symbols, cold air, dim light that seemed to come from the symbols themselves. The passages branched and reconnected in a pattern that matched the architectural plans she'd memorized, concentric rings, narrowing toward the center. She could feel the sleeper. Down here, close to the containment system, the entity's presence was enormous, not hostile, not even really conscious, but vast in the way that the ocean was vast. A presence so large that being near it was like standing next to a mountain and feeling your own smallness in your bones. The amplifiers were easy to find. Small metal devices attached to the containment symbols at regular intervals, each one drawing energy from the ley lines and feeding it into the containment at an accelerated rate. Wednesday counted 12 on the outer ring alone. Crow had been busy. She reached for the first amplifier, intending to remove it, and the moment her fingers touched the metal, pain, not physical pain, psychic pain. A barrier, a trap, woven into the amplifier's structure, designed to activate when touched by someone carrying a Soulbound mark. Wednesday's vision whited out, her psychic senses overloaded, too much input, too many frequencies, a cacophony of magical noise that slammed into her mind like a wall of sound. She staggered, dropped to one knee. The amplifier hummed on the wall, undisturbed, and the trap continued. Her psychic defenses were being systematically dismantled, layer by layer, the trap finding each wall she'd built and dissolving it with the precision of someone who understood exactly how psychic architecture worked. Crow had designed this specifically for her, specifically for a psychic. The amplifiers weren't just accelerating the containment's degradation. They were bait, designed to lure and incapacitate exactly the kind of person who would try to remove them. Wednesday fought. She rebuilt her defenses as fast as the trap tore them down, but the trap was relentless, and she was alone and the bond was screaming. Harry could feel her distress across the campus. She could feel his panic slamming through the connection, but he was too far away. The amplification was too weak at this distance. Then the second trap triggered. The tunnel sealed. Stone doors dropped from the ceiling at both ends of the corridor segment she was in, locking her into a 40-foot section of tunnel with no exit. And the walls began to glow, not the containment symbols but new symbols, freshly carved, drawn in the same precise hand as the amplifiers. Severance symbols. A ritual circle, carved around her current position with surgical precision. Crow had known she would come alone, had known Wednesday's instinct would be to investigate solo, had designed the trap not just for a psychic, but for Wednesday specifically, for someone whose greatest strength was also her greatest vulnerability. Her independence, her refusal to wait, her belief that she worked best alone. The ritual circle activated. Wednesday felt the severance energy, cold, sharp, alien, begin to cut at the bond. Not the fast, clean cut of a completed ritual. A slow separation. A peeling apart. She felt the connection to Harry fraying at the edges, individual threads of the bond snapping under the ritual's pressure, and each snap was agony, not in her hand, not in her mark, but everywhere in every cell, as though the bond was woven into her DNA and someone was pulling the strands out one by one. She screamed. Wednesday Addams, who had never screamed in her life except to terrify others, screamed alone in a tunnel under Nevermore Academy, while a ritual designed by people who had killed dozens of bonded pairs before her began to do what it was built to do. But she didn't stop fighting. She gathered what was left of her psychic ability, battered, depleted, the trap having stripped away most of her defenses, and she slammed it outward. Not at the amplifier, not at the ritual symbols, at the bond. She grabbed the fraying connection with everything she had and held on, reinforcing the threads that were snapping, weaving new ones where the old ones broke, pouring her will into the bond with a ferocity that surprised even her. I will not be severed. I will not lose this. I will not lose him. The thought came unbidden, raw, from somewhere beneath the strategy and the control and the carefully maintained walls. It was not tactical. It was not rational. It was the most honest thing she'd ever felt, and it burned through the ritual's cold logic like fire through paper. The bond stabilized, barely. The severance energy was still cutting, still pressing, but Wednesday's reinforcement held. A stalemate. One she couldn't maintain forever. The ritual was powered by the ley lines, which were effectively infinite, and she was powered by herself, which was not. She had minutes, maybe less. She sent everything she had left through the bond. Not a message, she didn't have that capability yet, but a signal, a flare. Everything she was feeling, everything she was experiencing compressed into a single psychic burst and launched through the connection toward Harry with the force of a cannon shot. I'm underground. The tunnels. Crow trapped me. The bond is being severed. Come now. And then she did the only thing left to do. She sat in the center of a ritual designed to kill her, held the bond together with her bare will, and waited for the boy she'd refused to trust to come find her anyway. She didn't wait long. The stone door at the far end of the corridor didn't open. It exploded. The blast sent fragments of stone screaming through the tunnel, and through the dust and the debris, Wednesday saw green light, not a spell, not wand light, but Harry's eyes, blazing with actual magical fire the way they had in her first vision. Power was rolling off him in visible waves, distorting the air, cracking the stone beneath his feet. He'd crossed the campus in minutes. He'd found the tunnel entrance, navigated the passages, and blown through a sealed stone door like it was tissue paper. And he was furious. Not the cold, controlled ice she'd felt before, but something hotter. Something that had burned through his discipline and his restraint and left nothing but raw, nuclear force. He looked at the ritual circle on the floor. He looked at Wednesday, kneeling at its center, blood running from her nose where the psychic trap had burst capillaries, her hands shaking with the effort of holding the bond together. He stepped into the ritual circle. The severance energy hit him, and he didn't even flinch. He walked through it the way you walk through rain, aware of it, unbothered by it, his magic so amplified by rage and proximity, and the bond's desperate resonance that the ritual's cutting force couldn't find purchase. He reached Wednesday and dropped to his knees in front of her and grabbed both her hands. The bond detonated. Not outward, inward. The connection between them, strained to its breaking point, suddenly reinforced by Harry's power on top of Wednesday's will, didn't just stabilize. It evolved. The fraying threads rewove themselves into something denser, stronger, more complex. New capabilities slammed into existence. She could hear his thoughts now, actually hear them, words and images and tactical assessments streaming between them. She could feel his magic as distinctly as her own, could feel the warmth of it, the fierce protective fire that was burning through the ritual's severance energy like an immune system destroying an infection. The ritual symbols on the walls cracked. The amplifier on the nearest containment symbol sparked, shorted, and died. The stone doors at both ends of the corridor blew off their hinges and crashed into the passages beyond. The severance ritual collapsed. The energy dissipated. The tunnel went quiet. Wednesday and Harry knelt in the destroyed corridor, hands clasped, foreheads almost touching, breathing in sync. The bond between them was blazing, hotter and brighter than it had ever been, reforged in the crucible of almost being broken, and Wednesday could feel that it was fundamentally different now. Not just a connection, a fusion. The walls between their minds were gossamer thin, and through them she could see everything. His fear when he'd felt her distress, his rage when he'd understood the trap, the absolute, unhesitating certainty with which he'd dropped everything and come for her. And underneath it all, the thing he'd been trying not to name. The thing she'd been trying not to name. The truth that the bond had known before either of them had, that the universe or the convergence or the ancient architecture of Nevermore had known when it pulled a boy from Scotland and put him in a room with a girl in braids and a black dress. They fit, not romantically, or not just romantically, but fundamentally, structurally at the level of magical architecture that predated language and intention. They were the two halves of a system designed to work in unison, and fighting that design had been like fighting gravity, possible briefly, at enormous cost, and ultimately futile. "You came alone," Harry said. His voice was rough. "I know. You promised. You promised you wouldn't make decisions about the bond without telling me." "I wasn't making a decision about the bond. I was investigating the tunnels. And you almost died. The bond almost broke. I felt it Wednesday, I felt it tearing, and I couldn't. For 30 seconds I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think, I could just feel you disappearing. I'm not disappearing, I'm right here. Because I got here in time. What if I hadn't? What if the tunnels had been longer, or the door had been stronger, or then you'd be dead too. Shared mortality, remember. There was no scenario where I lost and you didn't. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be accurate. Wednesday pulled one hand free from his grip and wiped the blood from her nose with her sleeve. Her head was pounding. The psychic trap had done damage, not permanent, she didn't think, but she'd be operating at reduced capacity for days. Crow set this trap specifically for me. She knew I'd come alone. She designed the psychic attack for my specific abilities, and the ritual was pre-carved into the walls, which means she's been preparing this for days at minimum. She wanted to sever the bond while I was out of range. She wanted to start the severance. The ritual wasn't complete, it was a preliminary stage, designed to weaken the bond enough that the final ritual would be easier to perform. She wasn't trying to kill me tonight. She was trying to cripple us. She failed. She did more than fail. She triggered an evolution in the bond. We're stronger now than we were an hour ago. I can hear your thoughts, Harry. You can hear mine. That shouldn't have been possible for months according to the historical cases. The bond adapts to threats. The bond overcompensates for threats. It doesn't just defend, it upgrades. Harry sat back on his heels, still in the destroyed ritual circle, dust in his hair and green fire fading from his eyes. The bond carried his thoughts to her, rapid, overlapping, the same tactical mind she'd felt before but now in high definition, every nuance clear. He was running scenarios, calculating Crow's next move, planning, and underneath the planning, repeating like a heartbeat, she could have died, she could have died, she could have died. Harry, Wednesday's voice was steady, steadier than she felt. I made an error. I went alone because that's what I do and it almost cost us everything. I won't do it again. He looked at her. Through the bond she felt his surprise, genuine, unguarded. She'd admitted a mistake. Wednesday Addams had admitted a mistake voluntarily without prompting, and both of them understood how significant that was. Okay, he said. Okay, they stood. Wednesday's legs were unsteady, the psychic damage and the strain of holding the bond together had cost her, and Harry put an arm around her waist to steady her. She allowed it. The contact amplified the bond further, their combined awareness expanding outward, filling the tunnel with their shared perception. The amplifiers, Wednesday said. We need to remove them, all of them. Can we touch them now, after the trap? The trap was tied to the ritual circle. The circle is destroyed. The amplifiers themselves are just devices. We can remove them physically. They moved through the tunnels together, methodically removing every amplifier they found. Harry blasted the ones that were warded. Wednesday used her recovering telekinesis on the ones that weren't. It took an hour. They found 16 in total, 12 on the outer ring, 4 on the inner. When the last one was removed, Wednesday felt the containment system sigh. The symbols on the walls brightened fractionally, the energy flow normalizing, the regulator resuming its intended function. The sleeper's ambient pressure eased. Not gone, not even close, but reduced, like turning down the volume on a sound that had been slowly deafening them. It's working, Harry said, feeling it too. The containment's stabilizing. It needs more than stabilization. It needs recharging. The core node, we need to get there eventually and do what the founders designed the bond to do. But not tonight. Not tonight. Tonight we go back up, we tell the Nightshades what happened, and we prepare for Crow's response. She'll know her trap failed. She'll know the amplifiers are gone. She's going to be desperate. Good. Not good. Desperate and capable is the most dangerous combination. They climbed out of the tunnels into the basement, sealed the entrance behind them, and walked through the quiet school toward their dormitory. It was after midnight again. The halls were empty, the building asleep, and Wednesday leaned on Harry more than she wanted to admit as they climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. In their room, she sat on her bed and he sat on his, and the bond hummed between them, transformed, deepened, singing with a frequency that resonated in both their chests. Wednesday, if you say you could have died one more time, I wasn't going to. I was going to say that the bond evolution, the cognitive link, I can feel everything now. Your tactical assessments, your observations, even the way you think about words, your mind is extraordinary. I'm aware. Let me finish. Your mind is extraordinary and it's also lonely. It's been running alone for so long that it doesn't know how to share processing space. You keep trying to close the channel even now, even after everything that happened tonight. You're doing it right now. She was. Instinctively, constantly, the reflex of a lifetime of self-containment pressing against the bond's new openness. I'm not asking you to stop, Harry said. I'm asking you to know that when you're ready, the channel is there, and I'll be on the other end, and it doesn't make you weak to use it. Wednesday looked at him. The bond was so clear now that she could see herself through his eyes, see what he saw when he looked at her. Not a small girl in braids, not a weapon, not a partner or an asset or a strategic ally. A person, whole and complicated and fierce and damaged and extraordinary, and someone she closed the channel. Gently this time, not a slam. A door eased shut. Good night, Harry. Good night, Wednesday. She lay down. He lay down. The marks on their hands glowed in the dark, brighter now, pulsing together. The rhythm of a bond that had been tested and had come out the other side not broken but forged. Beneath the school, the containment symbols glowed with restored energy. The sleeper turned in its vast, ancient sleep, and the cracks in the door grew no wider. And in a faculty office on the other side of campus, Alara Crow sat at her desk with her hands flat on the surface, and her carefully maintained composure shattered around her like broken glass. She stared at the monitoring device in front of her, a small crystal that tracked the containment system's status, and watched her amplifiers disappear from the display one by one. She picked up her phone, dialed a number. When the voice on the other end answered, she spoke in a language that hadn't been used conversationally in centuries. The preliminary severance failed. They're stronger than we projected, significantly stronger. The bond evolved during the attempt, cognitive synchronization at minimum, possibly more. Silence on the line. I need authorization for the primary ritual, full deployment. Yes, I'm aware of the risks. The risks of not acting are now greater. She paused, listened, her jaw tight. I can have the ritual site prepared within 48 hours, but I'll need the team, all of them. This pair isn't going to be separated by anything less than overwhelming force. More silence. Understood, Crow said. She ended the call and sat in the dark office in the dark school, above the dark tunnels where her careful, patient plan had just been demolished by two teenagers who refused to die on anyone's schedule but their own. She opened her desk drawer and pulled out a slim, leather-bound book, a ritual manual. The cover bore the seal of the severance, two hands, reaching for each other with a blade between them. She opened it to the marked page and began to read. The game had changed. The players were in position. And in 48 hours, one way or another, it would end. Chapter 5. What burns together. Wednesday woke to the sound of Harry's heartbeat, not through the walls, not through the air, through the bond, which had spent the night deepening while they slept, threading itself through the architecture of their nervous systems like roots growing through soil. She lay in the dark of the early morning and felt the steady rhythm of his pulse alongside her own, two metronomes slightly out of sync, drifting toward alignment with every passing minute. She sat up. Her body ached from the psychic damage of the tunnel trap, a dull, pervasive soreness that lived behind her eyes and in the base of her skull, the bruising of a mind that had been battered against its own defenses. But beneath the pain, something else. Power. The bond's evolution had filled reservoirs she hadn't known she had, and her psychic ability was already regenerating, faster than it should have been, fed by the connection. Harry was awake. She could feel it, the shift in his consciousness from the soft static of sleep to the sharp clarity of alertness. He was lying still, eyes open, doing the same thing she was, cataloging the bond's overnight developments. "You can feel my heartbeat," he said without moving. "Yes, I can feel yours." Fascinating. We've become a mutual cardiac monitoring system, truly the pinnacle of magical evolution. It's going to be hard to lie to each other now. I never intended to lie to you. Your heart rate just changed when you said that. Wednesday sat on the edge of her bed and looked at him through the gray pre-dawn light. He was propped on one elbow, hair a disaster, glasses off, eyes very green. The bond was so clear now that looking at him felt like looking at a mirror that reflected something other than physical appearance. She could see his alertness, his concern, the undercurrent of warmth he'd stopped trying to hide. 48 hours, she said. That's what Crow has. Her trap failed, her amplifiers are gone, and she made a phone call requesting authorization for a full deployment. The Severance is sending reinforcements. How do you know the timeline? I don't precisely. I'm extrapolating from operational patterns. The Severance values efficiency. Crow's cover is blown. The longer she waits, the stronger we get and the more prepared Nevermore becomes. If I were her handler, I'd want this resolved before the end of the week. Today is Thursday, which gives us today and tomorrow before the weekend when the campus empties enough to provide operational cover. If I were planning an assault on a school, I'd do it Saturday night. Minimal witnesses. Faculty reduced to skeleton crew, students scattered. Harry sat up fully. We have 2 days, at most. The bond carried their shared assessment. 2 days to prepare for an assault by an organization that had been successfully killing soul-bonded pairs for centuries. 2 days to stabilize the containment, reach the core node, and recharge the system that kept the sleeper dormant. 2 days to become something that no bonded pair had ever been, strong enough to survive what was coming. We go to the core node today, Harry said. Today is classes. Crow will be watching for any break in our routine. Wednesday, we have 2 days. And breaking routine tells Crow exactly what we're doing and how close we are to a critical objective. She doesn't know we found the founding journal. She doesn't know we understand the containment system. If we disappear into the tunnels during class hours, she'll know we're going for the core and she'll move before we're ready. So we go tonight. We go tonight. After dark, when the school is asleep, when our absence won't be noted for hours. We go together. We bring the nightshades as perimeter security, and we recharge the containment system the way the founders intended. And if Crow attacks while we're underground, then we fight underground, where the containment system amplifies our bond, where we're surrounded by the very architecture that was built for people like us, and where she's operating on our territory instead of hers. Harry looked at her. Through the bond, she felt his tactical mind engage with her plan, not rubber stamping it, but stress testing it, probing for weaknesses, looking for the things she'd missed. The cognitive synchronization was remarkable. His strategic thinking complemented hers in ways she hadn't expected, where she saw architecture and patterns, he saw chaos and adaptation. Where she planned for the expected, he planned for everything going wrong. Together, their tactical coverage was nearly complete. There's one gap, he said. The Severance reinforcements. We don't know how many, what their capabilities are, or how they'll approach the school. The Nightshades can cover the tunnels, but if Crow's team comes through the surface, Weems. She committed to full institutional support. That includes the school's defensive infrastructure. Nevermore was built as a fortress for outcasts. There will be wards, barriers, defensive systems. Weems activates them. The Nightshades secure the tunnels. We reach the core. And Enid watches Crow. She's our early warning system. The moment Crow breaks routine, Enid tells us and we adjust. The plan had shape now. Not perfect. No plan survived contact with the enemy. And Harry knew that better than anyone alive, but solid, layered, with enough redundancy that a single failure point wouldn't collapse the whole thing. Okay, Harry said. Let's build it. They built it over breakfast, lunch, and the spaces between classes, the bond carrying their thoughts back and forth in a continuous tactical dialogue that required no words. To anyone watching, and someone was always watching, they appeared to be 2 students going about their day, attending lectures, eating meals, existing in the normal rhythms of a school week. Beneath the surface, they were constructing a defensive operation with the precision of 2 people whose combined strategic experience included a war, a lifetime of family-home paranoia, and a bond that let them think in stereo. The Nightshades received their assignments during a meeting in the archive chamber at lunchtime. Bianca would lead the tunnel security team, 4 Nightshades positioned at key junctions in the tunnel system, creating a perimeter around the core node. Xavier would use his ability to animate his drawings as a surveillance network, sketched birds placed at windows throughout the campus, able to relay visual information back to him. Divya would monitor the emotional signature of every faculty member on campus, alert for the spike in controlled aggression that would signal Crow's move. Marcus, the strongest physical combatant in the group, would hold the tunnel entrance. This is real, Kent said. looking around the table at faces that were younger than they should have been for the weight they were carrying. "We're actually doing this. Secret society turned actual defense force." "You were always supposed to be a defense force," Wednesday said. "The Severance took that from you. Tonight you take it back." The room felt the weight of that. Wednesday watched it land in Xavier's jaw, setting hard in Bianca's eyes, going sharp in Divya's hands, which stopped their nervous movement and went still. They were afraid. They should be. But they were also angry, and anger was a more useful fuel than courage. "One more thing," Harry said. "The Severance agents, Crow's reinforcements, they'll be trained killers. They've done this before. If any of you engage them directly and it's going badly, you disengage. Fall back to a safe position and wait. Wednesday and I are the targets. Once we've recharged the containment and dealt with Crow, the agents lose their mission objective." "And if you don't deal with Crow," Ajax asked, "then the plan failed and you should run," Wednesday said. "Not a suggestion, an order. If we fall, the bond breaks and the energy release will destabilize the convergence point. You do not want to be underground when that happens." Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Bianca said, "We won't need to run. You're going to win." "What makes you so certain?" "Because I've been trying to find a crack in both of you since you arrived, and I haven't found one. Whatever the Severance sends, it's going to bounce off you too like everything else." It wasn't accurate. It wasn't tactical. It was faith, blind and defiant, the kind of thing Wednesday usually dismissed as sentimental noise. But the bond carried Harry's response to it, a warmth, a strengthening, the effect of being believed in by someone with no obligation to believe, and Wednesday felt it reinforced something in both of them. She said nothing. She didn't need to. The plan was set. Arcane history that afternoon was Crow's last lecture, though only Wednesday and Harry knew it. Crow stood at the front of the room and taught. Her subject was theoretical frameworks for magical containment, a topic so relevant to what Wednesday and Harry were planning that it could not be coincidence. Crow was sending a message. "I know what you're going to attempt, and I want you to know how difficult it will be." "Containment systems," Crow said, drawing diagrams that Wednesday recognized from the founding journal, "are fundamentally limited by their power source. A containment that draws on ambient ley line energy is sustainable but weak. It can maintain a steady state indefinitely but cannot withstand sudden surges. A containment powered by a direct magical source." She paused, her eyes finding Wednesday's, "is powerful but volatile. The source must be carefully regulated, or the containment becomes more dangerous than what it contains." She was describing the core node. She was telling them, in the language of a lecture, that what they planned to do was dangerous, that channeling the bond's power into the containment system could overload it, could crack the regulator, could wake the sleeper instead of stabilizing it. Was she right? Wednesday considered this with the ruthless honesty she applied to all tactical assessments. Crow was intelligent. Crow had been studying this longer than Wednesday had been alive. It was possible. It was, in fact, probable that Crow's fears about the Soulbound's danger were not entirely fabricated. The bond's power was growing without apparent limit. Channeling that power into a system designed centuries ago, before anyone could have predicted the bond's evolution, was a genuine risk. The difference between Wednesday and Crow was not that one of them understood the risk and the other didn't. The difference was what they were willing to do about it. Crow's solution: kill one partner, break the bond, eliminate the risk. Clean, surgical, certain. Wednesday's solution: master the bond, channel its power deliberately, rewrite the system's limits. Messy, uncertain, unprecedented. The entire history of the Severance was built on the premise that the clean solution was the only one. That no bonded pair could control their own power, that the escalation was always fatal. Wednesday intended to prove them wrong. After class, she walked past Crow's desk on the way out. She didn't stop, but as she passed, she said quietly, just loud enough for Crow to hear, "Your amplifiers are gone, your trap failed, and the pair you're hunting is stronger today than yesterday and will be stronger tomorrow than today. Whatever you're planning for Saturday, I suggest you bring enough people to make it interesting." Crow's composure held, but her hands, flat on the desk, trembled, just once, just enough. Wednesday walked out of the classroom and didn't look back. Enid found them in the corridor after dinner, walking fast, her werewolf senses broadcasting urgency in the tension of her muscles and the pace of her breathing. "Crow left campus," she said, 20 minutes ago. Got in a car in the faculty lot, black sedan, tinted windows. Someone was driving. She had a bag. What kind of bag? Duffel, heavy. She carried it with both hands, and she's not a small woman. Equipment, Harry said through the bond and out loud simultaneously. She's collecting supplies for the ritual. Or she's meeting the reinforcements, Wednesday said, bringing them to a staging area near the campus. She'll be back. She'll be back. The ritual requires the convergence point, which means it requires the campus. She's gathering resources, not retreating. Enid nodded. She was scared. Wednesday could see it in the set of her jaw, the way her hands kept balling into fists and releasing, but she was standing here, delivering intelligence, functioning. The scared part was secondary to the useful part. Wednesday respected this more than she could articulate. "Enid, when it starts tonight, tomorrow, whenever, I need you away from the tunnels. Stay in the dormitory. Keep the other students calm. If anything comes through the campus that isn't us or the nightshades, you get everyone out. Understand?" "I understand, but Wednesday, what?" "Be careful." "I'm always careful. You're always strategic. Careful is different. Careful means you come back." Something moved in Wednesday's chest. Not the bond. Something older than the bond. Something that lived in the space between people who mattered to each other and had nothing to do with magical tethers or cosmic architecture. "I'll come back," she said. Enid hugged her. Wednesday allowed it for 27 seconds, which was 27 seconds longer than she'd ever allowed a hug to last. Then she extricated herself with the dignity of someone who had not just experienced a sincere emotional moment and walked away. Harry, mercifully, said nothing. But the bond carried his feelings about what had just happened, and they were warm and amused and fond, and Wednesday pretended she didn't notice. Night fell on Nevermore like a curtain dropping. The campus went quiet by 10. By 11, the dormitory sounds had faded to the ambient hum of sleep. By midnight, the grounds were still. Wednesday and Harry stood in their room, dressed for what was coming. Wednesday wore black, her usual but practical. Boots with grip, close-fitting clothes that wouldn't catch on tunnel walls, her hair braided tight against her skull. She had thing in her pocket and the vault key in her boot, and a small knife strapped to her forearm that she'd never told anyone about and didn't intend to use unless everything else had failed. Harry wore dark clothes and his wand was in his hand. Not his pocket, not his waistband, his hand. He told her once that the last time he'd gone into a life-or-death situation, he'd done it with the wand loose and ready, and it had saved his life 4 times in the first 3 minutes. She didn't argue with field experience. The bond between them was a living thing, pulsing, warm, electric with shared adrenaline and shared purpose. The cognitive synchronization was complete. She could feel his thoughts running parallel to hers, 2 streams merging into a river of shared tactical awareness. He could feel hers. They were, in this moment, as close to a single operating intelligence as 2 separate people could be. "Ready?" he asked. "I've been ready since I got here." "That's not what I meant." She looked at him. He looked at her. The bond stripped away the deflection, the armor, the instinctive shields, and what was underneath was simple. 2 people about to walk into danger together who had found in each other the one thing neither had ever expected to find. "I'm ready," she said, and meant it. They moved through the dormitory like ghosts. The hall was dark and quiet. They descended the stairs, crossed the ground floor, and slipped out through the service entrance. Thing picked the lock for the last time. After tonight, there would be no more sneaking. The night air was cold, sharp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The campus was empty. The Nevermore woods were a wall of black against the star-filled sky, and the ley lines hummed beneath their feet, a bass note they felt in their bones. The nightshades were in position. Wednesday felt them through the bond's expanded awareness, Bianca in the tunnels already, her siren presence a bright point in the underground dark. Marcus at the tunnel entrance. Xavier's animated sketches perched at windows across campus, tiny sentinels with charcoal eyes. Divya somewhere in the main building, monitoring emotional signatures, her empathic senses cast wide. Weems was in her office. Wednesday had spoken to her an hour ago, delivering a single instruction. Activate every defensive ward the school possessed and be prepared to seal the campus if external forces attempted entry. Weems had asked no questions. She'd simply nodded and begun the process, and Wednesday had seen in her eyes the look of a woman who had spent years maintaining a system she didn't fully understand and was finally willing to let someone else take the wheel. They reached the basement. The tunnel entrance opened at Thing's touch. The darkness below exhaled cold air that tasted of stone and old magic. Wednesday looked down into the tunnels. Her vision, the one from the first night, the one she'd carried like a stone in her chest since the moment it hit, played behind her eyes. The corridor, the door, the sleeper, their power merged in blazing. Together, Harry said, not a question. Together, they descended. The tunnels felt different at night. The containment symbols on the walls glowed with the steady light of a system operating at partial capacity, brighter than when Crow's amplifiers had been draining them, but dimmer than what they should have been. The inner rings grew brighter as Wednesday and Harry moved deeper, the bond's proximity amplifying the system's response, and Wednesday could feel the containment recognizing them, responding to their marks, adjusting its energy flow, opening pathways that would have been sealed to anyone else. The system was guiding them to the core. They passed through the outer ring. Bianca was at the junction, positioned with two other nightshades, her siren presence a wall of psychic force that would stop anything that tried to follow. She nodded as they passed. No words. There was nothing to say. The inner ring was deeper, narrower, the passages carved from bedrock that hummed with raw ley line energy. The symbols here were denser, more complex, and Wednesday's enhanced psychic senses could read them now, not as decoration or containment, but as language, instructions. A manual carved into stone, written by the founders for the bonded pair who would one day walk this path. You are the keystone, the symbols said. What was broken will be mended. What sleeps will be sustained. What you carry together is enough. Harry could read them too. Through the bond, his interpretation layered over hers, his wizard's training giving him context for the magical theory, her psychic intuition giving her context for the emotional resonance. Together they understood things that neither could have understood alone. This was what the bond was for, not just power, not just survival, understanding. The ability to see the same truth from two angles simultaneously and arrive at a comprehension that transcended either individual perspective. The corridor from her vision appeared ahead of them. Stone walls, carved symbols, the door at the end. The door was cracking. The fissures she'd seen in her visions were real, thin lines of curdled light bleeding through gaps in the stone, the sleeper's energy leaking through the failing containment. The light was neither warm nor cold. It was old, the color of magic that had been cycling through the same channel for millennia, power so ancient it had developed its own character, its own almost consciousness. The sleeper wasn't malevolent. Wednesday felt this with certainty as they approached the door. It wasn't trying to break free. It wasn't trying to destroy. It was simply too much energy, too much power in a system that was running without maintenance, leaking at the seams because no one had been here to tighten them for 100 years. The core node is behind that door, Wednesday said. I know, I can feel it. The journal said we need to touch it simultaneously and channel the bond's energy into the containment. It didn't say what that would feel like. It'll feel like something. That's enough warning. Your emotional preparation for dangerous magical events continues to be underwhelming, and yet we're both still alive. Wednesday looked at the cracking door. The curdled light pulsed through the fissures in time with the sleeper's vast, slow rhythm. Beyond that door was the most powerful magical entity anyone in this hemisphere had encountered in centuries, and she was going to walk in and plug herself into its containment system like a battery into a slot. Every instinct she had, the old ones, the ones that predated the bond and the trust and the growing something she'd stopped fighting, told her to turn around, to find another way, to not walk willingly into the heart of something that could destroy her. She ignored them. She'd been ignoring those instincts since the first night, when the bond had snapped into existence and she'd felt, for the first time in her life, what it was like to not be alone. The old instincts were built for a solitary creature. She wasn't solitary anymore. She put her hand on the door. Harry put his hand beside hers. The containment symbols blazed, the bond sang, and the door opened. The sleeper's chamber was vast. Not vast like a room, vast like a sky. The ceiling was invisible, lost in darkness that went up and might have gone on forever. The floor was stone, smooth, carved with the most intricate version of the containment symbols they'd seen yet. A master array that spiraled inward toward the center of the chamber in a pattern so complex and so beautiful that Wednesday's breath caught. And at the center, the core node. It was a pillar of stone, waist-high, uncarved, unadorned. The simplest object in the most complex room. The raw, unprocessed heart of the system, from which all the other symbols, all the other arrays, all the other rings and nodes and junctions radiated outward like the branches of a tree from its trunk. The sleeper was not visible. It was everywhere. The energy in the chamber was so dense that it pressed against their skin, their minds, their bond. It tasted like thunder and smelled like deep earth, and it was alive, not in the way creatures were alive, but in the way that rivers and storms and tectonic plates were alive, with a force and a direction that dwarfed anything human. "I can feel it," Harry whispered. "It's enormous. It's not trying to wake up. It's trying to stay asleep. The containment failure is hurting it, the energy it's leaking. It needs that energy to maintain dormancy. Every crack in the system is another wound. Then we close the wounds." Wednesday walked toward the core node. The sleeper's energy pressed against her, not hostile but intense, like walking into a gale. The bond blazed in response, their combined power pushing back against the pressure, maintaining a space of clarity around them as they moved. They reached the core node together. It was plain, warm. The stone thrummed under her fingertips when she touched it, and she felt the entire containment system through the contact. Every ring, every node, every symbol, all of it connected, all of it flowing through this single point. And she felt the sleeper. Not its mind, she wasn't sure it had one in the way she understood minds, but its being, its age, its patience, its exhaustion. It had been sleeping and cycling and sustaining and leaking for longer than human civilization, and it was tired. "Harry." "I know." He put his hand on the stone beside hers. The bond locked into the core node like a key into a lock. The world dissolved. Not the physical world, they were still standing in the chamber, still touching the stone, still breathing. But the world of their perception expanded outward in a shock wave that encompassed the entire containment system, the entire ley line network, the entire campus above them. Wednesday saw everything, every symbol, every flow, every crack, every weakness. She saw the system as the founders had designed it, perfect, balanced, a masterwork of magical engineering that turned one vast entity's power into a sustainable resource for thousands. She saw where it was broken. Decades of unmaintained decay. Crow's amplifiers had caused the most recent damage, but the deeper failures were older. The slow entropy of a system running without operators, degrading inch by inch, century by century. And she felt through the bond the power available to fix it. The bond opened. Fully. Not the careful, controlled channel they'd been managing, the full depth of it, everything they'd been holding back, every wall and barrier and instinctive defense. It opened the way a floodgate opens, and the power that poured through was staggering. Wednesday felt Harry's magic, hot, bright, fierce, merge with hers, cold, sharp, deep. And the combination was neither hot nor cold, but something entirely new. Something that burned without heat and cut without edges and moved through the containment system like blood through veins, filling the empty spaces, mending the broken channels, sealing the cracks with a force that the symbols themselves seemed to welcome. The sleeper stirred, not waking, the opposite, settling. The energy flow was normalizing, the cycle reestablishing itself, and the sleeper was sinking deeper into dormancy, into the peaceful, sustainable sleep that the containment was designed to maintain. Wednesday felt its relief, a wave of something so vast and so old that it barely registered as emotion, more like a geological sigh, the release of tension that had been building for a century. The cracks in the door sealed. The fissures in the containment symbols closed. The arrays brightened, ring by ring, the system coming back online from the core outward, and Wednesday and Harry stood at the center of it and felt the entire architecture of Nevermore's magical foundation rebuild itself around them. It was the most powerful thing Wednesday had ever experienced. It was the most vulnerable. The bond was open, everything she was, everything she'd ever been, exposed and flowing through the connection. Harry could see all of it. Her childhood in the Addams mansion, dark and sharp and full of love expressed in ways no one outside the family would understand. Her loneliness, the real loneliness, not the performed kind, but the bone-deep ache of a girl who had never once in her life met someone who operated at her frequency. Her arrival at Nevermore. The first night. The bond igniting. The terror of it, the real terror she'd never admitted, the fear of losing herself in someone else. And Harry's everything flowed back. The cupboard. The years of being nothing, being less than nothing, being a burden in a house that hated him. The letter, the castle, the friends who became family, the war that broke his family apart and the forest where he walked to die. And after the hollow peace, the displacement, the sensation of a life that had fulfilled its purpose and didn't know what came next. Until now. Until her. The containment system completed its restoration. The ley lines steadied. The sleeper settled into a sleep so deep and so stable that Wednesday knew, with the bone-deep certainty of someone plugged directly into the system's core, that it wouldn't falter again for generations. They pulled their hands from the stone. The bond closed, not fully, not to what it had been before, but to something manageable. The full openness receded like a tide, leaving behind a connection that was deeper and clearer than anything they'd had before, but no longer the overwhelming flood of total exposure. Wednesday's face was wet. She touched her cheek and her fingers came away damp. She stared at them. "I'm crying," she said, with the tone of someone who discovered a new and distressing physical phenomenon. "So am I, we will never speak of this." Agreed. They stood in the sleeper's chamber in the restored glow of the containment system, and the marks on their hands were blazing, not with the tentative pulse of a new bond, but with the steady, brilliant light of a bond that had been fully realized, fully tested, and fully accepted. The ground shook. Not the containment was stable, rock solid, the sleeper deeply asleep. This was something else, something above them. Through the bond's expanded awareness, Wednesday felt it, disruption on the surface. Multiple magical signatures entering the campus grounds from the north, moving fast, moving with purpose. Weems' wards flaring as they hit and then shattering, not gradually, not through attrition, but through targeted ritual countermeasures designed specifically to dismantle Nevermore's defenses. The severance had arrived. Not in 2 days. Now, tonight. Crow had moved the timeline up. Through the bond, Harry's tactical mind snapped into focus. She knew. She felt the containment restoration through whatever monitoring she has left, and she realized she was out of time. If we completed the recharge, the severance ritual would no longer be justified. The sleeper is stable. The threat is neutralized. Her mission objective evaporates. She's attacking now because now is the last moment when she can argue the bond is still dangerous. Wednesday's mind completed the assessment. She's not wrong that the bond is powerful. She's wrong that powerful means dangerous. But the severance won't see the distinction. They'll see two bonded individuals with unprecedented power connected to a wellspring, and they'll see an existential threat and they'll act. They ran. Through the tunnels, faster than they'd come in, the containment symbols lighting their way. The bond carried their awareness outward. They could feel the nightshades, scattered through the tunnel system, responding to the surface disturbance. Bianca's siren presence flared. Marcus braced at the tunnel entrance. Xavier's animated sketches were feeding information back. 8 figures on the campus grounds moving in formation, heavily armed with magical implements converging on the main building. 8. Crow had brought 8 severance agents. This wasn't a surgical strike, this was an assault force. They hit the outer ring at a sprint. Bianca was there, her face tight. 8 above. Weems' wards are down. They're inside the main building. Where's Crow? Divya says she's leading them. Her emotional signature just went nuclear, controlled aggression, total commitment. She's done waiting. Get the nightshades to the surface. Perimeter only, do not engage the severance agents directly. Contain the situation, keep them away from the dormitory, protect the students. And you too, we're going to end this. They climbed out of the tunnels into the basement. The main building above them was alive with noise, alarms, shouting, the crack and sizzle of magical combat. Weems had engaged the severance agents. She was buying time with the building's physical defenses, doors slamming, corridors rearranging, the ancient architecture of Nevermore responding to its principal's commands. But the agents were cutting through them with professional efficiency, and Wednesday could feel Weems' defenses thinning. They emerged into the ground floor corridor and walked straight into a firefight. 2 severance agents had broken ahead of the main group. They were in the entrance hall, a man and a woman, dressed in dark tactical gear, carrying implements that Wednesday didn't recognize but that radiated severance energy. They'd pinned Weems behind a column with alternating magical strikes, precise, coordinated, the practiced rhythm of people who'd worked together for years. Harry didn't slow down. He came around the corner, assessed the scene in a fraction of a second, and cast. The spell hit the male agent like a freight train, not a curse, a blast of raw kinetic force, channeled through his wand with the bond's full amplification behind it. The agent flew backward through the entrance hall, hit the far wall, and went through it. Not into it, through it. The stonework cratered around the impact, and the agent didn't get up. The female agent turned, startled by the speed of the attack, and Wednesday hit her with a telekinetic wave that picked her up off the floor and slammed her into the ceiling. Then the floor. Then the ceiling again. She dropped the third time unconscious, her severance implements clattering across the stone. 3 seconds. 2 agents down. Weems emerged from behind the column, her composure in shreds, a cut on her forehead, her hands shaking. She looked at the 2 downed agents, then at Wednesday and Harry, and her expression passed through several stages before settling on something that looked like awe tempered by terror. "There are 6 more," Weems said, "plus Crow. They're heading for the west wing, the tower where her classroom is." "The convergence point is directly beneath the west tower," Wednesday said. "She's trying to get underground." The ritual site, she prepared a backup. "She can't perform the severance now," Harry said. "The containment is restored. The sleeper is stable. There's no justification. She doesn't need justification anymore. She needs the bond broken. If the severance can't argue that we're an existential threat, then we're proof that bonded pairs can be controlled, that the severance's entire mission is based on a false premise. That's worse for them than the sleeper waking. They're not fighting to protect the world anymore. They're fighting to protect their own relevance." The analysis hit Harry through the bond, and she felt his reaction, not surprise but recognition. He'd seen this before. An organization so committed to its mission that the mission became more important than the reason for the mission. Voldemort's Death Eaters, the Ministry of Magic. Every institution that had ever decided its own survival mattered more than the people it was supposed to serve. "Then we take the fight to them," Harry said. "West Tower, now." They moved through the main building, and the building helped them. Corridors straightened, doors opened, the ancient architecture of Nevermore responding to the Soulbound marks on their hands the way the containment system had, recognizing them, serving them, bending itself to their purpose. They covered the distance to the West Tower in minutes, the bond singing between them, their combined awareness mapping the building in real time. They could feel the remaining agents. 6 of them spread through the west wing, establishing a perimeter around the tower. Crow was at the center in her classroom directly above the convergence point. She was doing something. Wednesday could feel the energy shifting, a ritual in progress, the severance symbols from the tunnel being activated in a new configuration. She wasn't performing the severance ritual. She was performing something else. Wednesday reached out through her psychic senses, pushing past the shielding that had blocked her before, using the bond's amplified power to cut through Crow's defenses like they were paper. She touched the surface of Crow's mind and read the shape of her intent. "She's opening the convergence point," Wednesday said. "From above. She can't reach the core node, we recharged it. The tunnels are sealed, so she's trying to bore straight down through the ley lines. If she ruptures the convergence from the surface, the energy release will be catastrophic regardless of the containment's condition. She's willing to destroy the campus to break the bond. She's willing to destroy the campus to ensure no bonded pair ever stabilizes a wellspring again. She'd rather prove the danger than let us prove it can be managed. That's insane, yes, but consistent with her premises. If you genuinely believe that soul bonds are an existential threat, and you see one that's been successfully managed, you don't celebrate, you panic. Because a managed bond means your entire worldview, your entire life was wrong. They reached the West Wing. The first two agents were waiting. Wednesday felt them a second before they struck, a pulse through her psychic awareness, the sharp spike of hostile intent. She threw up a telekinetic barrier, and the severance bolt that would have hit Harry in the chest splashed harmlessly against a wall of force. Harry's return fire was instantaneous. Stupefy, amplified by the bond to a potency that hit both agents simultaneously despite being a single-target spell. They dropped. Harry stepped over them without breaking stride. The next two came from a side corridor. One carried a device that emitted a high-frequency pulse designed to disrupt magical bonds. Wednesday felt it hit the connection, felt the bond shudder, and responded with a psychic blast that short-circuited the device and the agent's consciousness simultaneously. The second agent got a spell off. Something dark, something that reeked of severance energy, and Harry deflected it with a shield charm so powerful the reflected spell blew a hole in the ceiling. The last two agents were at the door to Crow's classroom. They were the strongest. Wednesday could feel their magical signatures, experienced and formidable, the veterans of an organization that had been doing this for centuries. They stood shoulder to shoulder, implements raised, and the air between them crackled with severance energy that made the bond ache. "We can do this hard or we can do this easy," one of them said. She was older, gray-haired, with the steady hands of someone who had killed soul-bonded pairs before and expected to again. "The bond breaks tonight, one way or another. You can choose which one of you dies, or we can choose for you." Wednesday and Harry stopped 10 feet away. The corridor was narrow, barely wide enough for two people abreast. The agents had the door at their backs. The bond hummed between them, and Wednesday felt Harry's magic coiling ready, a drawn bow waiting for release. "Here's the problem with your offer," Wednesday said. "You're assuming we're afraid of you. You're assuming we're going to negotiate or plead or fight defensively while you dictate terms. You've been killing bonded pairs for so long that you've forgotten what a pair looks like when it's not afraid." "And what does it look like?" the agent asked. Wednesday raised her marked hand. Harry raised his. The bond blazed, visible now, a line of light between their palms, white and gold and shadow all at once, power that was neither hers nor his but theirs, the product of everything they'd been through and everything they'd become. "Like this," Wednesday said. They attacked, not separately, not in sequence. Together, a single strike, telekinetic force and magical power fused into a wave that filled the corridor from wall to wall and floor to ceiling. There was no room to dodge, no angle to deflect. The agent's shields held for half a second, maybe less, and then shattered, and the wave hit them with the full force of a soul bond that had been reforged in a tunnel trap and tempered in the heart of an ancient wellspring. Both agents went down, hard. Their implements cracked, their shields dissolved. They lay on the corridor floor, unconscious, and the severance energy that had been radiating from them dissipated like smoke in wind. The door to Crow's classroom was the last barrier. Wednesday could feel the professor behind it, her mind ablaze with ritual energy, her emotional state beyond Divya's controlled aggression reading and into something rower, something desperate and brilliant and terrified. Crow knew they were coming. Crow knew her agents were down. Crow knew the containment was stable and the sleeper was asleep, and every justification she'd built her life around was crumbling. And she was still going, still performing the ritual. Still trying to rupture the convergence point from above, willing to bring the ceiling down on all of them rather than accept that she was wrong. Wednesday looked at Harry. He looked at her. The bond carried a silent conversation that took less than a second. She won't stop. I know. We have to go in there and stop her, I know. If the ritual is far enough along, stopping it could release enough energy to, I know, Wednesday. Harry. Yeah, whatever happens in there, I need you to know something. Through the bond, wide open, no walls, no barriers, no carefully maintained defenses, she let him feel it. The thing she'd been refusing to name since the first night. Not love, she wasn't ready for that word, might never be ready for that word in the way other people used it. But something, a recognition, a fit, absolute crystalline certainty that of all the people in all the worlds, this was the one whose presence made her not less but more. More powerful, more capable, more herself, he felt it. And she felt his response, the same recognition, reflected back, shaped differently because he was different but identical in its core. Two people who had never expected to find each other, who had fought the finding with everything they had, and who had arrived here anyway. I know, he said through the bond. I know. They opened the door. Crow's classroom had been transformed. The desks were pushed to the walls. The curved blackboard was covered in severance symbols drawn in something that glowed. And in the center of the room, where the floor had been, there was a hole. Not a physical hole, a magical one. A bore through the ley lines, punched through the floor of the tower by ritual force, descending straight down toward the convergence point. The energy pouring up through it was raw, unfiltered, screaming with the intensity of a geological fault line being forced open. The air above it rippled and distorted, and the temperature in the room alternated between freezing and scorching as magical currents from different ley lines collided. Crow stood at the edge of the bore, hands raised, her carefully maintained composure gone completely. Her face was slick with sweat, her eyes wide, her mouth moving in a constant stream of ritual language. She was holding the bore open through sheer force of will and whatever implements she'd positioned around its circumference. 6 devices, arranged in a hexagonal pattern, each one channeling severance energy into the ley lines. She looked up when they entered. Her expression was the worst thing Wednesday had seen in this entire ordeal, not hatred, not rage, but grief. Genuine, profound grief. The grief of someone who believed they were saving the world and knew the world wouldn't see it that way. You can't stop this, Crow said. Her voice shook. The bore is locked. If you disrupt the ritual now, the energy releases uncontrolled. Everyone in this building dies. Then we control it, Wednesday said. You can't. No one can. This is what soul bonds do. They create forces that can't be managed, can't be contained, can't be predicted. Every pair in history was killed before they had the chance to prove you wrong. Wednesday stepped into the room. The ley line energy hit her like a physical blow, but the bond absorbed it, channeled it, converted the raw force into something she could use. You've been so busy severing bonds that you never saw what happens when one is allowed to grow. We recharged the containment. We stabilized the sleeper. The system works, Crow. It was designed for us. The system is a relic. It's a 1,000-year-old experiment that no one has maintained. We maintained it tonight, and it holds. The sleeper is asleep, the convergence is stable, and the only thing threatening this campus right now is you. Crow's face contorted. The grief deepened, twisted, became something harder. Your children, you don't understand what you've done. A stable bond connected to a wellspring, do you know what that means? You'll grow without limit. Your power will exceed anything the outcast world has seen in millennia. And someone, someday, will fear you for it, will hunt you for it. Not the severance, governments, institutions, the magical world itself. You've made yourselves the most dangerous thing alive, and you think that stability will save you. No, Wednesday said. We think we will save us. The same way we saved the containment and the sleeper and the students in the dormitory you were willing to sacrifice. Not because we're stable, because we're better together than anything that comes at us apart. Crow stared at her. The ritual energy raged around the bore, the devices humming, the room shaking. Wednesday could feel the bore's instability. Crow was right about one thing. Disrupting the ritual now would release catastrophic energy. But the energy didn't need to be disrupted. It needed to be redirected. Harry, she said, and through the bond sent the plan, complete, detailed, instantaneous. The bore was a channel to the convergence point. The convergence point was connected to the core node. The core node was connected to the containment system, which they just recharged. If they could redirect the bore's energy down into the containment instead of out of it, the system would absorb the excess, the bore would close naturally, and the ritual would end without a catastrophic release. But they'd have to channel it through themselves. Through the bond, they'd have to stand at the edge of the bore and act as conduits, taking the raw ley line energy into their bodies and transmitting it through the bond into the containment system. It would be like standing in a lightning bolt and hoping the current went to ground instead of through your heart. That's the plan. Harry's thought came through the bond, sharp with adrenaline. That's the plan. It's terrible. It's the only one we have, I know. Let's do it. They moved to opposite sides of the bore. Crow watched them, her ritual faltering, her expression cycling through disbelief and something that might have been hope and something that was definitely terror. "What are you doing?" "Proving you wrong," Wednesday said. She plunged her marked hand into the bore's energy. Harry did the same from the other side. The world went white again. Not the gentle white of the bond's ignition on the first night. This was the white of an exploding star, of energy so intense that perception itself overloaded. Wednesday felt the ley line force slam into her body, into her mind, into every corner of her being. It was too much, vastly too much, more power than any human body was designed to channel, more than any bond was designed to carry. But the bond didn't break. It expanded. Like a river hitting a wider channel, the power flowed through the connection between them, accelerated, focused, and found the path of least resistance, down through the bore into the convergence point, into the core node, into the containment system that was waiting for it with the patient, vast capacity of a wellspring designed to hold exactly this much. The excess energy drained. The bore's fury diminished. The raw, screaming force of ruptured ley lines softened into a controlled flow, then a trickle, then nothing. The bore closed, not violently, not suddenly, but the way a wound closes, the edges knitting together, the magical tissue of the ley lines healing as the containment system drew the last of the excess energy into its reserves. Crow's ritual devices cracked, one by one, as their purpose ceased to exist. The severance symbols on the blackboard flickered and died. The room went quiet. Wednesday pulled her hand free. Harry pulled his free. They stood on opposite sides of a closed bore, in a room full of broken ritual equipment and dead symbols, and the bond between them was the brightest it had ever been, a connection forged in the heart of a magical crisis that should have killed them, tempered beyond anything the historical records had ever documented, alive with power that sang at a frequency the entire campus could feel. The ley lines beneath Nevermore were stable. The containment was not just restored but reinforced, stronger than it had been in centuries, recharged by the very energy Crow had tried to weaponize. The sleeper slept deeply, peacefully, sustained for generations to come. It was over. Crow was on her knees. Wednesday didn't know when she'd fallen, during the channeling probably, when the ritual had been torn out of her hands and turned into something she'd never expected. She knelt on the floor of her classroom, her hands flat on the stone, her body shaking. The psychic shielding that had protected her mind for years was gone, burned away by the energy discharge, and her emotional state was broadcasting on every frequency. She was crying, not the grief from before, or not just the grief. Something more complex, something that included grief and also included a terrible, dawning recognition. She had dedicated her life to preventing something that had just been managed by two teenagers in a schoolroom. Her mission, her purpose, the philosophical foundation on which she'd built her entire identity, it was either wrong or incomplete, and the evidence was standing in front of her, alive and whole and more powerful than anything she'd been told was possible. "It holds," she whispered. "The containment, the bond, it holds." "It holds," Wednesday said. "It's never held before. In 300 years of severance records, no bonded pair has ever been allowed to. You killed them too early, every time. You were so sure of the danger that you never let any pair prove you wrong." Crow's hands curled against the stone. "The others, the pairs we severed, if they had been given the chance, Some might have failed, some might have succeeded, you'll never know, that's the cost of your certainty. Wednesday let the words land without cruelty. There was no satisfaction in breaking Alara Crow. The woman had been wrong in the way that intelligent, committed, frightened people were often wrong. Not from malice, but from the inability to imagine that the world might work differently than they'd been taught. It was the same failure that had driven Dumbledore to raise a boy as a weapon, the same failure that drove every institution that decided it knew better than the people it controlled. Harry came around the boar's sealed edge and stood beside Wednesday. Through the bond, she felt his assessment of Crow, not hatred, not even anger, but a kind of exhausted recognition. He'd seen this before. He'd forgiven it before. He wasn't sure he was ready to forgive it again, but he could see the human being inside the enemy, and he couldn't unsee her. "Your agents are unconscious but alive," Harry said. "All 8 of them. The campus is intact. Nobody died tonight." Crow looked up at him. "You could have killed us." "Yeah. Why didn't you?" "Because killing people who think they're saving the world doesn't change the world, it just makes martyrs." Harry paused. "Someone I respected taught me that. He was wrong about a lot of things, but he was right about that." Footsteps in the corridor. Weems appeared in the doorway, flanked by Bianca and Marcus and Divya. Behind them, through the windows, the first gray light of dawn was creeping across the Nevermore grounds. Weems took in the scene, the destroyed classroom, the sealed boar, the kneeling professor, the 2 students standing at the center of it, all with their marks blazing and their bond visible as a shimmer in the air between them. "It's over," Weems asked. "The containment is restored. The sleeper is stable. The Severance agents are down." Wednesday looked at Crow. "This one is yours to deal with." "The Severance has operated outside outcast governance for centuries," Weems said, her composure rebuilding itself in real time, the administrator reassembling from the ashes of the crisis. "The Outcast Council has standing warrants for their agents. I'll make the calls. You have connections to the council." "I have connections to everyone, Miss Addams. It's rather the point of being a principal." Crow was helped to her feet by Marcus, who handled her with the careful firmness of someone who understood that the line between enemy and broken person was thinner than most people realized. She went without resistance. The fight was out of her, not just the physical fight but the philosophical one, the conviction that had driven her across continents and into this school and into this room. At the door, she paused, looked back at Wednesday and Harry. "The Severance won't stop," she said. "I was one agent. They have dozens. They'll see what happened here as a failure, not a revelation. They'll come for you again." "Let them," Wednesday said. "We'll be here." Crow held her gaze for a moment. Then she was gone, escorted into the corridor by the Nightshades who had been founded centuries ago to protect exactly what Wednesday and Harry had protected tonight. The classroom emptied. Weems followed Crow. The Nightshades went to check on the downed agents. Dawn brightened through the windows. Wednesday and Harry stood alone in the destroyed classroom, surrounded by cracked ritual devices and dead symbols, and the lingering scent of spent magical energy. The boar was sealed beneath their feet. The ley lines hummed with restored stability, and the bond between them, tested, broken, reforged, evolved, was the strongest, clearest thing Wednesday had ever felt. "We need to talk about what happened," Harry said. "Many things happened. You'll need to be more specific." "During the channeling, when the bond opened all the way, you felt what I felt what you felt, all of it." "Yes, so we both know. We both know." "And?" Wednesday looked at him. Harry Potter, standing in the wreckage of a battle he'd won not with force but with trust, dust in his hair and blood on his sleeve and his eyes, not blazing now, just green, just his, watching her with the patient, steady attention of someone who had learned that the most important moments didn't announce themselves. "And I don't have a framework for this," she said. "I don't have a precedent or a protocol or a 5-step plan. I have a bond I didn't ask for, connected to a person I didn't choose, and a feeling I can't categorize, and I am deeply uncomfortable with all 3 of those things. So am I. You hide it better. I've had practice. Chosen one, remember. I've been living with uncategorizable feelings and unchosen destinies since I was 11. And how do you manage it? Badly, stubbornly, One day at a time. That's your advice. One day at a time. That's what you'd tell someone standing in the aftermath of a magical crisis with a soulbound mark on her hand and an entity sleeping under her feet. That's what I'd tell someone. He stopped, recalibrated. The bond carried the word he'd almost said, and Wednesday felt it land in her chest like a warm stone. That's what I'd tell someone who just saved a school, stabilized a wellspring, and proved 3 centuries of institutional paranoia wrong in one night. You don't need a framework, Wednesday. You need to let yourself not have one for a while. I don't let myself anything. Things happen or they don't. Then let this happen. She looked at him. He looked at her. The marks on their hands glowed softly, steadily, in perfect sync. I'll consider it, she said. He smiled. Actually smiled, not the suppressed twitch, not the almost smile, but the real thing, and the bond amplified it into something she felt in her entire body, warm and bright and uncontainable. That's enough, he said, for now. The next 2 days were aftermath. Weems contacted the Outcast Council, who sent representatives within 12 hours. Crow and her 8 agents were taken into custody, not roughly, not vindictively, but with the firm efficiency of a governing body dealing with a rogue faction that had operated outside the law for too long. The Severance's existence was not news to the council. Their inability to actually stop them was. What Wednesday and Harry had accomplished gave the council something they'd never had before, proof that a bonded pair could manage the exact scenario the Severance claimed was unmanageable. The political implications rippled outward. Wednesday tracked them through Weems, who was suddenly very communicative now that the crisis had recalibrated her understanding of what Wednesday and Harry needed to know versus what she'd been withholding. The council was convening a special session. The Severance's historical activities were being investigated. For the first time in centuries, the organization's foundational premise was being formally challenged. It wouldn't end quickly. Institutions didn't change quickly, and the Severance had 300 years of momentum, but it was starting. The Nightshades reconstituted themselves as the Covenant Wardens, or rather, as a modernized version, aware of their original purpose, and committed to supporting the containment system's new operators. Bianca took the role with the same fierce competence she'd brought to leading the Nightshades, but with something new underneath it: purpose. Not the performed purpose of a secret society that didn't know its own history, but the real kind, the kind that was rooted in understanding and choice. Enid was insufferable about the whole thing, in the best possible way. She organized a celebration in the dormitory common room that involved more color and noise than Wednesday could tolerate for more than 20 minutes, but which she attended for 21 because Enid's face when she walked in was worth the sensory assault. You came. Enid threw her arms wide. You actually came to party. I came to verify that you were alive and functional. Mission accomplished. I'm leaving. You're staying for at least 1 cup of whatever Kent made. It's purple and it smells like victory. Victory doesn't have a smell. It does tonight. Wednesday stayed for 40 minutes. She spoke to Bianca about the warden's new structure. She let Xavier sketch her, just her hands, the marked one and the unmarked one, which he said was the most interesting study in contrast he'd encountered. She endured Enid's orbit with something that was not quite tolerance and not quite affection, but existed in the unmapped territory between them. Harry was there too, across the room, talking to Divya and Marcus about defensive protocols for the tunnels. He caught her eye, and the bond carried the moment between them, a shared awareness of what they'd built, not just the magical architecture but the human one, the fragile, surprising network of people who had chosen to stand with them. Neither of them was alone anymore. Wednesday wasn't sure she'd ever get used to it. She wasn't sure she wanted to. Saturday morning. The campus was quiet. The crisis was over, the council's representatives had departed, and Nevermore was settling back into the rhythms of a school that had survived something extraordinary and was processing it in the way schools do, through gossip, exaggeration, and the gradual normalization of the impossible. Wednesday was at her typewriter. The room on the 3rd floor of Ophelia Hall had become, against all probability, theirs. Not temporary, not a bureaucratic inconvenience. A room shared by two people who had fought through every possible reason to reject each other and arrived on the other side with a bond that was, for the first time in centuries, being allowed to simply exist. She typed. The keys clacked in the rhythm she found most productive. The story she was writing had changed, not in its premise but in its shape. The girl who committed perfect murders was still at its center, but the story had grown around her, developed new characters, new complications, new reasons for the protagonist to exist beyond her own solitary brilliance. Harry was on his bed, reading a letter from Hermione Granger that had arrived by owl that morning. Hedwig had delivered it with the air of a dignitary completing a critical diplomatic mission. The letter was long, several pages, and Harry's emotions as he read it were a warm, complex current in the bond. Love, homesickness, relief, and the particular bittersweetness of someone who was where they needed to be but missed where they'd been. He looked up when the typing paused. "What are you writing about?" Wednesday considered the question. She considered the story, its shapes, its shadows, its unexpected developments. She considered the girl at its center, who had begun as a portrait of perfect isolation and had become, without the author's conscious intent, something more complicated and more true. A girl who discovers that the most dangerous thing in the world isn't being alone, she said. It's having someone worth losing. Harry sat with that for a moment. Then he grinned, that real grin, the one she'd only seen once before, the one that made him look like someone who hadn't fought a war at 16. "That's dramatic, even for you." Wednesday turned back to the typewriter. The mark on her palm glowed softly, steadily, in time with the matching mark across the room. The bond hummed between them, warm, strong, alive with possibility and power and the quiet certainty that whatever came next, they would face it the same way they'd faced everything else. Together. She didn't smile. Wednesday Addams didn't smile. But her fingers on the typewriter keys were steady, and the story flowed easily, and the room was warm, and if the corners of her mouth moved the smallest fraction of an inch in an upward direction, there was no one present who would dare mention it. Except Harry, who felt it through the bond and whose grin widened. And Thing, who gave a tiny thumbs up from the windowsill. And Hedwig, who didn't care about human emotional developments but who ruffled her feathers in what might, from a certain angle, have looked like approval. Outside, the Nevermore woods stirred in the morning wind. The ley lines hummed beneath the campus, stable and strong. The sleeper slept peacefully in its ancient chamber, sustained by a containment system that had been restored by two people who had no business being as powerful as they were, and who were only getting started. The story was far from over. But this chapter, the first chapter, the one about two strangers forced into a room and forged into something extraordinary, this chapter was complete. Wednesday typed the next line of her novel, and the keys fell like small, precise thunderbolts, and the morning light came through the window of Ophelia Hall and landed on two desks, two beds, two lives that had collided and refused to come apart. And somewhere in the bond's deep current, beneath the strategy and the power and the careful architecture of two people who had never learned to be easy with each other, something simple and true continued to grow. Not love. Not yet. Not in the word. But in the shape of it, in the warmth, in the steady, synchronized pulse of two marks on two hands beating like a single heart.